People say that knowledge is power. The more knowledge, the more power. Suppose you knew the winning numbers for the lottery, all of them. Not guess them, not dream them, but really knew them. What would you do? You would run to the store. You would mark those numbers on the play card, and you would win. Same for the stock market. Suppose you really knew what was going to go way up. You're not talking about a hunch or a gut feeling. You're not talking about a trend or a percentage game or a whisper or a tip. You're talking about knowledge, real hard knowledge. Suppose you had it, what would you do? You would call your broker, you would buy, then later you'd sell and you'd be rich. Same for basketball, same for the horses, whatever. Football, hockey, next year's World Series, any kind of sports at all. If you could predict the future, you'd be home and dry, no question. Same for the Oscars, same for the Nobel Prize, same for the first snowfall of winter, same for killing people. Suppose you wanted to kill people, you would need to know ahead of time how to do it. That part is not too difficult. There are many ways. Some of them are better than others. Most of them have drawbacks. You use what knowledge you've got and you invent a new way. You think and you think and you think and you come up with the perfect method. You pay a lot of attention to the setup. Because the perfect method is not an easy method, and careful preparation is very important, but that stuff is meat and drink to you. You have no problem with careful preparation. No problem at all. How could you? With your intelligence after all your training, you know the big problems will come afterward. How do you make sure you get away with it? You use your knowledge. You know more than most people about how the cops work. You've seen them on duty many times, sometimes close up. You know what they look for. So you don't leave anything for them to find. You go through it all in your head very precisely and very exactly and very carefully. Just as carefully as you would mark the play card you knew for sure was going to win you a fortune. People say that knowledge is power. The more knowledge, the more power, which makes you just about the most powerful person on earth when it comes to killing people and then getting away with it. Life is full of decisions and judgments and guesses, and it gets to the point where you're so accustomed to making them you keep right on making them even when you don't need to. You get into a what-if thing, and you start speculating about what you would do if some problem was yours instead of somebody else's. It gets to be a habit. It was a habit Jack Reacher had in spades, which was why he was sitting alone at a restaurant table and gazing at the backs of two guys 20 feet away and wondering if it would be enough just to warn them off or if he would have to go the extra mile and break their arms. It was a question of dynamics. From the start, the dynamics of the city meant that a brand new Italian place in Tribeca, like the one Reacher was in, was going to stay pretty empty until the food guy from the New York Times wrote it up, or an Observer columnist spotted some celebrity in there 2 nights in a row, but neither thing had happened yet, and the place was still uncrowded, which made it the perfect choice for a lonely guy looking to eat dinner near his girlfriend's apartment while she worked late at the office. The dynamics of the city. They made it inevitable Reacher would be in there. They made it inevitable the 2 guys he was watching would be in there too, because the dynamics of the city meant any bright new commercial venture would sooner or later get a visit on behalf of somebody wanting a steady $300 a week in exchange for not sending his boys in to smash it up with baseball bats and axe handles. The 2 guys Reacher was watching were standing close to the bar, talking quietly to the owner. The bar was a token affair built across the corner of the room. It made a neat, sharp triangle about 7 or 8 feet on a side. It was not really a bar in the sense that anybody was ever going to sit there and drink anything. It was just a focal point. It was somewhere to keep the liquor bottles. They were crowded 3 deep on glass shelves in front of sandblasted mirrors. The register and the credit card machine were on the bottom shelf. The owner was a small, nervous guy, and he had backed away into the point of the triangle and was standing with his backside jammed against the cash drawer. His arms were folded tight across his chest. Defensively, Reacher could see his eyes. They were showing something halfway between disbelief and panic, and they were darting all around the room. It was a large room, easily 60 feet by 60, exactly square. The ceiling was high, maybe 20 or 25 feet. It was made of pressed tin, sandblasted back to a dull glow. The building was more than 100 years old, and the room had probably been used for everything, one time or another. Maybe it had started out as a factory. The windows were certainly large enough and numerous enough to illuminate some kind of an industrial operation back when the city was only 5 stories tall. Then maybe it had become a store. Maybe even an automobile showroom. It was big enough. Now it was an Italian restaurant, not a checked red tablecloth and mama's sauce type of Italian restaurant, but the type of place that has $300,000 invested up front in bleached avant-garde decor and which gives you 7 or 8 handmade ravioli parcels on a large plate and calls them a meal. Reacher had eaten there 10 times in the 4 weeks it had been open, and he always left feeling hungry. But the quality was so good he was telling people about it, which really had to mean something, because Reacher was no gourmet. The place was named Mostro's, which as far as he understood Italian, translated as monsters. He wasn't sure what the name referred to, certainly not the size of the portions, but it had some kind of a resonance, and the whole place, with its pale maple and white walls and dull aluminum accents, was an attractive space. The people who worked there were amiable and confident. There were whole operas played beginning to end through excellent loudspeakers placed high on the walls. In Reacher's inexpert opinion, he was watching the start of a big reputation, but the big reputation was obviously slow to spread. The spare avant-garde decor made it okay to have only 20 tables in a 60 by 60 space, but in 4 weeks he had never seen more than 3 of them occupied. Once, he had been the only customer during the whole 90-minute span he spent in the place. Tonight, there was just one other couple eating, 5 tables away. They were sitting face to face across from each other, side on to him. The guy was medium-sized with short, sandy hair, fair mustache, light brown suit, brown shoes. The woman was thin and dark in a skirt and a jacket. There was an imitation leather briefcase resting against the table leg next to her right foot. They were both maybe 35 and looked tired and worn and slightly dowdy. They were comfortable enough together, but they weren't talking much. The 2 guys at the bar were talking, that was for sure. They were leaning over, bending forward from the waist, talking fast and persuading hard. The owner was against the register, bending backward by an equal amount. It was like the 3 of them were trapped in a powerful gale blowing through the room. The 2 guys were a lot bigger than medium-sized. They were dressed in identical dark wool coats, which gave them breadth and bulk. Reacher could see their faces in the dull mirrors behind the liquor bottles, olive skin, dark eyes, not Italians, Syrians, or Lebanese maybe, with their Arab scrappiness bred out of them by a generation of living in America. They were busy making one point after another. The guy on the right was making a sweeping gesture with his hand. It was easy to see it represented a bat plowing through the bottles on the shelf. Then the hand was chopping up and down. The guy was demonstrating how the shelves could be smashed. One blow could smash them all. Top to bottom, he was suggesting. The owner was going pale. He was glancing sideways at his shelves. Then the guy on the left shot his cuff and tapped the face of his watch and turned to leave. His partner straightened up and followed him. He trailed his hand over the nearest table and knocked a plate to the floor. It shattered on the tile, loud and dissonant against the opera floating in the air. The sandy guy and the dark woman sat still and looked away. The 2 guys walked slowly to the door, heads up, confident. Reacher watched them all the way out to the sidewalk. Then the owner came out from behind the bar and knelt down and raked through the fragments of the broken plate with his fingertips. "You okay?" Reacher called to him. Soon as the words were out, he knew it was a dumb thing to say. The guy just shrugged and put an all-purpose miserable look on his face. He cupped his hands on the floor and started butting the shards into a pile. Reacher slid out of his chair and stepped away from the table and squared his napkin on the tile next to him and started collecting the debris into it. The couple 5 tables away were watching him. "When are they coming back?" Reacher asked. "An hour," the guy said. "How much do they want?" The guy shrugged again and smiled a bitter smile. "I get a startup discount," he said. $200 a week, goes to 4 when the place picks up. You want to pay?" The guy made another sad face. "I want to stay in business, I guess, but paying out 2 bills a week ain't exactly going to help me do that." The sandy guy and the dark woman were looking at the opposite wall, but they were listening. The opera fell away to a minor key aria, and the diva started in on it with a low, mournful note. "Who were they?" Reacher asked quietly. "Not Italians," the guy said. "Just some punks. Can I use your phone?" The guy nodded. "You know, an office supply store open late," Reacher asked. "Broadway 2 blocks over," the guy said. "Why? You got business to attend to?" Reacher nodded. "Yeah, business," he said. He stood up and slid around behind the bar. There was a new telephone next to a new reservations book. The book looked like it had never been opened. He picked up the phone and dialed a number and waited 2 beats until it was answered a mile away and 40 floors up. "Hello," she said. "Hey, Jody," he said. "Hey, Reacher, what's new? You going to be finished any time soon?" He heard her sigh. "No, this is an all-nighter," she said. "Complex law, and they need an opinion like yesterday. I'm real sorry." "Don't worry about it," he said. "I've got something to do then. I guess I'll head back on up to Garrison." "Okay, take care of yourself," she said. "I love you." He heard the crackle of legal documents and the phone went down. He hung up and came out from behind the bar and stepped back to his table. He left $40 trapped under his espresso saucer and headed for the door. "Good luck," he called. The guy crouched on the floor nodded vaguely, and the couple at the distant table watched him go. He turned his collar up and shrugged down into his coat and left the opera behind him and stepped out to the sidewalk. It was dark, and the air was chill with fall. Small halos of fog were starting up around the lights. He walked east to Broadway and scanned through the neon for the office store. It was a narrow place, packed with items, marked with prices on large pieces of fluorescent card cut in the shape of stars. Everything was a bargain, which suited Reacher fine. He bought a small labeling machine and a tube of superglue. Then he hunched back down in his coat and headed north to Jody's apartment. His four-wheel drive was parked in the garage under her building. He drove it up the ramp and turned south on Broadway and west back to the restaurant. He slowed on the street and glanced in through the big windows. The place gleamed with halogen light on white walls and pale wood, no patrons. Every single table was empty, and the owner was sitting on a stool behind the bar. Reacher glanced away and came around the block and parked illegally at the mouth of the alley that ran down toward the kitchen doors. He killed the motor and the lights and settled down to wait. The dynamics of the city. The strong terrorize the weak. They keep on at it, like they always have, until they come up against somebody stronger with some arbitrary humane reason for stopping them, somebody like Reacher. He had no real reason to help a guy he hardly knew. There was no logic involved, no agenda right then. In a city of 7 million souls, there must be hundreds of strong people hurting weak people, maybe even thousands. Right then, at that exact moment, he wasn't going to seek them all out. He wasn't mounting any kind of a big campaign. But equally, he wasn't about to let anything happen right under his nose. He couldn't just walk away. He never had. He fumbled the label machine out of his pocket. Scaring the 2 guys away was only half the job. What mattered was who they thought was doing the scaring. A concerned citizen standing up alone for some restaurant owner's rights was going to cut no ice at all, no matter how effective that concerned citizen might be at the outset. Nobody is afraid of a lone individual, because a lone individual can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, and anyway, sooner or later, a lone individual dies or moves away or loses interest. What makes a big impression is an organization. He smiled and looked down at the machine and started to figure out how it worked. He printed his own name as a test and pinched the tape off and inspected it. Reacher, 7 letters punched through in white on a blue plastic ribbon, a hair over an inch long. That was going to make the first guy's label about 5 inches long, and then about 4, maybe 4.5 for the second guy deal. He smiled again and clicked and printed and laid the finished ribbons on the seat next to him. They had adhesive on the back under a peel-off paper strip, but he needed something better than that, which is why he had bought the superglue. He unscrewed the cap off the tiny tube and pierced the metal foil with the plastic spike and filled the nozzle. He put the cap back on and dropped the tube and the labels into his pocket. Then he got out of the car and stood in the shadows, waiting. The dynamics of the city. His mother had been scared of cities. It had been part of his education. She had told him cities are dangerous places. They're full of tough, scary guys. He was a tough boy himself, but he had walked around as a teenager ready and willing to believe her, and he had seen that she was right. People on city streets were fearful and furtive and defensive. They kept their distance and crossed to the opposite sidewalk to avoid coming near him. They made it so obvious, he became convinced the scary guys were always right behind him at his shoulder. Then he suddenly realized, no, I'm the scary guy. They're scared of me. It was a revelation. He saw himself reflected in store windows and understood how it could happen. He had stopped growing at 15 when he was already 6'5" and 220 pounds, a giant. Like most teenagers in those days, he was dressed like a bum. The caution his mother had drummed into him was showing up in his face as a blank-eyed, impassive stare. They're scared of me. It amused him, and he smiled, and then people stayed even farther away. From that point onward, he knew cities were just the same as every other place, and for every city person he needed to be scared of, there were 999 others, a lot more scared of him. He used the knowledge like a tactic, and the calm confidence it put in his walk and his gaze redoubled the effect he had on people. The dynamics of the city. 55 minutes into the hour, he moved out of the shadows and stood on the corner, leaning back against the brick wall of the restaurant building, still waiting. He could hear the opera, just a faint breath of sound coming through the glass next to him. The traffic thumped and banged through potholes on the street. There was a bar on the opposite corner with an extractor roaring and steam drifting outward through the neon glare. It was cold, and the people on the sidewalk were hurrying past, with their faces ducked deep into scarves. He kept his hands in his pockets and leaned on one shoulder and watched the traffic flow coming toward him. The two guys came back right on time in a black Mercedes sedan. It parked a block away with one tire hard against the curb, and the lights went out and the two front doors opened in unison. The guys stepped out with their long coats flowing and reached back and opened the rear doors and pulled ball bats off the rear seat. They slipped the bats under their coats and slammed the doors and glanced around once and started moving. They had 10 yards of sidewalk, then the cross street, then 10 more yards. They moved easily. Big, confident guys moving easily, striding long. Reacher pushed off the wall and met them as they stepped up onto his curb. In the alley, guys, he said, up close. They were impressive enough. As a pair, they certainly looked the part. They were young, some way short of 30. They were heavy, padded with that dense flesh, which isn't quite pure muscle, but that works nearly as well. Wide necks, silk ties, shirts, and suits that didn't come out of a catalog. The bats were upright under the left side of their coats, gripped around the meat of the wood with their left hands through their pocket linings. "Who the hell are you?" the right-hand guy said. Reacher glanced at him. The first guy to speak is the dominant half of any partnership, and in a one-on-two situation, you put the dominant one down first. "The hell are you?" the guy said again. Reacher stepped to his left and turned a fraction, blocking the sidewalk, channeling them toward the alley. "Business manager," he said. "You want to get paid? I'm the guy who can do it for you." The guy paused. Then he nodded. "Okay, but screw the alley. We'll do it inside." Reacher shook his head. "Not logical, my friend. We're paying you to stay out of the restaurant starting from now, right?" "You got the money?" "Sure," Reacher said. $200. He stepped in front of them and walked into the alley. Steam was drifting up to meet him from the kitchen vents. It smelled of Italian food. There was trash and grit underfoot, and the crunch of his steps echoed off the old brick. He stopped and turned and stood like an impatient man, bemused by their reluctance to follow him. They were silhouetted against the red glare of traffic waiting at the light behind them. They looked at him and looked at each other and stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, walked into the alley. They were happy enough, big confident guys, bats under their coats, 2 on 1. Reacher waited a beat and moved through the sharp diagonal division between the light and the shadow. Then he paused again, stepped back like he wanted them to precede him, like a courtesy. They shuffled forward, came close. He hit the right-hand guy in the side of the head with his elbow. Lots of good biological reasons for doing that. Generally speaking, the human skull is harder than the human hand. A hand-to-skull impact, the hand gets damaged first. The elbow is better. And the side of the head is better than the front or the back. The human brain can withstand front-to-back displacement, maybe 10 times better than side-to-side displacement. Some kind of a complicated evolutionary reason. So it was the elbow and the side of the head. It was a short, hard blow, well delivered, but the guy stayed upright on rubber knees for a long second. Then he let the bat go. It slid down inside his coat and hit the ground end-on with a loud wooden clonk. Then Reacher hit him again. Same elbow, same side of the head, same snap. The guy went down like a trapdoor had opened up under his feet. The second guy was almost on the ball. He got his right hand on the bat handle, then his left. He got it clear of his coat and swung it ready, but he made the same mistake most people make. He swung it way too far back, and he swung it way too low. He went for a massive blow aimed at the middle of Reacher's body. Two things wrong with that? A big backswing takes time to get into, and a blow aimed at the middle of the body is too easy to defend against. Better to aim high at the head or low at the knees. The way to take a blow from a bat is to get near and get near early. The force of the blow comes from the weight of the bat multiplied by the speed of the swing. A mathematical thing, mass times velocity equals momentum. Nothing you can do about the mass of the bat. The bat is going to weigh exactly the same wherever the hell it is. So you need to kill the speed. You need to get close and take it as it comes off the backswing, while it's still in the first split second of acceleration, while it's still slow. That's why a big backswing is a bad idea. The farther back you swing it, the later it is before you can get it moving forward again, the more time you give away. Reacher was a foot from it before the swing came in. He watched the arc and caught the bat in both hands, low down in front of his gut, a foot of swing. There's no power there at all, just a harmless smack in the palms. Then all the momentum the guy is trying to put into it becomes a weapon to use against him. Reacher swung with him and jacked the handle up and hurled the guy off balance, kicked out at his ankles and tore the bat free and jabbed him with it. The jab is the move to use, no backswing. The guy went down on his knees and butted his head into the restaurant wall. Reacher kicked him over on his back and squatted down and jammed the bat across his throat with the handle trapped under his foot and his right hand leaning hard on the business end. He used his left hand to go into each pocket in turn. He came out with an automatic handgun, a thick wallet, and a mobile phone. "Who are you from?" he asked. "Mr. Petrosian," the guy gasped. The name meant nothing to Reacher. He had heard of a Soviet chess champion called Petrosian and a Nazi tank general of the same name, but neither of them was running protection rackets in New York City. He smiled incredulously. "Petrosian," he said. "You have got to be kidding." He put a lot of sneer in his voice, like out of all the whole spectrum of worrisome rivals his bosses could possibly think of, Petrosian was so far down the list he was just about totally invisible. "You're kidding us, right?" he said. "Petrosian? What is he? Crazy?" The first guy was moving. His arms and legs began a slow-motion effort to right himself. Reacher crunched the bat for a second and then jerked it away from the second guy's neck and used it to tap the first guy on the top of the head. He had it back in place within a second and a half. The second guy started gagging under the force of the wood on his throat. The first guy was limp on the floor, not like in the movies. 3 blows to the head. Nobody keeps on fighting. Instead, they're sick and dizzy and nauseous for a week, barely able to stand. "We've got a message for Petrosian," Reacher said softly. "What's the message?" The second guy gasped. Reacher smiled again. "You are," he said. He went into his pocket for the labels and the glue. "Now lie real still," he said. The guy lay real still. He moved his hand to feel his throat, but that was all. Reacher tore the backing strip off the label and eased a thick worm of glue onto the plastic and pressed the label hard on the guy's forehead. He ran his fingers side to side across it. Twice the label read, "Mostros has protection already." "Lie still," he said again. He took the bat with him and turned the other guy face upward with a hand in his hair, used plenty of glue and smoothed the other label into place on his brow. This one read, "Don't start a turf war with us." He checked the pockets and came out with an identical haul, an automatic handgun, a wallet, and a telephone, plus a key for the Benz. He waited until the guy started moving again. Then he glanced back at the second guy. He was crawling up to his hands and knees, picking at the label on his head. "It won't come off," Reacher called. Not without taking a bunch of skin with it. Go give our best regards to Mr. Petrosian, and then go to the hospital. He turned back, emptied the tube of glue into the first guy's palms, and crushed them together and counted to 10 chemical handcuffs. He hauled the guy upright by his collar and held him while he relearned how to stand. Then he tossed the car key to the second guy. "I guess you're the designated driver," he said. "Now beat it." The guy just stood there, eyes jerking left and right. Reacher shook his head. "Don't even think about it," he said, "or I'll rip your ears off and make you eat them. And don't come back here either, not ever, or we'll send somebody a lot worse than me right now. I'm the best friend you got, okay? You clear on that?" The guy stared, then he nodded cautiously. "So beat it," Reacher said. The guy with the glued hands had a problem moving. He was out of it. The other guy had a problem helping him. There was no free arm to hold. He puzzled over it for a second and then ducked down in front of him and came back up between the glued hands, piggybacking him. He staggered away and paused in the mouth of the alley, silhouetted against the glare of the street. He bent forward and jacked the weight onto his shoulders and turned out of sight. The handguns were M9 Berettas, military issue 9mm. Reacher had carried an identical gun for 13 long years. The serial number on an M9 is etched into the aluminum frame right underneath where Pietro Beretta is engraved on the slide. The numbers on both guns had been erased. Somebody had used a round-tipped file rubbing from the muzzle toward the trigger guard. Not a very elegant job of work. Both magazines were full, shiny copper parabellums. Reacher stripped the guns in the dark and pitched the barrels and the slides and the bullets into the dumpsters outside the kitchen door. Then he laid the frames on the ground and scooped grit into the firing mechanisms and worked the triggers in and out until the grit jammed the mechanisms. Then he pitched them into the dumpster and smashed the phones with the bats and left the pieces where they lay. The wallets held cards and licenses and cash, maybe $300 in total. He rolled the cash into his pocket and kicked the wallets away into a corner. Then he straightened and turned and walked back to the sidewalk, smiling, glanced up the street. No sign of the black Mercedes. It was gone. He walked back into the deserted restaurant. The orchestra was blazing away and some tenor was winding up to a heroic high note. The owner was behind the bar, lost in thought. He looked up. The tenor hit the note, and the violins and cellos and basses swarmed in behind him. Reacher peeled a 10 from the stolen wad and dropped it on the bar. "For the plate they broke," he said, "they had a change of heart." The guy just looked at the 10 and said nothing. Reacher turned again and walked back out to the sidewalk. Across the street, he saw the couple from the restaurant. They were standing on the opposite sidewalk, watching him. The sandy guy with the mustache and the dark woman with the briefcase, they were standing there muffled up in coats, watching him. He walked to his four-wheel drive and opened the door, climbed in and fired it up, glanced over his shoulder at the traffic stream. They were still watching him. He pulled out into the traffic and gunned the motor. A block away, he used the mirror and saw the dark woman with the briefcase stepping out to the curb, craning her head, watching him go. Then the neon wash closed over her and she was lost to sight. New York Times best-selling author Lee Child-Tring ex-military policeman Jack Reacher returns in a gutsy novel of heart-stopping action. When a mysterious woman is kidnapped by a politically motivated fringe group and taken to their compound, Jack Reacher must help her escape with her life from the inside out. Tough, elegant, and thoughtful, Robert B. Parker opens with a bang. Chicago Tribune, engrossing Rocky Mountain News Penguin. .com New York Times, best-selling author Lee Child running blind across the country. Women are being murdered by an extraordinarily clever killer who leaves no trace of evidence, no fatal wounds, no signs of struggle, and no clues to an apparent motive. All the victims have in common is one thing. They each knew Jack Reacher, riveting, paced with taut, evocative prose. Greg Iles, author of Mortal Fear, sensational. Tom Savage, author of The Inheritance, Penguin. .com New York Times, best-selling author Lee Child, without fail, skilled, stealthy, and unknown. Ex-military cop Jack Reacher is hired to find flaws in the vice president's security system before a group of assassins does. The assassins have planned well, but they haven't planned on Jack Reacher. Echo-burning Jack Reacher is hitchhiking through the heat of West Texas when he's picked up a good-looking young woman who needs protection. Reacher goes home with her to the lonely ranch where nothing is as it seems and where evil swirls around them like dust in a storm. Killing Floor, ex-military policeman Jack Reacher is in Margrave, Georgia, for less than a half hour when the cops come shotguns in hand to arrest him for murder. All Jack knows is he didn't kill anybody, not for a long time. Penguin.com one Jack Reacher saw the guy step in through the door. Actually, there was no door. The guy just stepped in through the part of the front wall that wasn't there. The bar opened straight out onto the sidewalk. There were tables and chairs out there under a dried-up old vine that gave some kind of nominal shade. It was an inside-outside room passing through a wall that wasn't there. Reacher guessed there must be some kind of an iron grill they could padlock across the opening when the bar closed, if it closed. Certainly Reacher had never seen it closed, and he was keeping some pretty radical hours. The guy stood a yard inside the dark room and waited, blinking, letting his eyes adjust to the gloom after the hot whiteness of the Key West sun. It was June, dead on 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the southernmost part of the United States, way farther south than most of the Bahamas, a hot white sun and a fierce temperature. Reacher sat at his table in back and sipped water from a plastic bottle and waited. The guy was looking around. The bar was a low room built from old boards dried to a dark color. They looked like they had come from old, broken-up sailing ships. Random pieces of nautical junk were nailed to them. There were old brass things and green glass globes, stretches of old nets, fishing equipment. Reacher guessed, although he had never caught a fish in his life or sailed a boat. Overthrowing everything were 10,000 business cards tacked up over every spare square inch, including the ceiling. Some of them were new, some of them were old and curled, representing ventures that had folded decades ago. The guy stepped farther into the gloom and headed for the bar. He was old, maybe 60, medium height, bulky. A doctor would have called him overweight, but Reacher just saw a fit man some way down the wrong side of the hill. A man yielding gracefully to the passage of time without getting all stirred up about it. He was dressed like a northern city guy on a short-notice trip to somewhere hot. Light gray pants, wide at the top, narrow at the bottom, a thin, crumpled beige jacket, a white shirt with the collar spread wide open, blue-white skin showing at his throat, dark socks, city shoes. New York or Chicago, Reacher guessed, maybe Boston. Spent most of his summertime in air-conditioned buildings or cars, had these pants and this jacket stashed away in the back of his closet ever since he bought them 20 years ago, brought them out and used them occasionally as appropriate. The guy reached the bar and went into his jacket and pulled out a wallet. It was a small, overloaded old item in fine black leather. The sort of wallet that molds itself tight around the stuff crammed inside. Reacher saw the guy open it with a practiced flick and show it to the bartender and ask a quiet question. The bartender glanced away like he'd been insulted. The guy put the wallet away and smoothed his wisps of gray hair into the sweat on his scalp. He muttered something else, and the bartender came up with a beer from a chest of ice. The old guy held the cold bottle against his face for a moment and then took a long pull, belched discreetly behind his hand, and smiled like a small disappointment had been assuaged. Reacher matched his pull with a long drink of water. The fittest guy he had ever known was a Belgian soldier who swore the key to fitness was to do whatever the hell you liked as long as you drank 5 liters of mineral water every day. Reacher figured 5 liters was about a gallon, and since the Belgian was a small whippy guy half his size, he should make it 2 gallons a day, 10 full-size bottles. Since arriving in the heat of the Keys, he had followed that regimen. It was working for him. He had never felt better. Every day at 4 o'clock, he sat at this dark table and drank 3 bottles of still water, room temperature. Now he was as addicted to the water as he had once been to coffee. The old guy was side on to the bar, busy with his beer, scanning the room. Reacher was the only person in it, apart from the bartender. The old guy pushed off with his hip and stepped over. Waved his beer in a vague gesture that said, "May I?" Reacher nodded to the opposite chair and broke the plastic seal on his 3rd bottle. The guy sat heavily. He overwhelmed the chair. He was the sort of guy who keeps keys and money and handkerchiefs in his pants pockets so that the natural width of his hips is way exaggerated. Are you Jack Reacher? He asked across the table. Not Chicago or Boston, New York for sure. The voice sounded exactly like a guy Reacher had known, spent the first 20 years of his life never more than 100 yards from Fulton Street. Jack Reacher, the old guy asked again. Up close, he had small, wise eyes under an overhanging brow. Reacher drank and glanced across at him through the clear water in his bottle. Are you Jack Reacher? The guy asked for the third time. Reacher set his bottle on the table and shook his head. No, he lied. The old guy's shoulders slumped a fraction in disappointment. He shot his cuff and checked his watch, moved his bulk forward on the chair like he was about to get up. But then he sat back, like suddenly there was time to spare. 5 after 4, he said. Reacher nodded. The guy waved his empty beer bottle at the bartender, who ducked around with a fresh one. Heat, he said. Gets to me. Reacher nodded again and sipped water. You know a Jack Reacher around here? The guy asked. Reacher shrugged. You got a description? He asked back. The guy was into a long pull on the second bottle. He wiped his lips with the back of his hand and used the gesture to hide a second discreet belch. Not really, he said. Big guy is all I know. That's why I asked you. Reacher nodded. There are lots of big guys here, he said. Lots of big guys everywhere. But you don't know the name? Should I? Reacher asked. And who wants to know? The guy grinned and nodded like an apology for a lapse in manners. Costello, he said. Pleased to meet you. Reacher nodded back and raised his bottle a fraction in response. Skip Tracer, he asked. Private detective, Costello said. Looking for a guy called Reacher? Reacher asked, What's he done? Costello shrugged. Nothing far as I know, I just got asked to find him. And you figure he's down here? Last week he was, Costello said. He's got a bank account in Virginia, and he's been wiring money to it. From down here in Key West? Costello nodded. Every week, he said, for 3 months. So he's working down here, Costello said. Has been for 3 months. You'd think somebody would know him. But nobody does, Reacher said. Costello shook his head. I asked all up and down Duval, which seems to be where the action is in this town. Nearest I got was a titty bar upstairs someplace. Girl in there said there was a big guy been here exactly 3 months, drinks water every day at 4 o'clock in here. He lapsed into silence, looking hard at Reacher, like he was issuing a direct challenge. Reacher sipped water and shrugged back at him. Coincidence? He said. Costello nodded. I guess, he said quietly. He raised the beer bottle to his lips and drank, keeping his wise old eyes focused tight on Reacher's face. Big transient population here, Reacher said to him. People drift in and out all the time. I guess, Costello said again, but I'll keep my ears open, Reacher said. Costello nodded. I'd appreciate it, he said ambiguously. Who wants him? Reacher asked. My client, Costello said. Lady called Mrs. Jacob. Reacher sipped water. The name meant nothing to him. Jacob. Never heard of any such person. Okay, if I see him around, I'll tell him, but don't hold your breath. I don't see too many people. You working? Reacher nodded. I dig swimming pools, he said. Costello pondered, like he knew what swimming pools were, but like he had never considered how they got there. Backhoe operator. Reacher smiled and shook his head. Not down here, he said. We dig them by hand. By hand? Costello repeated. What? Like with shovels? The lots are too small for machinery, Reacher said. Streets are too narrow, trees are too low, get off Duval, and you'll see for yourself. Costello nodded again, suddenly looked very satisfied. Then you probably won't know this Reacher guy, he said, according to Mrs. Jacob. He was an Army officer, so I checked, and she was right. He was a major medals and all military police big shot, is what they said. Guy like that, you won't find him digging swimming pools with a damn shovel. Reacher took a long pull on his water to hide his expression. So what would you find him doing down here? Costello said. I'm not sure. Hotel security, running some kind of a business. Maybe he's got a cruiser, charters it out. Why would he be down here at all? Costello nodded like he was agreeing with an opinion. Right, he said. Hell of a place, but he's here, that's for certain. He left the Army 2 years ago, put his money in the nearest bank to the Pentagon, and disappeared. Bank account shows money wiring out all over the damn place. Then for 3 months, money wiring back in from here, so he drifted for a spell. Then he settled down here, making some dough. I'll find him, Reacher nodded. You still want me to ask around? Costello shook his head. Already planning his next move. Don't you worry about it, he said. He eased his bulk up out of the chair and pulled a crumpled roll from his pants pocket, dropped a 5 on the table and moved away. Nice meeting you, he called without looking back. He walked out through the missing wall into the glare of the afternoon. Reacher drained the last of his water and watched him go 10 after 4 in the afternoon. An hour later, Reacher was drifting down Duval Street thinking about new banking arrangements, choosing a place to eat an early dinner, and wondering why he had lied to Costello. His first conclusion was that he would cash up and use a roll of bills in his pants pocket. His second conclusion was that he would follow his Belgian friend's advice and eat a big steak and ice cream with another 2 bottles of water. His third conclusion was that he had lied because there had been no reason not to. There was no reason why a private investigator from New York should have been looking for him. He had never lived in New York or any big northern city. He had never really lived anywhere. That was the defining feature of his life. It made him what he was. He had been born the son of a serving Marine Corps officer, and he had been dragged all over the world from the very day his mother carried him out of the maternity ward of a Berlin infirmary. He had lived nowhere except in an endless blur of different military bases, most of them in distant and inhospitable parts of the globe. Then he had joined the Army himself, military police investigator, and lived and served in those same bases all over again until the peace dividend had closed his unit down and cut him loose. Then he had come home to the United States and drifted around like a cheap tourist until he had washed up on the extreme tip of the nation with his savings running out. He had taken a couple of days' work digging holes in the ground, and the couple of days had stretched into a couple of weeks, and the weeks had stretched into months, and he was still there. He had no living relatives anywhere capable of leaving him a fortune in a will. He owed no money. He had never stolen anything, never cheated anybody, never fathered any children. He was on as few pieces of paper as it was possible for a human being to get. He was just about invisible. And he had never known anybody called Jacob. Never. He was sure of that. So whatever Costello wanted, he wasn't interested in it. Certainly not interested enough to come out from under and get involved with anything, because being invisible had become a habit. In the front part of his brain, he knew it was some kind of a complex, alienated response to his situation. 2 years ago, everything had turned upside down. He had gone from being a big fish in a small pond to being nobody. From being a senior and valued member of a highly structured community to being just one of 270 million anonymous civilians. From being necessary and wanted to being one person too many. From being where someone told him to be every minute of every day to being confronted with 3 million square miles and maybe 40 more years and no map and no schedule. The front part of his brain told him his response was understandable, but defensive, the response of a man who liked solitude but was worried by loneliness. It told him it was an extremist response, and he should take care with it. But the lizard part of his brain buried behind the frontal lobes told him he liked it. He liked the anonymity. He liked his secrecy. It felt warm and comfortable and reassuring. He guarded it. He was friendly and gregarious on the surface without ever saying much about himself. He liked to pay cash and travel by road. He was never on any passenger manifests or credit card carbons. He told nobody his name. In Key West, he had checked into a cheap motel under the name Harry S. Truman. Scanning back through the register, he had seen he wasn't unique. Most of the 41 presidents had stayed there, even ones nobody had heard of, like John Tyler and Franklin Pierce. He had found names did not mean much in the Keys. People just waved and smiled and said hello. They all assumed everybody had something to be private about. He was comfortable there, too comfortable to be in any hurry to leave. He strolled for an hour in the noisy warmth and then ducked off Duval toward a hidden courtyard restaurant where they knew him by sight and had his favorite brand of water and would give him a steak that hung off both sides of the plate at once. The steak came with an egg and fries and a complicated mix of some sort of warm weather vegetables, and the ice cream came with hot chocolate sauce and nuts. He drank another quart of water and followed it with 2 cups of strong black coffee, pushed back from the table, and sat there, satisfied. Okay now? The waitress smiled. Reacher grinned back at her and nodded. It hit the spot, he said, and it looks good on you. It feels good on me. It was true. His next birthday was going to be his 39th, but he felt better than ever. He had always been fit and strong, but the last 3 months had brought him to a new peak. He was 6 feet 5 tall, and he had weighed 220 when he left the Army. A month after joining the swimming pool gang, the work and the heat had burned him down to 210. Then the next 2 months he had built back all the way to about 250, all of it pure hard muscle. His workload was prodigious. He figured to shift about 4 tons of earth and rock and sand every day. He had developed a technique of digging and scooping and twisting and throwing the dirt with his shovel so that every part of his body was working out all day long. The result was spectacular. He was burned a deep brown by the sun, and he was in the best shape of his life. Like a condom crammed with walnuts, is what some girl had said. He figured he needed to eat about 10,000 calories a day just to stay level, as well as the 2 gallons of water he needed to drink. "So you working tonight?" the waitress asked. Reacher laughed. He was earning money for doing a fitness regime. Most people would pay a fortune for at any shiny city gymnasium, and now he was headed for his evening job, which was something else he got paid for that most men would gladly do for free. He was the bouncer in the nude bar Costello had mentioned. On Duval, he sat in there all night with no shirt on, looking tough, drinking free drinks, and making sure the naked women didn't get hassled. Then somebody gave him $50 for it. "It's a chore," he said, "but somebody's got to do it, I guess." The girl laughed with him, and he paid his check and headed back to the street. 1,500 miles to the north, just below Wall Street in New York City, the chief executive officer took the elevator down 2 floors to the finance director's suite. The 2 men went into the inner office together and sat side by side behind the desk. It was the kind of expensive office and expensive desk that get specified and paid for when times are good, and then sit there like a sullen reproach when times turn bad. It was a high-floor office, dark rosewood all over the place, cream linen window blinds, brass accents, a huge slab of a desk, an Italian table light, a big computer that had cost more than it needed to. The computer was glowing and waiting for a password. The CEO typed it in and hit enter, and the screen redrew into a spreadsheet. It was the only spreadsheet that told the truth about the company. That was why it was protected by a password. "Are we going to make it?" the CEO asked. That day had been D-Day. D stood for downsizing. Their human resources manager out at the manufacturing plant on Long Island had been busy since 8 o'clock that morning. His secretary had rustled up a long line of chairs in the corridor outside his office, and the chairs had been filled with a long line of people. The people had waited most of the day, shuffling up one place every 5 minutes, then shuffling off the end of the line into the human resources manager's office for a 5-minute interview that terminated their livelihoods. Thank you and goodbye. "Are we going to make it?" the CEO asked again. The finance director was copying large numbers onto a sheet of paper. He subtracted one from another and looked at a calendar. He shrugged. "In theory, yes," he said. "In practice, no." The CEO repeated. "It's the time factor," the finance director said. "We did the right thing out at the plant, no doubt about that. 80% of the people gone saves us 91% of the payroll because we only kept the cheap ones, but we paid them all up to the end of next month, so the cash flow enhancement doesn't hit us for 6 weeks. And in fact, right now the cash flow gets much worse because the little bastards are all out there cashing a 6-week paycheck." The CEO sighed and nodded. "So how much do we need?" The finance director used the mouse and expanded a window. $1.1 million, he said, for 6 weeks. "Bank? Forget it," the finance director said. "I'm over there every day, kissing ass just to keep what we already owe them." I ask for more, they'll laugh in my face. Worse things could happen to you, the CEO said. That's not the point, the finance director said. The point is they get a sniff. We're still not healthy. They'll call those loans in a heartbeat. The CEO drummed his fingers on the rosewood and shrugged. I'll sell some stock, he said. The finance director shook his head. You can't, he said patiently. You put stock in the market, the price will go through the floor. Our existing borrowing is secured on stock, and if it gets any more worthless, they'll close us down tomorrow. Shit, the CEO said. We're 6 weeks away. I'm not going to lose all this for 6 lousy weeks. Not for a lousy $1,000,000. It's a trivial amount. A trivial amount we haven't got. Got to be somewhere we can get it. The finance director made no reply to that, but he was sitting there like he had something more to say. What? The CEO asked him. I heard some talk, he said. Guys, I know gossiping. There's maybe somewhere we can go for 6 weeks. It might be worth it. There's an outfit I heard about. A lender of last resort type of thing. On the level, apparently, the finance director said. Looks very respectable. Big office over in the World Trade Center. He specializes in cases like this. The CEO glared at the screen. Cases like what? Like this, the finance director repeated, where you're almost home and dry, but the banks are too tight-assed to see it. The CEO nodded and gazed around the office. It was a beautiful place. And his own office was 2 floors higher on a Comer and even more beautiful. Okay, he said, do it. I can't do it. The finance director said, this guy won't deal below CEO level. You'll have to do it. It started out a quiet night in the Nude Bar. A midweek evening in June, way too late for the snowbirds and the spring breakers, too early for the summer vacationers who came down to roast. Not more than maybe 40 people in all night. 2 girls behind the bar, 3 girls out there dancing. Reacher was watching a woman called Crystal. He assumed that was not her real name, but he had never asked. She was the best. She earned a lot more than Reacher had ever earned as a major in the military police. She spent a percentage of her income running an old black Porsche. Reacher sometimes heard it in the early afternoons, rumbling and blatting around the blocks where he was working. The bar was a long, narrow upstairs room with a runway and a small circular stage with a shiny chrome pole. Snaking around the runway and the stage was a line of chairs. There were mirrors everywhere, and where there weren't, the walls were painted flat black. The whole place pulsed and pounded to loud music coming out of a half-dozen speakers serious enough to drown out the roar of the air conditioning. Reacher was at the bar back to 1/3 of the way into the room. Near enough the door to be seen straight away, far enough into the room that people wouldn't forget he was there. The woman called Crystal had finished her 3rd spot and was hauling a harmless guy backstage for a $20 private show when Reacher saw 2 men emerge at the top of the stairs. Strangers from the north, maybe 30 years old, bulky, pale, menacing, northern tough guys in $1,000 suits and shined shoes. Down here in some kind of a big hurry, still dressed for their city office. They were standing at the desk arguing about the $3 cover charge. The girl at the desk glanced anxiously at Reacher. He slid off his stool, walked over. Problem, guys? He asked. He had used what he called his college kid walk. He had noticed that college boys walk with a curious, tensed-up, limping motion, especially on the beach, in their shorts. As if they were so tremendously muscle-bound they couldn't quite make their limbs operate in the normal way. He thought it made 130-pound teenagers look pretty comical. But he had learned it made a 250-pound, 6'5" guy look pretty scary. The college kid walk was a tool of his new trade, a tool that worked. Certainly the 2 guys in their $1,000 suits looked reasonably impressed by it. Problem? He asked again. That one word was usually enough. Most guys backed off at that point. But these 2 didn't up close. He felt something coming off them, some kind of a blend of menace and confidence, some arrogance in there, maybe a suggestion they normally got their own way. But they were far from home, far enough south of their own turf to act a little circumspect. No problem, Tarzan. The left-hand guy said. Reacher smiled. He had been called a lot of things, but that was a new one. $3 to come in, he said. Or it's free to go back downstairs. We just want to speak with somebody, the right-hand guy said, accents from both of them from somewhere in New York. Reacher shrugged. We don't do too much speaking in here, he said. Music's too loud. What's your name? The left-hand guy asked. Reacher smiled again. Tarzan, he said. We're looking for a guy called Reacher, the guy said back. Jack Reacher, you know him? Reacher shook his head. Never heard of him, he said. So we need to talk to the girls, the guy said. We were told they might know him. Reacher shook his head again. They don't, he said. The right-hand guy was looking past Reacher's shoulder into the long, narrow room. He was glancing at the girls behind the bar. He was figuring Reacher for the only security on duty. Okay, Tarzan, step aside, he said. We're coming in now. Can you read? Reacher asked him. Big words and all? He pointed up at a sign hanging above the desk, big day-glow letters on a black background. It read, Management reserves the right to refuse admission. I'm management, Reacher said. I'm refusing you admission. The guy glanced between the sign and Reacher's face. You want a translation? Reacher asked him. Words of one syllable, it means I'm the boss and you can't come in. Save it, Tarzan, the guy said. Reacher let him get level, shoulder to shoulder on his way past. Then he raised his left hand and caught the guy's elbow. He straightened the joint with his palm and dug his fingers into the soft nerves at the bottom of the guy's tricep. It's like getting a continuous pounding on the funny bone. The guy was jumping around like he was getting flooded with electricity. Downstairs, Reacher said softly, the other guy was busy calculating the odds. Reacher saw him doing it and figured full and fair disclosure was called for. He held his right hand up, eye level, to confirm it was free and ready for activity. It was a huge hand, brown caul-used from the shovel handle, and the guy got the message. He shrugged and started down the stairs. Reacher straight-armed his pal after him. We'll see you again, the guy said. Bring all your friends, Reacher called down. $3 each to get in. He started back into the room. The dancer called Crystal was standing right there behind him. What did they want, she asked. He shrugged, looking for somebody. Somebody called Reacher? He nodded. Second time today, she said. There was an old guy in here before he paid the $3. You want to go after them, check them out? He hesitated. She swept his shirt off the bar stool and handed it to him. Go for it, she said. We're okay in here for a spell. Quiet night. He took the shirt, pulled the sleeves right side out. Thanks, Crystal, he said. He put the shirt on and buttoned it, headed for the stairs. You're welcome, Reacher, she called after him. He spun around, but she was already walking back toward the stage. He looked blankly at the desk girl and headed down to the street. Key West at 11 in the evening is about as lively as it gets. Some people are halfway through their night. Others are just starting out. Duval is the main street running the length of the island east to west, bathed in light and noise. Reacher wasn't worried about the guys waiting for him on Duval, too crowded. If they had revenge on their minds, they'd pick a quieter location, of which there was a fair choice. Off Duval, especially to the north, it gets quiet quickly. The town is miniature. The blocks are tiny. A short stroll takes you 20 blocks up into what Reacher thought of as the suburbs, where he dug pools into the tiny yards behind the small houses. The street lighting gets haphazard and the bar noise fades into the heavy buzz of nighttime insects. The smell of beer and smoke is replaced by the heavy stink of tropical plants blooming and rotting in the gardens. He walked a sort of spiral through the darkness. Nobody around. He walked in the middle of the road. Anybody hiding in a doorway, he wanted to give them 10 or 15 feet of open space to cover. He wasn't worried about getting shot at. The guys had no guns. Their suits proved it, too tight to conceal weapons, and the suits meant they'd come south in a hurry, flown down. No easy way to get on a plane with a gun in your pocket. He gave it up after a mile or so, a tiny town, but still big enough for a couple of guys to lose themselves in. He turned left along the edge of the graveyard and headed back toward the noise. There was a guy on the sidewalk against the chain-link fence, sprawled out and inert. Not an unusual sight in Key West, but there was something wrong, and something familiar. The wrong thing was the guy's arm. It was trapped under his body. The shoulder nerves would be shrieking hard enough to cut through however drunk or stoned the guy was. The familiar thing was the pale gleam of an old beige jacket. The top half of the guy was light, the bottom half was dark. Beige jacket, gray pants. Reacher paused and glanced around, stepped near, crouched down. It was Costello. His face was pounded to pulp, masked in blood. There were crusty brown rivulets all over the triangle of blue-white city skin, showing through at the neck of his shirt. Reacher felt for the pulse behind the ear. Nothing. He touched the skin with the back of his hand. Cool. No rigor, but then it was a hot night. The guy was dead, maybe an hour. He checked inside the jacket. The overloaded wallet was gone. Then he saw the hands. The fingertips had been sliced off. All 10 of them, quick, efficient, angled cuts with something neat and sharp, not a scalpel, a broader blade, maybe a linoleum knife. 2. It's my fault, Reacher said. Crystal shook her head. You didn't kill the guy, she said. Then she looked up at him sharply. Did you? I got him killed, Reacher said. Is there a difference? The bar had closed at 1 o'clock, and they were side by side on 2 chairs next to the empty stage. The lights were off and there was no music, no sound at all, except the hum of the air conditioning running at quarter speed, sucking the stale smoke and sweat out into the still night air of the Keys. I should have told him, Reacher said. I should have just told him, sure, I'm Jack Reacher. Then he'd have told me whatever he had to tell me, and he'd be back home by now, and I could have just ignored it all anyway. I'd be no worse off, and he'd still be alive. Crystal was dressed in a white t-shirt, nothing else. It was a long t-shirt, but not quite long enough. Reacher was not looking at her. Why do you care, she asked. It was a Keys question. Not callous, just mystified at his concern about a stranger down from another country. He looked at her. I feel responsible, he said. No. You feel guilty, she said. He nodded. Well, you shouldn't, she said. You didn't kill him. Is there a difference? He asked again. Of course there is, she said. Who was he? A private detective, he said, looking for me. Why? He shook his head. No idea, he said. Were those other guys with him? He shook his head again. No, he said. Those other guys killed him. She looked at him, startled. They did? That's my guess, he said. They weren't with him, that's for sure. They were younger and richer than he was, dressed like that. Those suits didn't look like his subordinates anyway. He struck me as a loner, so the 2 of them were working for somebody else. Probably told to follow him down here, find out what the hell he was doing. He must have stepped on some toes up north, given somebody a problem. So he was tailed down here. They caught up with him, beat out of him who he was looking for. So then they came looking, too. They killed him to get your name? Looks that way, he said. Are you going to tell the cops? Another Keys question. Involving the cops with anything was a matter for long and serious debate. He shook his head for the 3rd time. No, he said. They'll trace him then. They'll be looking for you, too. Not right away, he said. There's no ID on the body. And no fingerprints either. Could be weeks before they even find out who he was. So what are you going to do? I'm going to find Mrs. Jacob, he said, the client. She's looking for me. You know her? No, but I want to find her. Why? He shrugged. I need to know what's going on, he said. Why? She asked again. He stood up and looked at her in a mirror on the wall. He was suddenly very restless, suddenly more than ready to get right back to reality. You know why? He said to her. The guy was killed because of something to do with me, so that makes me involved, okay? She stretched a long, bare leg onto the chair he had just vacated, pondered his feeling of involvement like it was some kind of an obscure hobby. Legitimate, but strange, like folk dancing. Okay, so how? She asked. I'll go to his office, he said. Maybe he had a secretary. At least there'll be records there. Phone numbers, addresses, client agreements. This Mrs. Jacob was probably his latest case. She'll probably be top of the pile. So, where's his office? I don't know, he said. New York somewhere, according to the way he sounded. I know his name. I know he was an ex-cop. An ex-cop called Costello, about 60 years old. Can't be too hard to find. He was an ex-cop? She asked. Why? Most private dicks are, right? He said. They retire early and poor, they hang out a shingle, they set up as one-man bands, divorce and missing persons, and that thing about my bank? He knew all the details. No way to do that, except through a favor from an old buddy still on the job. She smiled, slightly interested, stepped over and joined him near the bar, stood next to him, close, her hip against his thigh. How do you know all this complicated stuff? He listened to the rush of the air through the extractors. I was an investigator myself, he said. Military police, 13 years, I was pretty good at it. I'm not just a pretty face. You're not even a pretty face, she said back. Don't flatter yourself. When do you start? He looked around in the darkness. Right now, I guess, certain to be an early flight out of Miami. She smiled again, this time warily.
And how are you going to get to Miami?
She asked. This time of night, he smiled back at her, confidently. You're going to drive me, he said. Do I have time to get dressed? Just shoes, he said. He walked her around to the garage where her old Porsche was hidden. He rolled the door open, and she slid into the car and fired it up. She drove him the half-mile north to his motel, taking it slowly, waiting until the oil warmed through, the big tires banged on broken pavement and thumped into potholes. She eased to a stop opposite his neon lobby and waited, the motor running fast against the choke. He opened his door and then he closed it again gently. Let's just go, he said. Nothing in there I want to take with me, she nodded in the glow from the dash. Okay, buckle up, she said. She snicked it into first and took off through the town, cruised up North Roosevelt Drive, checked the gauges and hung a left onto the causeway, switched on the radar detectors, mashed the pedal into the carpet, and the rear end dug in hard. Reacher was pressed backward into the leather like he was leaving Key West on board a fighter plane. She kept the Porsche above 3 figures all the way north to Key Largo. Reacher was enjoying the ride. She was a great driver, smooth, economical in her movements, flicking up and down the box, keeping the motor wailing, keeping the tiny car in the center of her lane, using the cornering forces to catapult herself out into the straightaways. She was smiling, her flawless face illuminated by the red dials, not an easy car to drive fast. The heavy motor is slung out way behind the rear axle, ready to swing like a vicious pendulum, ready to trap the driver who gets it wrong for longer than a split second, but she was getting it right. Mile for mile, she was covering the ground as fast as a light plane. Then the radar detectors started screaming and the lights of Key Largo appeared a mile ahead. She braked hard and rumbled through the town and floored it again and blasted north toward the dark horizon. A tight curving left over the bridge onto the mainland of America and north toward the town called Homestead, on a flat, straight road cut through the swamp. Then a tight right onto the highway, high speed all the way, radar detectors on maximum, and they were at Miami departures just before 5 o'clock in the morning. She eased to a stop in the drop-off lane and waited, motor running. Well, thanks for the ride, Reacher said to her. She smiled. Pleasure, she said. Believe me. He opened the door and stared forward. Okay, he said. See you later, I guess. She shook her head. No, you won't, she said. Guys like you never come back. You leave and you don't come back. He sat in the warmth of her car. The motor popped and burbled. The mufflers ticked as they cooled. She leaned toward him, dipped the clutch, and shoved the gear shift into first so that she had room to get close, threaded an arm behind his head and kissed him hard on the lips. Goodbye, Reacher, she said. I'm glad I got to know your name, at least. He kissed her back hard and long. So, what's your name? He asked. Crystal, she said, and laughed. He laughed with her and lifted himself up and out of the car. She leaned across and pulled the door behind him, gunned the motor and drove away. He stood by himself on the curb and watched her go. She turned in front of a hotel bus and was lost to sight. 3 months of his life disappeared with her like the haze of her exhaust. 5 o'clock in the morning, 50 miles north of New York City, the CEO was lying in bed, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. It had just been painted. The whole house had just been painted. He had paid the decorators more than most of his employees earned in a year. Actually, he hadn't paid them. He had fudged their invoice through his office and his company had paid them. The expense was hidden somewhere in the secret spreadsheet, part of a seven-figure total for buildings maintenance. A seven-figure total on the debit side of the accounts, pulling his business down like heavy cargo sinks a listing ship, like a straw breaks a camel's back. His name was Chester Stone. His father's name had been Chester Stone, and his grandfather's. His grandfather had established the business back when a spreadsheet was called a ledger and written by hand with a pen. His grandfather's ledger had been heavy on the credit side. He had been a clockmaker who spotted the coming appeal of the cinema very early. He had used his expertise with gear wheels and intricate little mechanisms to build a projector. He had taken on board a partner who could get big lenses ground in Germany. Together they had dominated the market and made a fortune. The partner had died young with no heirs. Cinema had boomed from coast to coast, hundreds of movie theaters. Hundreds of projectors, then thousands, then tens of thousands, then sound, then cinemascope, big entries on the credit side of the ledger, then TV, movie houses closing down, and the ones that stayed open hanging on to their old equipment until it fell apart, his father, Chester Stone, too, taking control, diversifying, looking at the appeal of home movies, 8mm projectors, clockwork cameras, the vivid era of Kodachrome Zapruder, the new manufacturing plant. Big profits ticking up on the slow, wide tape of an early IBM mainframe, then the movies coming back. His father dying, the young Chester Stone III at the helm, multiplexes everywhere, 4 projectors, 6, 12, 16, where there had been just one before, then stereo, 5-channel Dolby Digital, wealth and success, marriage, the move to the mansion, the cars, then video, 8mm home movies deader, then the deadest thing that ever died, then competition. Cutthroat bidding from new outfits in Germany and Japan and Korea and Taiwan, taking the multiplex business out from underneath him. The desperate search for anything to make out of small pieces of sheet metal and precision-cut gears, anything at all, the ghastly realization that mechanical things were yesterday's things, the explosion of solid-state microchips, RAM, games, consoles, huge profits being made from things he had no idea how to manufacture. Big deficits piling up inside the silent software on his desktop machine. His wife stirred at his side. She blinked open her eyes and turned her head left and right, first to check the clock and then to look at her husband. She saw his stare fixed on the ceiling. "Not sleeping?" she asked, quietly. He made no reply. She looked away. Her name was Marilyn. Marilyn Stone. She had been married to Chester for a long time, long enough to know she knew it all. She had no real details, no real proof, no inclusion, but she knew it all anyway. How could she not know? She had eyes and a brain. It was a long time since she had seen her husband's products proudly displayed in any store. It was a long time since any multiplex owner had dined them in celebration of a big new order, and it was a long time since Chester had slept a whole night through, so she knew, but she didn't care. For richer, for poorer was what she had said, and it was what she had meant. Rich had been good, but poor could be good too. Not that they would ever be poor like some people are poor, sell the damn house, liquidate the whole sorry mess, and they would still be way more comfortable than she had ever expected to be. They were still young. Well, not young, but not old either. Healthy, they had interests, they had each other. Chester was worth having. Gray, but still trim and firm and vigorous. She loved him, he loved her, and she was still worth having. She knew that. 40-something, but 29 in her head. Still slim, still blonde, still exciting, adventurous, still worth having in any old sense of the phrase. It was all going to be okay. Marilyn Stone breathed deeply and rolled over, pressed herself into the mattress, fell back to sleep. 5:30 in the morning, while her husband lay quietly beside her and stared at the ceiling. Reacher stood inside the departures terminal, breathing the canned air, his tan turning yellow in the fluorescence, listening to a dozen conversations in Spanish, checking a television monitor. New York was at the top of the list as he had thought it would be. First flight of the day was Delta to LaGuardia via Atlanta in half an hour. Second was Mexicana heading south. Third was United, also to LaGuardia, but direct, leaving in an hour. He headed to the United ticket desk. Asked about the price of a one-way coach, nodded, and walked away. He walked to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror, pulled his cash roll from his pocket, and assembled the price he had just been quoted from the smallest bills he had. Then he buttoned his shirt all the way up and smoothed his hair down with his palm, walked back out and over to the Delta counter. The ticket price was the same as United's. He knew it would be. It always is, somehow. He counted the money out, ones and tens and fives, and the counter girl took it all and straightened the bills and shuffled them into denominations. "Your name, sir?" she asked. "Truman," Reacher said, "like the president." The girl looked blank. She was probably born overseas during Nixon's final days, maybe during Carter's first year. Reacher didn't care. He had been born overseas at the start of Kennedy's term. He wasn't about to say anything. Truman was ancient history to him, too. The girl typed the name into her console and the ticket printed out. She put it in a folder with a red and blue world on it, then she tore it straight back out. "I can check you in right now," she said. Reacher nodded. The problem with paying cash for an airline ticket, especially at Miami International, is the war on drugs. If he had swaggered up to the desk and pulled his roll of hundreds, the girl would have been obliged to tread on a small secret button on the floor under her counter. Then she would have fiddled with her keyboard until the police came in, left and right. The police would have seen a big rough guy with a tan and a big wad of cash and figured him for a courier straight off the bat. Their strategy is to chase the drugs for sure, but to chase the money too. They won't let you put it in the bank. They won't let you spend it without getting all concerned about it. They assume normal citizens use plastic cards for big purchases, especially for travel, especially at the airport desk 20 minutes before takeoff, and that assumption would lead to delay and hassle and paperwork, which were three things Reacher was always keen to avoid, so he had evolved a careful act. He made himself look like a guy who couldn't even get a credit card if he wanted one, like a down-on-his-luck insolvent roughneck buttoning the shirt and carefully fingering the small bills were what did it. It gave him a shy, embarrassed look. It put the counter clerks on his side. They were all underpaid and struggling with their own maxed-out plastic. So they looked up and saw a guy just a little farther down the road than they were, and sympathy was their instinctive reaction, not suspicion. "Gate B6, sir," the girl said. "I've given you a window." "Thanks," Reacher said. He walked to the gate and 15 minutes later was accelerating down the runway with pretty much the same feeling as being back in Crystal's Porsche, except he had a lot less legroom and the seat next to him was empty. Chester Stone gave it up at 6 o'clock. He shut off the alarm a half hour before it was due to sound and slid out of bed quietly so as not to wake Marilyn. He took his robe from the hook and padded out of the bedroom and downstairs to the kitchen. His stomach was too acid to contemplate breakfast, so he made do with coffee and headed for the shower in the guest suite where it didn't matter if he made noise. He wanted to let Marilyn sleep, and he didn't want her to know that he couldn't. Every night she woke and made some comment about him lying there, but she never followed up on it, so he figured she didn't remember it by the morning, or else she put it down to some kind of a dream. He was pretty sure she didn't know anything, and he was happy to keep it that way, because it was bad enough dealing with the problems without worrying about her worrying about them as well. He shaved and spent his shower time thinking about what to wear and how to act. Truth was, he would be approaching this guy practically on his knees, a lender of last resort, his last hope, his last chance, somebody who held the whole of his future in the palm of his hand. So how to approach such a guy? Not on his knees. That was not how the game of business is played. If you look like you really need a loan, you don't get it. You only get it if you look like you don't really need it. Like it's a matter of very little consequence to you, like it's a 50-50 decision whether you even allow the guy to climb on board with you and share a little wedge of the big exciting profits just around the next comer. Like your biggest problem is deciding exactly whose loan offer you're even going to consider. A white shirt for sure, and a quiet tie. But which suit? The Italians were maybe too flashy. Not the Armani. He had to look like a serious man. Rich enough to buy a dozen Armanis for sure, but somehow too serious to consider doing that. Too serious and too preoccupied with weighty affairs to spend time shopping on Madison Avenue. He decided heritage was the feature to promote an unbroken three-generation heritage of business success, maybe reflected in a dynastic approach to dressing, like his grandfather had taken his father to his tailor and introduced him. Then his father had taken him in turn. Then he thought about his Brooks Brothers suit, old but nice, a quiet check, vented, slightly warm for June. Would Brooks Brothers be a clever double bluff, like saying, "I'm so rich and successful it really doesn't matter to me what I wear," or would he look like a loser? He pulled it off the rack and held it against his body. Classic but dowdy, he looked like a loser. He put it back, tried the gray Savile Row from London. Perfect. It made him look like a gentleman of substance, wise, tasteful, infinitely trustworthy. He selected a tie with just a hint of pattern and a pair of solid black shoes, put it all on and twisted left and right in front of the mirror. Couldn't be better. Looking like that, he might almost trust himself. He finished his coffee, dabbed his lips, and slipped through to the garage. Fired up the Benz and was on an uncongested Merritt Parkway by 6:45. Reacher spent 50 minutes on the ground in Atlanta, then took off again and swung east and north toward New York. The sun was up out over the Atlantic and was coming in through the right-hand windows with the freezing brightness of high-altitude dawn. He was drinking coffee. The stewardess had offered him water, but he'd taken the coffee instead. It was thick and strong, and he was drinking it black. He was using it to fuel his brain, trying to figure who the hell Mrs. Jacob could be, and why she had paid Costello to scour the country for him. They stacked up over LaGuardia. Reacher loved that. Low, lazy circles over Manhattan in the bright morning sun, like a million movies without the soundtrack. The plane rocking and tilting, the tall buildings sliding by under them, tinted gold by the sun, the Twin Towers, the Empire State Building, the Chrysler, his favorite, Citicorp. Then they were looping around and diving for the North Shore of Queens and landing. The buildings of Midtown across the river raked past the tiny windows as they turned to taxi into the terminal. His appointment was for 9 o'clock. He hated that, not because of the time. 9 o'clock was halfway through the morning for most of the Manhattan business community. The hour was not upsetting him, it was the fact that he had an appointment at all. It was a very long time indeed since Chester Stone had made an appointment to see anybody. In fact, he couldn't accurately recall ever making an appointment to see anybody. Maybe his grandfather had in the very early days. Since then, it had always worked the other way around. All three Chester Stones, be it first, second, or third, had secretaries who graciously tried to fit supplicants into a busy schedule. Many times, people had waited days for a provisional window and then hours in an anteroom. But now it was different, and it was burning him up. He was early because he was anxious. He had spent 40 minutes in his office reviewing his options. He had none. Whichever way he cut it, he was $1.1 million and 6 weeks short of success. And that was choking him, too, because it wasn't a spectacular crash and burn, not a total disaster. It was a measured and realistic response to the market that was almost all the way there, but not quite. Like a heroic drive off the tee that lands an inch short of the green. Very, very close, but not close enough. 9 o'clock in the morning, the World Trade Center on its own is the sixth largest city in New York State, bigger than Albany, only 16 acres of land, but a daytime population of 130,000 people. Chester Stone felt like most of them were swirling around him as he stood in the plaza. His grandfather would have been standing in the Hudson River. Chester himself had watched from his own office window as the landfill inched out into the water and the giant towers had risen from the dry riverbed. He checked his watch and went inside, took an elevator to the 88th floor, and stepped out into a quiet, deserted corridor. The ceiling was low and the space was narrow. There were locked doors leading into offices. They had small, rectangular, wired glass portholes set off center. He found the right door and glanced through the glass and pressed the buzzer. The lock clicked back and he went inside to a reception area. It looked like a normal office suite, surprisingly ordinary. There was a brass and oak counter, an attempt at opulence, and a male receptionist sitting behind it. Chester paused and straightened his back and stepped over toward him. "Chester Stone," he said firmly. "I've got a 9 o'clock with Mr. Hobie." The male receptionist was the first surprise. He had expected a woman. The second surprise was that he was shown straight in. He was not kept waiting. He had expected to sit for a spell, out there in reception, in an uncomfortable chair. That's how he would have done it. If some desperate person was coming to him for a last-ditch loan, he'd have let him sweat for 20 minutes. Surely that was an elementary psychological move. The inner office was very large. Walls had been removed. It was dark. One wall was all windows, but they were covered with vertical blinds open no more than narrow slits. There was a big desk facing it where 3 sofas completing a square. There were lamp tables at each end of each sofa, a huge square coffee table in the middle, brass and glass, standing on a rug. The whole thing looked like a living room display in a store window. There was a man behind the desk. Stone started the long walk in toward him. He dodged between the sofas and crabbed around the coffee table, approached the desk, stuck out his right hand. "Mr. Hobie?" he said. "I'm Chester Stone." The man behind the desk was burned. He had scar tissue all the way down one side of his face. It was scaly like a reptile's skin. Stone stared away from it in horror, but he was still seeing it in the comber of his eye. It was textured like an overcooked chicken's foot, but it was unnaturally pink. There was no hair growing where it ran up over the scalp. Then there were crude tufts shading into proper hair on the other side. The hair was gray, the scars were hard and lumpy, but the skin on the unburned side was soft and lined. The guy was maybe 50 or 55. He was sitting there, his chair pushed in close to the desk, his hands down in his lap. Stone was standing there, forcing himself not to look away, his right hand stuck out over the desk. It was a very awkward moment. There is nothing more awkward than standing there ready to shake hands while the gesture is ignored. Foolish to keep standing there like that, but somehow worse to pull your hand back. So he kept it extended, waiting. Then the man moved. He used his left hand to push back from the desk, brought his right hand up to meet Stone's, but it wasn't a hand. It was a glittering metal hook. It started way up under his cuff, not an artificial hand, not a clever prosthetic device, just a simple hook, the shape of a capital letter J, forged from shiny stainless steel and polished like a sculpture. Stone nearly went to grasp it anyway, but then he pulled back and froze. The man smiled, a brief, generous smile with the mobile half of his face, like it meant nothing to him at all. "They call me Hook Hobie," he said. He sat there with his face rigid, and the hook held up like an object for examination. Stone swallowed and tried to recover his composure. Wondered if he should offer his left hand instead. He knew some people did that. His great-uncle had had a stroke. The last 10 years of his life, he always shook left-handed. "Take a seat," Hook Hobie said. Stone nodded gratefully and backed away. Sat on the end of the sofa. It put him sideways on, but he was happy just to be doing something. Hobie looked at him and laid his arm on the desktop. The hook hit the wood with a quiet metallic sound. "You want to borrow money?" he said. The burned side of his face did not move at all. It was thick and hard like a crocodile's back. Stone felt his stomach going acid, and he looked straight down at the coffee table. Then he nodded and ran his palms over the knees of his trousers. Nodded again and tried to remember his script. "I need to bridge a gap," he said. 6 weeks, 1.1 million. Bank?" Hobie asked. Stone stared at the floor. The tabletop was glass, and there was a patterned rug under it. He shrugged wisely, as if he were including 100 fine points of arcane business strategy in a single gesture, communicating with a man he wouldn't dream of insulting by suggesting he was in any way ignorant of any of them. "I prefer not to," he said. "We have an existing loan package, of course, but I beat them down to a hell of a favorable rate based on the premise that it was all fixed amount, fixed-term stuff with no rolling component. You'll appreciate that. I don't want to upset those arrangements for such a trivial amount." Hobie moved his right arm, the hook dragged over the wood. "Bullshit, Mr. Stone," he said quietly. Stone made no reply. He was listening to the hook. "Were you in the service?" Hobie asked him. "Excuse me? Were you drafted Vietnam?" Stone swallowed. The burns and the hook. "I missed out," he said, "deferred for college. I was very keen to go, of course, but the war was over by the time I graduated." Hobie nodded slowly. I went, he said, and one of the things I learned over there was the value of intelligence gathering. It's a lesson I apply in my business. There was silence in the dark office. Stone nodded, moved his head and stared at the edge of the desk, changed the script. Okay, he said. Can't blame me for trying to put a brave face on it, right? You're in relatively deep shit, Hobie said. You're actually paying your bank top points, and they'll say no to any further funds, but you're doing a reasonably good job of digging yourself out from under. You're nearly out of the woods. Nearly, Stone agreed. 6 weeks and 1.1 million away is all. I specialize, Hobie said. Everybody specializes. My arena is cases exactly like yours. Fundamentally sound enterprises with temporary and limited exposure problems, problems that can't be solved by the banks because they specialize too in other arenas, such as being dumb and unimaginative as shit. He moved the hook again, scraping it across the oak. My charges are reasonable, he said. I'm not a loan shark. We're not talking about hundreds of % interest here. I could see my way to advancing you 1.1, say 6% to cover the 6 weeks. Stone ran his palms over his thighs again. 6% for 6 weeks, equivalent to an annual rate of what? Nearly 52%, borrow 1.1 million now, pay it all back plus $66,000 in interest 6 weeks from now, $11,000 a week. Not quite a loan shark's terms, not too far away either, but at least the guy was saying yes. What about security, Stone asked. I'll take an equity position, Hobie said. Stone forced himself to raise his head and look at him. He figured this was some kind of a test. He swallowed hard. Figured he was so close, honesty was the best policy. The stock's worth nothing, he said quietly. Hobie nodded his terrible head like he was pleased with the reply. Right now it isn't, he said, but it will be worth something soon, right? Only after your exposure is terminated, Stone said. Catch-22, right? The stock only goes back up after I repay you, when I'm out of the woods. So I'll benefit then, Hobie said. I'm not talking about a temporary transfer. I'm going to take an equity position, and I'm going to keep it. Keep it, Stone said. He couldn't keep the surprise out of his voice. 52% interest and a gift of stock. I always do, Hobie said. It's a sentimental thing. I like to have a little part of all the businesses I help. Most people are glad to make the arrangement. Stone swallowed, looked away, examined his options, shrugged. Sure, he said. I guess that's okay. Hobie reached to his left and rolled open a drawer, pulled out a printed form, slid it across to the front of the desk. I prepared this, he said. Stone crouched forward off the sofa and picked it up. It was a loan agreement, 1.1 million, 6 weeks, 6%, and a standard stock transfer protocol for a chunk that was worth $1 million not long ago and might be again very soon. He blinked. Can't do it any other way, Hobie said. Like I told you, I specialize. I know this comer of the market. You won't get better anyplace else. Fact is, you won't get a damn thing anyplace else. Hobie was 6 feet away behind the desk, but Stone felt he was right next to him on the sofa with his awful face jammed in his and the glittering hook ripping through his guts. He nodded, just a faint, silent movement of his head, and went into his coat for his fat Mont Blanc fountain pen. Stretched forward and signed in both places against the cold, hard glass of the coffee table. Hobie watched him and nodded in turn. I assume you want the money in your operating account? He asked. Where the other banks won't see it. Stone nodded again in a daze. That would be good, he said. Hobie made a note. It'll be there in an hour. Thank you, Stone said. It seemed appropriate. So now I'm the one who's exposed, Hobie said. 6 weeks. No real security. Not a nice feeling at all. There won't be a problem, Stone said, looking down. Hobie nodded. I'm sure there won't, he said. He leaned forward and pressed the intercom in front of him. Stone heard a buzzer sounding faintly outside in the anteroom. The Stone dossier, please, Hobie said into the microphone. There was silence for a moment, and then the door opened. The male receptionist walked over to the desk. He was carrying a thin green file. He bent and placed it in front of Hobie, walked back out and closed the door quietly. Hobie used his hook to push the file over to the front edge of the desk. "Take a look," he said. Stone crouched forward and took the file, opened it up. There were photographs in it. Several big 8x10s in glossy black and white. The first photograph was of his house, clearly taken from inside a car stopped at the end of his driveway. The second was of his wife, Marilyn, shot with a long lens as she walked in the flower garden. The third was of Marilyn coming out of her beauty parlor in town, a grainy long lens image, covert like a surveillance photograph. The fourth picture was a close-up of the license plate of her BMW. The fifth photograph was also of Marilyn, taken at night through their bedroom window. She was dressed in a bathrobe. Her hair was down, and it looked damp. Stone stared at it. To get that picture, the photographer had been standing on their back lawn. His vision blurred and his ears hummed with silence. Then he shuffled the pictures together and closed the file. Put it back on the desk, slowly. Hobie leaned forward and pressed the tip of his hook into the thick paper. He used it to pull the file back toward him. The hook rasped across the wood loudly in the silence. "That's my security, Mr. Stone," he said. "But like you just told me, I'm sure there won't be a problem." Chester Stone said nothing. Just stood up and threaded his way by all the furniture and over to the door, through the reception area and into the corridor and into the elevator. Down 88 floors and back outside where the bright morning sun hit him in the face like a blow. That same sun was on the back of Reacher's neck as he made his way into Manhattan in the rear seat of a gypsy cab. He preferred to use unlicensed operators, given the choice it suited his habit. No reason at all why anyone should ever want to trace his movements by checking with cab drivers, but a cab driver who couldn't admit to being one was the safest kind there was. And it gave the opportunity for a little negotiation about the fare. Not much negotiating to be done with the meter in a yellow taxi. They came in over the Triborough Bridge and entered Manhattan on 125th Street, drove west through traffic as far as Roosevelt Square. Reacher had the guy pull over there while he scanned around and thought for a moment. He was thinking about a cheap hotel, but he wanted one with working phones and intact phone books. His judgment was he couldn't meet all three requirements in that neighborhood. But he got out anyway and paid the guy off. Wherever he was going, he'd walk the last part, a cutout period on his own. It suited his habit. The two young men in the crumpled $1,000 suits waited until Chester Stone was well clear. Then they went into the inner office and threaded by the furniture and stood quietly in front of the desk. Hobie looked up at them and rolled open a drawer, put the signed agreements away with the photographs and took out a new pad of yellow paper. Then he laid his hook on the desktop and turned in his chair so the dim light from the window caught the good side of his face. "Well, we just got back," the first guy said. "You get the information I asked for?" The second guy nodded, sat down on the sofa. He was looking for a guy called Jack Reacher. Hobie made a note of the name on the yellow pad. "Who's he?" There was a short silence. "We don't know," the first guy said. Hobie nodded slowly. "Who was Costello's client?" Another short silence. "We don't know that either," the guy said. "Those are fairly basic questions," Hobie said. The guy just looked at him through the silence, uneasy. "You didn't think to ask those fairly basic questions?" The second guy nodded. "We asked them. We were asking them like crazy, but Costello wouldn't answer." "He was going to," the first guy said, "but he died on us." The second guy said he just upped and died. He was old, overweight. "It was maybe a heart attack, I think." "I'm very sorry, sir, we both are." Hobie nodded again slowly. "Exposure? Nil?" The first guy said, "He's unidentifiable." Hobie glanced down at the fingertips of his left hand. "Where's the knife?" "In the sea," the second guy said. Hobie moved his arm and tapped a little rhythm on the desktop with the point of his hook, thought hard and nodded again, decisively. "Okay, not your fault, I guess. Weak heart. What can you do?" The first guy relaxed and joined his partner on the sofa. They were off the hook, and that had a special meaning in this office. "We need to find the client," Hobie said into the silence. The two guys nodded and waited. "Costello must have had a secretary, right?" Hobie said. "She'll know who the client was. Bring her to me." The two guys stayed on the sofa. What? This Jack Reacher, the first guy said. Supposed to be a big guy, 3 months in the Keys. Costello told us people were talking about a big guy. Been there 3 months, worked nights in a bar. We went to see him. Big, tough guy, but he said he wasn't Jack Reacher. So? Miami Airport, the second guy said. We took United because it was direct. But there was an earlier flight just leaving Delta to Atlanta and New York. And the big guy from the bar, we saw him heading down to the gate. You sure? The first guy nodded. 99% certain. He was a long way ahead, but he's a real big guy. Difficult to miss. Hobie started tapping his hook on the desk again, lost in thought. Okay, he's Reacher, he said. Has to be right, Costello asking around, then you guys asking on the same day. It spooks him, and he runs. But where here? The second guy nodded. If he stayed on the plane in Atlanta, he's here. But why? Hobie asked. Who the hell is he? He thought for a moment and answered his own question. The secretary will tell me who the client is, right? Then he smiled. And the client will tell me who this Reacher guy is. The two guys in the smart suits nodded quietly and stood up, threaded their way around the furniture, and walked out of the office. Reacher was walking south through Central Park. Trying to get a grip on the size of the task he had set himself, he was confident he was in the right city. The 3 accents had been definitive, but there was a huge population to wade through. 7.5 million people spread out over the 5 boroughs, maybe altogether 18 million in the metropolitan area. 18 million people close enough to focus inward when they want a specialized urban service like a fast and efficient private detective. His gut assumption was Costello may have been located in Manhattan, but it was entirely possible that Mrs. Jacob was suburban. If you're a woman living somewhere in the suburbs and you want a private detective, where do you look for one? Not next to the supermarket or the video rental, not in the mall next to the dress shops. You pick up the yellow pages for the nearest major city and you start calling. You have an initial conversation and maybe the guy drives out to you, or you get on the train and come into him from anywhere in a big, dense area that stretches hundreds of square miles. He had given up on hotels. He didn't necessarily need to invest a lot of time. Could be he'd be in and out within an hour, and he could use more information than hotels had to offer. He needed phone books for all 5 boroughs and the suburbs. Hotels wouldn't have all of those, and he didn't need to pay the kind of rates hotels like to charge for phone calls. Digging swimming pools had not made him rich, so he was heading for the public library. 42nd Street and 5th. The biggest in the world? He couldn't remember. Maybe, maybe not, but certainly big enough to have all the phone books he needed, and big, wide tables and comfortable chairs. 4 miles from Roosevelt Square, an hour's brisk walk, interrupted only by traffic on the cross streets, and a quick diversion into an office supply store to buy a notebook and a pencil. The next guy into Hobie's inner office was the receptionist. He stepped inside and locked the door behind him, walked over and sat down on the end of the sofa nearest the desk, looked at Hobie long and hard and silently. What? Hobie asked him, although he knew what. You should get out, the receptionist said. It's risky now. Hobie made no reply, just held his hook in his left hand and traced its wicked metal curve with his remaining fingers. You planned, the receptionist said. You promised. No point planning and promising if you don't do what you're supposed to do. Hobie shrugged, said nothing. We heard from Hawaii, right? The receptionist said. You planned to run as soon as we heard from Hawaii. Costello never went to Hawaii, Hobie said. We checked. So that just makes it worse. Somebody else went to Hawaii, somebody we don't know. Routine, Hobie said. Had to be. Think about it. No reason for anybody to go to Hawaii until we've heard from the other end. It's a sequence. You know that. We hear from the other end. We hear from Hawaii, step 1, step 2, and then it's time to go. Not before. You promised, the guy said again. Too early, Hobie said. It's not logical. Think about it. You see somebody buy a gun and a box of bullets. They point the gun at you. Are you scared? Sure I am. I'm not, Hobie said, because they didn't load it. Step 1 is buy the gun and the bullets. Step 2 is load it. Until we hear from the other end, Hawaii is an empty gun. The receptionist laid his head back and stared up at the ceiling. "Why are you doing this?" Hobie rolled open his drawer and pulled out the Stone dossier, took out the signed agreement, tilted the paper until the dim light from the window caught the bright blue ink of his twins' signatures. 6 weeks, he said. Maybe less. That's all I need. The receptionist craned his head up again and squinted over. Need for what? The biggest score of my life, Hobie said. He squared the paper on the desk and trapped it under his hook. Stone just handed me his whole company. 3 generations of sweat and toil, and the stupid asshole just handed me the whole thing on a plate. No, he handed you shit on a plate. You're out $1.1 million in exchange for some worthless paper. Hobie smiled. Relax. Let me do the thinking. Okay, I'm the one who's good at it, right? Okay, so how? The guy asked. You know what? He owns big factory out on Long Island and a big mansion up in Pound Ridge, 500 houses all clustered around the factory, must be 3,000 acres all told, prime Long Island real estate near the shore crying out for development. The houses aren't his, the guy objected. Hobie nodded. No, they're mostly mortgaged to some little bank in Brooklyn. Okay, so how? The guy asked again. Just think about it, Hobie said. Suppose I put this stock in the market. You'll get shit for it, the guy said back. It's totally worthless. Exactly, it's totally worthless. But his bankers don't really know that yet. He's lied to them. He's kept his problems away from them. Why else would he come to me? So his bankers will have it rammed under their noses exactly how worthless their security is. A valuation straight from the exchange, they'll be told, this stock is worth exactly less than shit. Then what? They panic, the guy said. Correct, Hobie said. They panic. They're exposed with worthless security. They shit themselves until Hook Hobie comes along and offers them 20 cents on the dollar for Stone's debt. They'd take that 20 cents on the dollar? Hobie smiled. His scar tissue wrinkled. They'll take it, he said. They'll bite my other hand off to get it, and they'll include all the stock they hold, part of the deal. Okay, then what? What about the houses? Same thing, Hobie said. I own the stock. I own the factory out there. I close it down. No jobs. 500 defaulted mortgages. The Brooklyn Bank will get real shaky over that. I'll buy those mortgages for 10 cents on the dollar, foreclose everybody, and sling them out. Hire a couple of bulldozers, and I've got 3,000 acres of prime Long Island real estate right near the shore, plus a big mansion up in Pound Ridge. Total cost to me somewhere around $8.1 million. The mansion alone is worth $2 million. That leaves me down 6.1 for a package I can market for $100 million if I pitch it right. The receptionist was staring at him. That's why I need 6 weeks, Hobie said. Then the receptionist was shaking his head. It won't work, he said. It's an old family business. Stone still holds most of the stock himself. It's not all traded. His bank's only got some of it. You'd only be a minority partner. He wouldn't let you do all that stuff. Hobie shook his head in turn. He'll sell out to me all of it, the whole 9 yards. He won't. He will. There was good news and bad news at the public library. Plenty of people called Jacob listed in the phone books for Manhattan, the Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, Long Island, Westchester, the Jersey Shore, Connecticut. Reacher gave it an hour's radius from the city. People an hour away turn instinctively to the city when they need something. Farther out than that, maybe they don't. He made marks with his pencil in his notebook and counted 129 potential candidates for the anxious Mrs. Jacob. But the yellow pages showed no private investigators called Costello. Plenty of private Costellos in the white pages, but no professional listings under that name. Reacher sighed. He was disappointed, but not surprised. It would have been too good to be true to open up the book and see Costello investigations. We specialize in finding XMPs down in the Keys. Plenty of the agencies had generic names, a lot of them competing for the head of the alphabetical listings with a capital A as their first letter. ACE, ACME, A1, AA investigators. Others had plain geographical connotations like Manhattan or the Bronx. Some were heading upmarket by using the words paralegal services. One was claiming the heritage trade by calling itself Gumshoe. 2 were staffed only by women, working only for women. He pulled the white pages back and turned the page in his notebook and copied 15 numbers for the NYPD, sat for a while, weighing his options. Then he walked outside past the giant crouching lions and over to a payphone on the sidewalk. He propped his notebook on top of the phone with all the quarters he had in his pocket and started down his list of precinct houses. Each one he asked for administration. He figured he would get some grizzled old desk sergeant who would know everything worth knowing. He got the hit on his fourth call. The first 3 precincts were unable to help without sounding any too regretful about it. The fourth call started the same way, a ringtone, a quick transfer, a long pause, then a wheezing acknowledgement as the phone was answered deep in the bowels of some grimy file room. "I'm looking for a guy called Costello," he said. "Retired from the job and set up private, maybe on his own, maybe for somebody else, probably about 60. "Yeah, who are you?" a voice replied. Identical accent. Could have been Costello himself on the line. "Name's Carter," Reacher said, "like the president." "So what you want with Costello, Mr. Carter?" "I got something for him, but I lost his card," Reacher said. "Can't find his number in the book." "That's because Costello ain't in the book. He only works for lawyers. He don't work for the general public, so you know him." "Know him? Of course I know him. He worked detective out of this building 15 years. Not surprising I would know him. You know where his office is?" "Down in the village someplace," the voice said, and stopped. Reacher sighed away from the phone, like pulling teeth. "You know where in the village? Greenwich Avenue, if I recall. You got a street number? No. Phone number? No. You know a woman called Jacob? No. Should I?" "Just a long shot," Reacher said. "She was his client." "Never heard of her. Okay, thanks for your help," Reacher said. "Yeah," the voice said. Reacher hung up and walked back up the steps and inside, checked the Manhattan white pages again for a Costello on Greenwich Avenue. No listing. He put the books back on the shelf and went back out into the sun and started walking. Greenwich Avenue was a long, straight street running diagonally southeast from 14th Street and 8th to 8th Street and 6th. It was lined on both sides with pleasant low-rise village buildings, some of them with scooped-out semi-basement floors in use as small stores and galleries. Reacher walked the northern side first and found nothing. Dodged the traffic at the bottom and came back on the other side and found a small brass plaque exactly halfway up the street, fixed to the stone frame of a doorway. The plaque was a well-polished rectangle, one of a cluster, and it said Costello. The door was black, and it was open. Inside was a small lobby with a notice board, ridged felt press, and white plastic letters indicating the building was subdivided into 10 small office suites. Suite 5 was marked Costello. Beyond the lobby was a glass door locked. Reacher pressed the buzzer for 5. No reply. He used his knuckle and leaned on it, but it got him nowhere, so he pressed 6. A voice came back, distorted. "Yes?" "UPS," he said, and the glass door buzzed and clicked open. It was a 3-floor building, 4 if you counted the separate basement. Suites 1, 2, and 3 were on the first floor. He went up the stairs and found Suite 4 on his left, 6 on his right, and 5 right at the back of the building, with its door tucked under the angle of the staircase as it wound up to the 3rd story. The door was a polished mahogany affair, and it was standing open, not wide open, but open enough to be obvious. Reacher pushed it with his toe, and it swung on its hinges to reveal a small, quiet reception area the size of a motel room. It was decorated in a pastel color somewhere between light gray and light blue, thick carpet on the floor. A secretary's desk in the shape of the letter L, with a complicated telephone and a sleek computer. A filing cabinet and a sofa. There was a window with pebbled glass and another door leading straight ahead to an inner office. The reception area was empty, and it was quiet. Reacher stepped inside and closed the door behind him with his heel. The lock was latched back like the office had been opened up for business. He padded across the carpet to the inner door, wrapped his hand in his shirt tail and turned the knob, stepped through into a second room of equal size, Costello's room. There were framed black and white photographs of younger versions of the man he had met in the Keys standing with police commissioners and captains and local politicians Reacher did not recognize. Costello had been a thin man many years ago. The pictures showed him getting fatter as he got older, like a diet advertisement in reverse. The photographs were grouped on a wall to the right of a desk. The desk held a blotter and an old-fashioned inkwell and a telephone, and behind it was a leather chair, crushed into the shape of a heavy man. The left-hand wall held a window with more obscure glass and a line of locked cabinets. In front of the desk was a pair of client chairs, neatly arranged at a comfortable and symmetrical angle. Reacher stepped back to the outer office. There was a smell of perfume in the air. He threaded around the secretary's desk and found a woman's bag open, neatly stowed against the vanity panel to the left of the chair. The flap was folded back, revealing a soft leather wallet and a plastic pack of tissues. He took out his pencil and used the eraser end to poke the tissues aside. Underneath them was a clutter of cosmetics and a bunch of keys and the soft aroma of expensive cologne. The computer monitor was swirling with a watery screensaver. He used the pencil to nudge the mouse. The screen crackled and cleared and revealed a half-finished letter. The cursor was blinking patiently in the middle of an uncompleted word. That morning's date sat underneath a letterhead. Reacher thought about Costello's body sprawled out on the sidewalk next to the Key West graveyard, and he glanced between the tidy placement of the absent woman's bag, the open door, the uncompleted word, and he shivered. Then he used the pencil to exit the word processor. A window opened and asked him if he wanted to save the changes to the letter. He paused and hit no. Opened the file manager screen and checked the directories. He was looking for an invoice. It was clear from looking around that Costello ran a neat operation. Neat enough to invoice for a retainer before he went looking for Jack Reacher. But when did that search start? It must have followed a clear sequence. Mrs. Jacobs' instructions coming at the outset, nothing except a name, a vague description about his size, his Army service. Costello must then have called the military's central storage facility a carefully guarded complex in St. Louis that holds every piece of paper relating to every man and woman who has ever served in uniform. Carefully guarded in two ways, physically with gates and wire, and bureaucratically with a thick layer of obstruction designed to discourage frivolous access. After patient inquiries, he would have discovered the honorable discharge. Then a puzzled pause, staring at a dead end. Then the long shot with the bank account, a call to an old buddy, favors called in, strings pulled. Maybe a blurry fax printout from Virginia. Maybe a blow-by-blow narrative of credits and debits over the telephone. Then the hurried flight south, the questions up and down Duval, the two guys, the fists, the linoleum knife, a reasonably short sequence, but St. Louis and Virginia would have been major delays. Reacher's guess was getting good information out of the records office would take 3 days, maybe 4 for a citizen like Costello. The Virginia bank might not have been any quicker. Favors aren't necessarily granted immediately. The timing has got to be right. Call it a total of 7 days bureaucratic fudge, separated by a day's thinking time, plus a day at the start and a day at the end. Maybe altogether 10 days since Mrs. Jacobs set the whole thing in motion. He clicked on a subdirectory labeled Invoices. The right-hand side of the screen came up with a long field of file names stacked alphabetically. He ran the cursor down the list and spooled them up from the bottom. No Jacob in the JS, mostly they were just initials. Long acronyms, maybe standing for law firm names. He checked the dates, nothing from exactly 10 days ago, but there was one 9 days old. Maybe Costello was faster than he thought, or maybe his secretary was slower. It was labeled SGR&T09. He clicked on it, and the hard drive chattered, and the screen came up with a $1,000 retainer against a missing persons inquiry, billed to a Wall Street firm called Spencer, Gutman, Ricker, and Talbot. There was a billing address, but no phone number. He quit File Manager and entered the database, searched for SGR&T again, and came up with a page showing the same address, but this time with numbers for phone, fax, telex, and email. He leaned down and used his fingers and thumb to pull a couple of tissues from the secretary's pack, wrapped one around the telephone receiver, and opened the other flat and laid it across the keypad, dialed the number by pressing through it. There was ringtone for a second, and then the connection was made. Spencer Gutman, a bright voice said. "How may we help you, Mrs. Jacob? Please?" Reacher said busily. "One moment," the voice said. There was tinny music and then a man's voice. He sounded quick but deferential, maybe an assistant. "Mrs. Jacob, please," Reacher said again. The guy sounded busy and harassed. "She already left for Garrison, and I really don't know when she'll be in the office again, I'm afraid." "Do you have her address in Garrison?" "Hers?" the guy said, surprised. "Or his?" Reacher paused and listened to the surprise and took a chance. "His? I mean, I seem to have lost it." "Just as well you did," the voice said back. "It was misprinted, I'm afraid. I must have redirected at least 50 people this morning." He recited an address, apparently from memory. Garrison, New York, a town about 60 miles up the Hudson River, more or less exactly opposite West Point, where Reacher had spent 4 long years. "I think you'll have to hurry," the guy said. "Yes, I will," Reacher said and hung up, confused. He closed the database and left the screen blank, took one more glance at the missing secretary's abandoned bag, and caught one more breath of her perfume as he left the room. The secretary died 5 minutes after she gave up Mrs. Jacob's identity, which was about 5 minutes after Hobie started in on her with his hook. They were in the executive bathroom inside the office suite on the 88th floor. It was an ideal location. Spacious, 16 feet square, way too big for a bathroom. Some expensive decorator had put shiny gray granite tiling over all 6 surfaces, walls and floor and ceiling. There was a big shower stall with a clear plastic curtain on a stainless steel rail. The rail was Italian, grossly overspecified for the task of holding up a clear plastic curtain. Hobie had discovered it could take the weight of an unconscious human, handcuffed to it by the wrists. Time to time, heavier people than the secretary had hung there, while he asked them urgent questions or persuaded them as to the wisdom of some particular course of action. The only problem was soundproofing. He was pretty sure it was okay. It was a solid building. Each of the twin towers weighs more than 500,000 tons. Plenty of steel and concrete, good thick walls, and he had no inquisitive neighbors. Most of the suites on 88 were leased by trade missions from small obscure foreign nations, and their skeleton staff spent most of their time up at the UN. Same situation on 87 and 89. That was why he was where he was, but Hobie was a man who never took an extra risk if he could avoid it, hence the duct tape. Before starting, he always lined up some 6-inch strips stuck temporarily to the tiling. One of them would go over the mouth. When whoever it was started nodding wildly, eyes bulging, he would tear off the strip and wait for the answer. Any screaming, he would slam the next strip on and go to work again. Normally, he got the answer he wanted after the second strip came off. Then the tiled floor allowed a simple sluicing operation. Set the shower running hard, throw a few bucketfuls of water around, get busy with a mop, and the place was safe again as fast as water drains down 88 floors and away into the sewers. Not that Hobie ever did the mopping himself. A mop needs 2 hands. The second young guy was doing the mopping with his expensive pants rolled up and his socks and shoes off. Hobie was outside at his desk talking to the first young guy. "I'll get Mrs. Jacob's address. You'll bring her to me, okay?" "Sure," the guy said. "What about this one?" He nodded toward the bathroom door. Hobie followed his glance. "Wait until tonight," he said. "Put some of her clothes back on, take her down to the boat, dump her a couple of miles out in the bay." "She's likely to wash back in," the guy said. "Couple of days," Hobie shrugged. "I don't care," he said. "Couple of days she'll be all bloated up. They'll figure she fell off a motorboat. Injuries like that, they'll put it down to propeller damage." The covert habit had advantages, but it also had problems. Best way to get up to Garrison in a hurry would be to grab a rental car and head straight out, but a guy who chooses not to use credit cards and won't carry a driver's license loses that option. So Reacher was back in a cab heading for Grand Central. He was pretty sure the Hudson Line ran a train up there. He guessed commuters sometimes lived as far north as that. If not, the big Amtraks that ran up to Albany in Canada might stop there. He paid off the cab and pushed through the crowd to the doors, down the long ramp, and out into the giant concourse. He glanced around and craned his head to read the departure screen, tried to recall the geography. Croton-Harmon trains were no good. They terminated way too far south. He needed Poughkeepsie at the minimum. He scanned down the list. Nothing doing. No trains out of there inside the next hour and a half that would get him to Garrison. They did it the usual way. One of them rode 90 floors down to the underground loading bay and found an empty carton in the trash pile. Refrigerator cartons were best, or soda machines, but once he'd done it with the box from a 35-inch color TV, this time he found a filing cabinet carton. He used a janitor's trolley from the loading ramp and wheeled it into the freight elevator. Rode with it back up to the 88th floor. The other guy was zipping her into a body bag in the bathroom. They folded it into the carton and used the remaining duct tape to secure the carton shut. Then they hefted it back on the trolley and headed for the elevator once more. This time they rode down to the parking garage, wheeled the box over to the black Suburban, counted to 3 and heaved it into the back, slammed the tailgate shut and clicked the lock, walked away and glanced back. Deep tints on the windows, dark garage. No problem. "You know what?" the first guy said. "We fold the seat down, we'll get Mrs. Jacob in there along with her, do it all in one trip tonight. I don't like going on that boat any more times than I have to." "Okay," the second guy said. "Were there more boxes?" "That was the best one. Depends if Mrs. Jacob is big or small, I guess. Depends if she's finished by tonight. You got any doubts on that score, the mood he's in today?" They strolled together to a different slot and unlocked a black Chevy Tahoe. Little brother to the Suburban, but still a giant vehicle. "So where is she?" the second guy asked. "A town called Garrison," the first guy said. "Straight up the Hudson, a ways past Sing Sing, an hour, hour and a half." The Tahoe backed out of the slot and squealed its tires on its way around the garage, bumped up the ramp into the sunshine, and headed out to West Street, where it made a right and accelerated north. 4 West Street becomes 11th Avenue right opposite Pier 56, where the westbound traffic spills out of 14th Street and turns north. The big black Tahoe was caught in the congestion and added its horn to the frustrated blasts, cannoning off the high buildings and echoing out over the river. It crawled 9 blocks and made a left at 23rd Street, then swung north again on 12th. It got above walking speed until it passed the back of the Javits Convention Center, and then it got jammed up again in the traffic pouring out of West 42nd. 12th became the Miller Highway, and it was still solid, all the way over the top of the huge, messy acreage of the old rail yards. Then the Miller became the Henry Hudson Parkway. Still a slow road, but the Henry Hudson was technically Route 9A, which would become Route 9 up in Crotonville and take them all the way north to Garrison. A straight line, no turns anywhere, but they were still in Manhattan, stuck in Riverside Park, a whole half hour after setting out. It was the word processor that meant the most, the cursor patiently blinking in the middle of a word. The open door and the abandoned bag were persuasive but not critical. Office workers usually take their stuff and close their doors, but not always. The secretary might have just stepped across the hall and gotten involved in something, a quest for bond paper or a plea for help with somebody's copying machine, leading to a cup of coffee and a juicy story about last night's date. A person expecting to be absent 2 minutes might leave her bag behind and her door open and end up being gone a half hour, but nobody leaves computer work unsaved, not even for a minute. And this woman had. The machine had asked him, "Do you want to save the changes?" Which meant she had gotten up from her desk without clicking on the save icon, which is a habit just about as regular as breathing for people who spend their days fighting with software, which put a very bad complexion on the whole thing. Reacher was through in Grand Central's other big hall with a 20-ounce cup of black coffee he had bought from a vendor. He jammed the lid down tight and squeezed the cash roll in his pocket. It was thick enough for what he was going to have to do. He ran back and around to the track where the next Croton train was waiting to leave. The Henry Hudson Parkway splits into a tangle of curling ramps around 170th Street, and the north lanes come out again labeled Riverside Drive. Same road, same direction, no turn, but the complex dynamic of heavy traffic means that if one driver slows down more than the average, then the highway can back up dramatically, with hundreds of people stalled way behind, all because some out-of-towner a mile ahead became momentarily confused. The big black Tahoe was brought to a complete halt opposite Fort Washington, and was reduced to a lurching stop-start-crawl all the way under the George Washington Bridge. Then Riverside Drive broadens out, and it got itself up into third gear before the label changed back to the Henry Hudson, and the traffic in the toll plaza stopped it again. It waited in line to pay the money that let it off the island of Manhattan and away north through the Bronx. There are two types of trains running up and down the Hudson River between Grand Central and Croton-Harmon, locals and expresses. The expresses do not run any faster in terms of speed, but they stop less often. They make the journey last somewhere between 49 and 52 minutes. The locals stop everywhere, and the repeated braking and waiting and accelerating spin the trip out to anywhere between 65 and 73 minutes, a maximum advantage for the express of up to 24 minutes. Reacher was on a local. He had given the trainman $5.50 for an off-peak one way and was sitting sideways on an empty three-person bench, wired from too much coffee, his head resting on the window, wondering exactly where the hell he was going and why and what he was going to do when he got there and whether he would get there in time to do it anyway. Whatever it was, Route 9A became 9 and curved gracefully away from the river to run behind Camp Smith. Up in Westchester, it was a fast enough road. Not exactly a racetrack, because it curved and bounced around too much for sustained high speed. But it was clear and empty, a patchwork of old sections and new stretches carved through the woods. There were housing developments here and there beyond the shoulders, high timber fencing and neatly painted siding, and optimistic names carved into imposing boulders flanking the entrance gates. The Tahoe hustled along, one guy driving and the other with a map across his knees. They passed Peekskill and started hunting a left turn. They found it and swung head-on toward the river, which they sensed ahead of them, an empty break in the landscape. They entered the township of Garrison and started hunting the address. Not easy to find. The residential areas were scattered. You could have a Garrison zip code and live way in the back of beyond. That was clear, but they found the right road and made all the correct turns and found the right street. Slowed and cruised through the thinning woods above the river, watching the mailboxes. The road curved and opened out. They cruised on. Then they spotted the right house up ahead and slowed abruptly and pulled in at the curb. Reacher got off of the train at Croton. 71 minutes after getting in, he ran up the stairs and across and down to the taxi rank. There were 4 operators lined up, all nose in to the station entrance, all of them using old model Caprice wagons with fake wood on the sides. The first driver to react was a stout woman who tilted her head up like she was ready to pay attention. "You know Garrison?" Reacher asked her. "Garrison?" she said. "That's a long way, mister, 20 miles. "I know where it is," he said. "Could be $40. "I'll give you 50, he said, "but I need to be there right now." He sat in front next to her. The cars stank like old taxis do, sweet cloying air freshener and upholstery cleaner. There were 1,000,000 miles on the clock, and it rode like a boat on a swell as the woman hustled through the parking lot and up onto Route 9 and headed north. "You got an address for me?" she asked, watching the road. Reacher repeated what the assistant in the law firm had told him. The woman nodded and settled to a fast cruise. "Overlooks the river," she said. She cruised for a quarter hour, passed by Peekskill, and then slowed, looking for a particular left, hauled the huge boat around, and headed west. Reacher could feel the river up ahead, a mile-wide trench in the forest. The woman knew where she was going. She went all the way to the river and turned north on a country road. The rail tracks ran parallel between them and the water, no trains on them. The land fell away and Reacher could see West Point ahead and, on his left, a mile away across the blue water. "Should be along here someplace," she said. It was a narrow country road, domesticated with ranch fencing and rough timber and tamed with mowed shoulders and specimen plantings. There were mailboxes 100 yards apart and poles that hung cables through the treetops. "Whoa," the woman said, surprised. "I guess this is it." The road was already narrow, and now it became just about impassable. There was a long line of cars parked up on the shoulder, maybe 40 automobiles, many of them black or dark blue, all neat late-model sedans or big sport utilities. The woman eased the taxi into the driveway. The line of parked cars stretched nose to tail all the way to the house. Another 10 or 12 cars were parked together on the apron in front of the garage. 2 of them were plain Detroit sedans in flat green. Army vehicles. Reacher could spot Defense Department issue a mile away. "Okay?" the woman asked him. "I guess," he said cautiously. He peeled a 50 off his roll and handed it to her, got out, and stood in the driveway unsure. He heard the taxi whine away in reverse. He walked back up to the road, looked at the long line of cars, looked at the mailbox. There was a name spelled out in little aluminum letters along the top of it. The name was Garber, a name he knew as well as his own. The house was set in a large lot, casually landscaped, placed somewhere comfortable in the region between natural and neglected. The house itself was low and sprawling, dark cedar siding, dark screens at the windows, big stone chimney, somewhere between suburban modest and cozy cottage. It was very quiet. The air smelled hot and damp and fecund. He could hear insects massing in the undergrowth. He could sense the river beyond the house, a mile-wide void, dragging stray sounds away to the south. He walked closer and heard muted conversation behind the house. People talking low, maybe a lot of people. He walked down toward the sound and came out around the side of the garage. He was at the top of a flight of cement steps, looking west across the backyard to the river, blue and blinding in the sun. A mile away in the haze, slightly northwest to his right, was West Point, low and gray in the distance. The backyard was a flat area cleared out of the woods on the top of the bluff. It was covered in coarse grass, mowed short, and there was a solemn crowd of 100 people standing in it. They were all dressed in black, men and women alike, black suits and ties and blouses and shoes, except for a half-dozen Army officers in full-dress uniform. They were all talking quietly, soberly, juggling paper buffet, plates and glasses of wine, sadness in the slope of their shoulders, a funeral. He was gate-crashing a funeral. He stood there awkwardly, looming against the skyline in the gear he had thrown on yesterday in the Keys, faded chinos, creased pale yellow shirt, no socks, scuffed shoes, sun-bleached hair sticking out all over the place, a day's beard on his face. He gazed down at the group of mourners, and as if he had suddenly clapped his hands, they all fell silent and turned to look up at him. He froze. They all stared at him quietly, inquiringly, and he looked back at them, blankly. There was silence. Stillness then. A woman moved. She handed her paper plate and her glass to the nearest bystander and stepped forward. She was a young woman, maybe 30, dressed like the others in a severe black suit. She was pale and strained, but very beautiful, achingly beautiful, very slim, tall in her heels, long legs and sheer dark nylon, fine blonde hair, long and unstyled blue eyes, fine bones. She moved delicately across the lawn and stopped at the bottom of the cement steps like she was waiting for him to come down to her. "Hello, Reacher," she said softly. He looked down at her. She knew who he was, and he knew who she was. It came to him suddenly, like a stop-motion film blasting through 15 years in a single glance. A teenage girl grew up and blossomed into a beautiful woman right in front of his eyes, all in a split second. Garber, the name on the mailbox. Leon Garber, for many years his commanding officer, he recalled their early acquaintance, getting to know each other at backyard barbecues on hot, wet evenings in the Philippines. A slender girl gliding in and out of the shadows around the bleak base house, enough of a woman at 15 to be utterly captivating, but enough of a girl to be totally forbidden. Jody Garber's daughter, his only child, the light of his life. This was Jody Garber 15 years later, all grown up and beautiful and waiting for him at the bottom of a set of cement steps. He glanced at the crowd and went down the steps to the lawn. "Hello, Reacher," she said again. Her voice was low and strained, sad like the scene around her. "Hello, Jody," he said. Then he wanted to ask who died, but he couldn't frame it in any way which wasn't going to sound callous or stupid. She saw him struggling and nodded. "Dad," she said simply. "When?" he asked. 5 days ago, she said. He was sick the last few months, but it was sudden at the end. A surprise, I guess. He nodded slowly. "I'm very sorry," he said. He glanced at the river, and the 100 faces in front of him became 100 faces of Leon Garber. A short, squat, tough man, a wide smile he always used whether he was happy or annoyed or in danger. A brave man, physically and mentally. A great leader. Honest as the day is long, fair, perceptive. Reacher's role model during his vital formative years. His mentor and his sponsor, his protector. He had gone way out on a limb and promoted him twice in an 18-month span, which made Reacher the youngest peacetime major anybody could remember. Then he had spread his blunt hands wide and smiled and disclaimed any credit for his ensuing successes. "I'm very sorry, Jody," he said again. She nodded silently. "I can't believe it," he said. "I can't take it in. I saw him less than a year ago. He was in good shape then. He got sick." She nodded again, still silent. "But he was always so tough," he said. She nodded sadly. "He was, wasn't he? Always so tough. And not old," he said. 64. "So what happened?" "His heart," she said. "It got him in the end. Remember how he always liked to pretend he didn't have one?" Reacher shook his head. "Biggest heart you ever saw. I found that out," she said. "When Mom died, we were best friends for 10 years. I loved him." "I loved him too," Reacher said. "Like he was my dad, not yours." She nodded again. "He still talked about you all the time." Reacher looked away, stared out at the unfocused shape of the West Point buildings, gray in the haze. He was numb. He was in that age zone where people he knew died. His father was dead, his mother was dead, his brother was dead. Now the nearest thing to a substitute relative was dead, too. "He had a heart attack 6 months ago," Jody said. Her eyes clouded, and she hooked her long, straight hair behind her ear. "He sort of recovered for a spell, looked pretty good, but really he was failing fast. They were considering a bypass, but he took a turn for the worse and went down too quickly. He wouldn't have survived the surgery." "I'm very sorry," he said for the third time. She turned alongside him and threaded her arm through his. "Don't be," she said. "He was always a very contented guy, better for him to go fast." I couldn't see him being happy lingering on. Reacher had a flash in his mind of the old Garber, bustling and raging, a fireball of energy, and he understood how desperate it would have made him to become an invalid. Understood, too, how that overloaded old heart had finally given up the struggle. He nodded unhappily. "Come and meet some people," Jody said. "Maybe you know some of them. I'm not dressed for this," he said. "I feel bad I should go." "Doesn't matter," she said. "You think Dad would care?" He saw Garber in his old creased khaki and his battered hat. He was the worst-dressed officer in the U.S. Army. All 13 years Reacher had served under him. He smiled briefly. "I guess he wouldn't mind," he said. She walked him onto the lawn. There were maybe 6 people out of the 100 he recognized. A couple of the guys in uniform were familiar. A handful in suits were men he'd worked with here and there in another lifetime. He shook hands with dozens of people and tried to listen to the names, but they went in one ear and out the other. Then the quiet chatter and the eating and the drinking started up again. The crowd closed around him, and the sensation of his untidy arrival was smoothed over and forgotten. Jody still had hold of his arm. Her hand was cool on his skin. "I'm looking for somebody," he said. "That's why I'm here, really?" "I know," she said. "Mrs. Jacob, right?" He nodded. "Is she here?" he asked. "I'm Mrs. Jacob," she said. The 2 guys in the black Tahoe backed it out of the line of cars, out from under the power lines so the car phone would work without interference. The driver dialed a number, and the ringtone filled the quiet vehicle. Then the call was answered 60 miles south and 88 floors up. "Problems, boss," the driver said. "There's some sort of a wake going on here, a funeral or something. Must be 100 people milling around. We got no chance of grabbing this, Mrs. Jacob. We can't even tell which one she is. There are dozens of women here. She could be any one of them." The speaker relayed a grunt from Hobie, and "The guy from the bar down in the Keys, he just showed up here in a damn taxi, got here about 10 minutes after we did, strolled right in." The speaker crackled, no discernible reply. "So what do we do?" the driver asked. "Stick with it," Hobie's voice said. Maybe hide the vehicle and lay up someplace? Wait until everybody leaves. It's her house, as far as I can tell. Maybe the family home or a weekend place. So everybody else will leave and she'll be the one who stays. Don't you come back here without her? Okay. What about the big guy? If he leaves, let him go. If he doesn't, waste him, but bring me this Jacob woman. You are Merce Jacob? Reacher asked. Jody Garber nodded. Was, she said. I'm divorced, but I keep the name for work. Who was he? She shrugged. A lawyer like me. It seemed like a good idea at the time. How long? 3 years, beginning to end. We met at law school, got married when we got jobs. I stayed on Wall Street, but he went to a firm in D.C. a couple of years ago. The marriage didn't go with him, just kind of petered out. The papers came through last fall. I could hardly remember who he was. Just a name, Alan Jacob. Reacher stood in the sunny yard and looked at her. He realized he was upset that she had been married. She had been a skinny kid, but totally gorgeous at 15, self-confident and innocent, and a little shy about it all at the same time. He had watched the battle between her shyness and her curiosity as she sat and worked up the courage to talk to him about death and life and good and evil. Then she would fidget and tuck her bony knees up under her and work the conversation around to love and sex and men and women. Then she would blush and disappear. He would be left alone, icy inside, captivated by her and angry at himself for it. Days later, he would see her somewhere around the base, still blushing furiously, and now 15 years later, she was a grown woman, college and law school, married and divorced, beautiful and composed and elegant, standing there in her dead father's yard with her arm linked through his. "Are you married?" she asked him. He shook his head. "No, but are you happy?" "I'm always happy," he said. "Always was, always will be." "Doing what?" He shrugged. "Nothing much," he said. He glanced over the top of her head and scanned the faces in the crowd. Subdued, busy people, substantial lives, big careers, all of them moving steadily from A to Z. He looked at them and wondered if they were the fools or if he was. He recalled the expression on Costello's face. "I was just in the Keys," he said, digging swimming pools with a shovel. Her face didn't change. She tried to squeeze his forearm with her hand, but her hand was too small and his arm was too big. It came out as a gentle pressure from her palm. "Costello find you down there?" she asked. "He didn't find me to invite me to a funeral," he thought. "We need to talk about Costello," he said. "He's good, isn't he?" Not good enough, he thought. She moved away to circulate through the crowd. People were waiting to offer their second-layer condolences. They were getting loose from the wine, and the buzz of talk was getting louder and more sentimental. Reacher drifted over to a patio where a long table with a white cloth held food. He loaded a paper plate with cold chicken and rice and took a glass of water. There was an ancient patio furniture set, ignored by the others because it was all spotted with little gray-green botanical droppings from the trees. The sun umbrella was stiff and faded white. Reacher ducked under it and sat quietly in a dirty chair on his own. He watched the crowd as he ate. People were reluctant to leave. The affection for old Leon Garber was palpable. A guy like that generates affection in others, maybe too much to express to his face, so it has to all come out later. Jody was moving through the crowd, nodding, clasping hands, smiling sadly. Everybody had a tale to tell her, an anecdote about witnessing Garber's heart of gold peeping out from under his gruff and irascible exterior. He could add a few stories, but he wouldn't because Jody didn't need it explained to her that her father had been one of the good guys. She knew. She was moving with the serenity of a person who had loved the old guy all her life and had been loved back. There was nothing she had neglected to tell him, nothing he had neglected to tell her. People live and then they die, and as long as they do both things properly, there's nothing much to regret. They found a place on the same road that was obviously a weekend cottage, closed up tight and unoccupied. They backed the Tahoe around behind the garage where it was hidden from the street, but ready for pursuit. They took the 9mm out of the glove box and stowed them in their jacket pockets, walked back down to the road and ducked into the undergrowth. It was hard going. They were just 60 miles north of Manhattan, but they might as well have been in the jungles of Borneo. There were ragged vines tangled everywhere, grabbing at them, tripping them, whipping their faces and hands. The trees were second-growth native broadleafs growing wild, basically weeds, and their branches came out of them at crazy low angles. They took to walking backward, forcing their way through. When they got level with the Garber driveway, they were panting and gasping and smeared with moss and green pollen dust. They pushed through onto the property and found a depression in the ground where they were concealed. They ducked left and right to get a view of the pathway leading up from the backyard. People were heading out, getting ready to leave. It was becoming obvious which one was Mrs. Jacob. If Hobie was right and this was her place, then she was the thin blonde shaking hands and saying goodbye like all these departing people had been her guests. They were leaving. She was staying. She was Mrs. Jacob. They watched her, the center of attention, smiling bravely, embracing, waving. People filed up the driveway, ones and twos, then larger groups. Cars were starting. Blue exhaust haze was drifting. They could hear the hiss and groan of power steering as people eased out of the tight line, the rub of tires on pavement, the burble of motors accelerating away down the road. This was going to be easy. Pretty soon she was going to be standing there all by herself, all choked up and sad. Then she was going to get a couple of extra visitors. Maybe she would see them coming and take them for a couple of mourners arriving late. After all, they were dressed in dark suits and ties. What fits in Manhattan's financial district looks just about right for a funeral. Reacher followed the last two guests up the cement steps and out of the yard. One was a colonel and the other was a two-star general. Both in immaculate dress uniform, it was what he had expected. A place with free food and drink, the soldiers will always be the last to leave. He didn't know the colonel, but he thought he vaguely recognized the general. He thought the general recognized him, too. But neither of them pursued it. No desire on either part to get into long and complicated "so what are you doing now" explanations. The brass shook hands quite formally with Jody, and then they snapped to attention and saluted crisp parade ground moves, gleaming boots smashing into the blacktop, eyes rigidly to the front, 1,000-yard stares, all quite bizarre in the green stillness of a suburban driveway. They got into the last car left on the garage apron, one of the flat green sedans parked nearest to the house, first to arrive, last to leave. Peacetime, no Cold War, nothing to do all day. It was why Reacher had been happy when they cut him loose, and as he watched the green car turn and head out, he knew he was right to be happy. Jody stepped sideways to him and linked her arm through his again. "So," she said quietly, "that's that." Then there was just building silence as the noise from the green car faded and died along the road. "Where's he buried?" Reacher asked. "The town cemetery," she said. He could have chosen Arlington, of course, but he didn't want that. "You want to go up there?" He shook his head. "No, I don't do stuff like that. Makes no difference to him now, does it?" He knew I'll miss him because I told him so a long time ago. She nodded, held his arm. "We need to talk about Costello," he said again. "Why?" she asked. "He gave you the message, right?" He shook his head. "No, he found me. But I was wary. I said I wasn't Jack Reacher." She looked up at him, astonished. "But why?" He shrugged. "Habit, I guess. I don't go around looking for involvement. I didn't recognize the name Jacob, so I just ignored him. I was happy, living quiet down there." She was still looking at him. "I guess I should have used Garber," she said. "It was Dad's business anyway, not mine. But I did it through the firm, and I never even thought about it." "You'd have listened to him if he'd said Garber, right?" "Of course," he said. "And you needn't have worried because it was no kind of a big deal." "Can we go inside?" he asked. She was surprised again. "Why?" "Because it was some kind of a very big deal." They saw her lead him in through the front door. She pulled the screen, and he held it while she turned the knob and opened up some kind of a big front door, dull brown wood. They went inside, and the door closed behind them. 10 seconds later, a dim light came on in a window way off to the left. Some kind of a sitting room or den, they guessed, so shaded by the runaway plantings outside that it needed lights on even in the middle of the day. They crouched in their damp hollow and waited. Insects were drifting through the sunbeams all around them. They glanced at each other and listened hard. No sound. They pushed through to the driveway. Ran crouched to the corner of the garage, pressed up against the siding, and slid around to the front, across the front toward the house. They went into their jackets for the pistols, held them pointed at the ground, and went one at a time for the front porch. They regrouped and eased slowly over the old timbers, ended up squatting on the floor, backs pressed against the house, one on either side of the front door, pistols out and ready. She'd gone in this way, she'd come back out. Just a matter of time. Somebody killed him, Jody repeated. And his secretary, probably, Reacher said. I don't believe it, she said. Why? She had led him through a dark hallway to a small den in the far corner of the house. A tiny window and dark wood paneling and heavy brown leather furniture made it gloomy, so she switched on a desk lamp, which changed it into a cozy man's space like the pre-war bars Reacher had seen in Europe. There were shelves of books, cheap editions bought by subscription decades ago, and curled faded photographs thumbtacked to the front edges of the shelves. There was a plain desk, the sort of place where an old underemployed man does his bills and taxes in imitation of how he used to work when he had a job. I don't know why, Reacher said. I don't know anything. I don't even know why you sent him looking for me. Dad wanted you, she said. He never really told me why. I was busy. I had a trial complex thing, lasted months. I was preoccupied. All I know is, after he got sick, he was going to the cardiologist, right? He met somebody there and got involved with something. He was worried about it. Seemed to me he felt he was under some kind of a big obligation. Then later, when he got worse, he knew he would have to drop it, and he started saying he should find you and let you take a look at it, because you were a person who could maybe do something about it. He was getting all agitated, which was really not a good idea, so I said I'd get Costello to locate you. We use him all the time at the firm, and it felt like the least I should do. It made some kind of sense, but Reacher's first thought was, why me? He could see Garber's problem. In the middle of something, health failing, unwilling to abandon an obligation, needing help, but a guy like Garber could get help anywhere. The Manhattan Yellow Pages were full of investigators. And if it was something too arcane or too personal for a city investigator, then all he had to do was pick up the phone and a dozen of his friends from the military police would come running. 24, 100, all of them willing and anxious to repay his many kindnesses and favors that stretched right back through their whole careers. So Reacher was sitting there asking himself why me in particular. Who was the person he met at the cardiologist? She shrugged unhappily. I don't know. I was preoccupied. We never really went into it. Did Costello come up here, discuss it directly with him? She nodded. I called him and told him we'd pay him through the firm, but he was to come here and get the details. He called me back a day or two later, said he'd discussed it with Dad, and it all boiled down to finding you. He wanted me to retain him officially on paper because it could get expensive. So naturally I did that because I didn't want Dad worrying about the cost or anything. Which is why he told me his client was Mrs. Jacob, Reacher said. Not Leon Garber, which is why I ignored him, which is how I got him killed. She shook her head and looked at him sharply like he was some kind of a new associate who had just done a piece of sloppy drafting. It took him by surprise. He was still thinking of her as a 15-year-old girl, not a 30-year-old lawyer who spent her time getting preoccupied with long and complex trials. Non sequitur, she said. It's clear what happened, right? Dad told Costello the story. Costello tried some kind of a shortcut before he went looking for you, whereby he turned over the wrong stone and got somebody alerted that somebody killed him to find out who was looking and why. Makes no difference if you'd played ball right away. They'd still have gotten to Costello to ask him exactly who put him on the trail, so it's me who got him killed. Ultimately, Reacher shook his head. It was Leon, through you. She shook her head in turn. It was the person at the cardiology clinic, him through Dad, through me. I need to find that person, he said. Does it matter now? I think it does, he said. If Leon was worried about something, then I'm worried about it too. That's how it worked for us. Jody nodded quietly. Stood up quickly and stepped over to the bookshelves, pincered her fingernails and levered the thumbtack out of one of the photographs, looked hard at it, and then passed it across to him. Remember that? She asked. The photograph must have been 15 years old, the colors fading to pale pastels the way old Kodak does with age and sunlight. It had the harsh, bright sky of Manila above a dirt yard. Leon Garber was on the left, about 50, dressed in creased olive fatigues. Reacher himself was on the right, 24 years old, a lieutenant, a foot taller than Garber, smiling with all the blazing vigor of youth. Between the two of them was Jody, 15, in a sundress, one bare arm around her father's shoulders, the other around Reacher's waist. She was squinting in the sun, smiling, leaning toward Reacher like she was hugging his waist with all the strength in her skinny brown frame. Remember, he'd just bought the Nikon in the PX with the self-timer, borrowed a tripod and couldn't wait to try it out. Reacher nodded. He remembered. He remembered the smell of her hair that day in the hot Pacific sun, clean, young hair. He remembered the feel of her body against his. He remembered the feel of her long, thin arm around his waist. He remembered screaming at himself, "Hold on, pal. She's only 15 and she's your CO's daughter." He called that his family picture, she said. Always did. He nodded again. That's why. That's how it worked for us. She gazed at the photograph for a long moment, something in her face. "And there's the secretary," he said to her. "They'll have asked her who the client was, she'll have told them, and even if she didn't, they'll find out anyway. Took me 30 seconds and one phone call. So now they're going to come looking for you to ask you who's behind all of this." She looked blank and put the old photograph on the desk. "But I don't know who. You think they're going to believe that?" She nodded vaguely and glanced toward the window. "Okay, so what do I do?" "You get out of here," he said. "That's for damn sure. Too lonely, too isolated. You got a place in the city?" "Sure," she said. "A loft on Lower Broadway." "You got a car here?" She nodded. "Sure, in the garage. But I was going to stay here tonight. I've got to find his will, do the paperwork, close things down. I was going to leave tomorrow morning early." "Do all that stuff now," he said. "As fast as you can and get out. I mean it, Jody. Whoever these people are, they're not playing games." The look on his face told her more than words. She nodded quickly and stood up. "Okay, the desk. You can give me a hand," from his high school ROTC until his ill health demobilization. Leon Garber had done almost 50 years of military service of one sort or another. It showed right there in his desk. The upper drawers contained pens and pencils and rulers, all in neat rows. The lower drawers were double height, with concertina files hanging on neat rods. Each was labeled in careful handwriting. Taxes, phone, electricity, heating oil, yard work, appliance warranties. There was a label with newer handwriting in a different color. Last will and testament. Jody flicked through the files and ended up lifting the whole concertina out of each drawer. Reacher found a battered leather suitcase in the den closet, and they loaded the concertina straight into it. Forced the lid down tight and snapped it shut. Reacher picked up the old photograph from the desk and looked at it again. "Did you resent it?" he asked, "the way he thought about me, family?" She paused in the doorway and nodded. "I resented it like crazy," she said. "And one day I'll tell you exactly why." He just looked at her and she turned and disappeared down the hallway. "I'll get my things," she called. 5 minutes, okay?" He stepped over to the bookshelf and tacked the old picture back in its original position. Then he snapped the light off and carried the suitcase out of the room, stood in the quiet hallway and looked around. It was a pleasant house. It had been expanded in size at some stage in its history. That was clear. There was a central core of rooms that made some kind of sense in terms of layout, and then there were more rooms off the dog-legged hallway he was standing in. They branched out from arbitrary little inner lobbies. Too small to be called a warren, too big to be predictable. He wandered through to the living room. The windows overlooked the yard and the river, with the West Point buildings visible at an angle from the fireplace end. The air was still and smelled of old polish. The decor was faded and had been plain to start with. Neutral wood floors, cream walls, heavy furniture, an ancient TV, no video, books, pictures, more photographs. Nothing matched. It was an undesigned place, evolved, comfortable. It had been lived in, Garber must have bought it 30 years ago, probably when Jody's mother got pregnant. It was a common move. Married officers with a family often bought a place, often near their first service base or near some other location they imagined was going to be central to their lives, like West Point. They bought the place and usually left it empty while they lived overseas. The point was to have an anchor, somewhere identifiable they knew they would come back to when it was all over, or somewhere their families could live if the overseas posting was unsuitable, or if their children's education demanded consistency. Reacher's parents had not taken that route. They had never bought a place. Reacher had never lived in a house. Grim service bungalows and army bunkhouses were where he had lived, and since then, cheap motels, and he was pretty sure he never wanted anything different. He was pretty sure he didn't want to live in a house. The desire just passed him by. The necessary involvement intimidated him. It was a physical weight exactly like the suitcase in his hand. The bills, the property taxes, the insurance, the warranties, the repairs, the maintenance, the decisions, new roof or new stove, carpeting or rugs, the budgets, the yard work. He stepped over and looked out of the window at the lawn. Yard work summed up the whole futile procedure. First, you spend a lot of time and money making the grass grow, just so you can spend a lot of time and money cutting it down again a little while later. You curse about it getting too long, and then you worry about it staying too short, and you sprinkle expensive water on it all summer, and expensive chemicals all fall crazy. But if any house could change his mind, maybe Garber's house might do it. It was so casual, so undemanding. It looked like it had prospered on benign neglect. He could just about imagine living in it, and the view was powerful. The wide Hudson rolling by, reassuring and physical. That old river was going to keep on rolling by, whatever anybody did about the houses and the yards that dotted its banks. "Okay, I'm ready, I guess," Jody called. She appeared in the living room doorway. She was carrying a leather garment bag, and she had changed out of her black funeral suit. Now she was in a pair of faded Levi's and a powder blue sweatshirt with a small logo Reacher couldn't decipher. She had brushed her hair, and the static had kicked a couple of strands outward. She was smoothing them back with her hand, hooking them behind her ear. The powder blue shirt picked up her eyes and emphasized the pale honey of her skin. The last 15 years had done her no harm at all. They walked through to the kitchen and bolted the door to the yard, turned off all the appliances they could see and screwed the faucets tight shut, came back out into the hallway and opened the front door. Reacher was first out through the door for a number of reasons. Normally, he might have let Jody go out ahead of him, because his generation still carried with it the last vestiges of American good manners, but he had learned to be wary about displaying chivalry until he knew exactly how the woman he was with was going to react. And it was her house, not his, which altered the dynamic anyway, and she would need to use the key to lock the door behind them. So for all those reasons, he was the first person to step out to the porch, and so he was the first person the two guys saw. "Waste the big guy and bring me Mrs. Jacob." Hobie had told them the guy on the left went for a snapshot from a sitting position. He was tensed up and ready, so it took his brain a lot less than a second to process what his optic nerve was feeding it. He felt the front door open. He saw the screen swing out. He saw somebody stepping onto the porch. He saw it was the big guy coming first, and he fired. The guy on the right was in a dumb position. The screen creaked open right in his face. In itself, it was no kind of an obstacle, because tight nylon gauze designed to stop insects is not going to do a lot about stopping bullets. But he was a right-handed guy, and the frame of the screen was moving on a direct collision course with his gun hand as it swung around into position. That made him hesitate fractionally and then scramble up and forward around the arc of the frame. He grabbed it backhanded with his left and pulled it into his body and folded himself around it with his right hand swinging up and into position. By then, Reacher was operating unconsciously and instinctively. He was nearly 39 years old, and his memory stretched back through maybe 35 of those years to the dimmest early fragments of his childhood, and that memory was filled with absolutely nothing except military service, his father's, his friends' fathers, his own, his friends. He had never known stability. He had never completed a year in the same school. He had never worked 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. He had never counted on anything at all except surprise and unpredictability. There was a portion of his brain developed way out of all proportion, like a grotesquely overtrained muscle, which made it seem to him entirely reasonable that he should step out of a door in a quiet New York suburban town and glance down at two men he had last seen 2,000 miles away in the Keys, crouching and swinging 9mm pistols up in his direction. No shock, no surprise, no gasping, freezing fear or panic, no pausing, no hesitation, no inhibitions. Just instant reaction to a purely mechanical problem laid out in front of him like a geometric diagram involving time and space and angles and hard bullets and soft flesh. The heavy suitcase was in his left hand, swinging forward as he labored with it over the threshold. He did two things at once. First, he kept the swing going, using all the new strength in his left shoulder to kick the case onward and outward. Second, he windmilled his right arm backward and shoved Jody in the chest, smashing her back inside the hallway. She staggered back a step and the moving suitcase caught the first bullet. Reacher felt it kick in his hand. He jerked it right to the end of its swing, leaning out into the porch like a hesitant diver over a cold pool, and it hit the left-hand guy a glancing blow in the face. He was half up and half down, crouching, unstable, and the blow from the case rolled him over and backward and out of the picture. But Reacher didn't see him go down because his eyes were already on the other guy looping around the screen with his gun about 15 degrees away from ready. Reacher used the momentum of the swinging suitcase to hurl himself forward. He let the handle pull out through his hooked fingertips and flip him into a dive with his right arm accelerating back past him, straight out across the porch. The gun swung around and smacked him flat on his chest. He heard it fire and felt the muzzle blast sear his skin. The bullet launched sideways under his raised left arm and hit the distant garage about the same time his right elbow hit the guy in the face. An elbow moving fast ahead of 250 pounds of diving body weight does a lot of damage. It glanced off the frame of the screen and caught the guy in the chin. The shock wave went back and up through the hinge of the jaw, which is a sturdy enough joint that the force was carried undiminished up into the guy's brain. Reacher could tell from the rubbery way he fell across his back that he was out for a spell. Then the screen door was creaking shut against its spring, and the left-hand guy was scrabbling sideways across the porch floorboards for his gun, which was skittering away from him. Jody was framed in the doorway, bent double hands clasped to her chest, gasping for breath. The old suitcase was toppling end over end out onto the front lawn. Jody was the problem. He was separated from her by about 8 feet, and the left-hand guy was between the two of them. If he grabbed the skittering gun and lined it up to his right, he would be lined up on her. Reacher heaved the unconscious guy out of the way and threw himself at the door, batted the screen back, and fell inside. Dragged Jody a yard into the hallway and slammed the door shut. It kicked and banged 3 times as the guy fired after him, and dust and wood splinters blasted out into the air. He clicked the lock and pulled Jody across the floor to the kitchen. "Can we get to the garage?" Through the breezeway, she gasped. It was June, so the storm windows were down and the breezeway was nothing but a wide passage with floor-to-ceiling screens on both sides. The left-hand guy was using an M9 Beretta, which would have started the day with 15 rounds in the box. He'd fired 4-1 into the suitcase and 3 into the door, 11 left, which was not a comforting thought when all that stood between you and them was a few square yards of nylon mesh. Car keys? She fumbled them out of her bag. He took them and closed them into his fist. The kitchen door had a glass panel with a view straight through the breezeway to an identical door exactly opposite, which led into the garage. "Is that door locked?" She nodded breathlessly. "The green one. Green for garage." He looked at the bunch of keys. There was an old Yale dotted with a smear of green paint. He eased the kitchen door open and knelt and eased his head out, lower than would be expected. He craned around both ways. No sign of the guy waiting outside. Then he selected the green key and held it pointed out in front of him like a tiny lance, pushed to his feet and sprinted, checked and slammed the key into the hole and turned it and yanked it back out, pushed the door open and waved Jody across after him. She fell into the garage and he slammed the door behind her, locked it, and listened. No sound. The garage was a large, dark space, open rafters, open framing, smelling of old motor oil and creosote. It was full of garage things, mowers and hoses and lawn chairs, but they were all old things, the belongings of a man who stopped buying new gizmos 20 years ago, so the main doors were just manual rollers that ran upward in curving metal tracks. No mechanism, no electric opener. The floor was smooth, poured concrete, aged, and swept to a shine. Jody's car was a new Oldsmobile Bravada, dark green gold accents. It was crouched there in the dark, nose in to the back wall. Badges on the tailgate boasting about four-wheel drive and a V6 engine. The four-wheel drive would be useful, but how fast that V6 started would be crucial. Get in the back, he whispered. Down on the floor, okay? She crawled in headfirst and lay down across the transmission hump. He crossed the garage and found the key to the door out to the yard. Opened it up and peered out and listened. No movement, no sound. Then he came back to the car and slid the key in and switched on the ignition so he could rack the electric seat all the way back to the end of its runners. "I'll be there in a minute," he whispered. Garber's tool area was as tidy as his desk had been. There was an 8x4 pegboard with a full set of household tools neatly arranged on it. Reacher selected a heavy carpenter's hammer and lifted it down. Stepped out of the door to the yard and threw the hammer overarm, diagonally right over the house, descended crashing into the undergrowth he had seen at the front. He counted to 5 to give the guy time to hear it and react to it and run toward it from wherever he was currently hiding. Then he ducked back inside to the car, stood alongside the open door, and turned the key. Arm's length fired it up. The engine started instantly. He dodged backward and flung the roller door up. It crashed along its metal track. He threw himself into the driver's seat and smashed the selector into reverse and stamped on the pedal. All 4 tires howled and then bit on the smooth concrete, and the vehicle shot backward out of the garage. Reacher glimpsed the guy with the Beretta, way off to his left on the front lawn, spinning to look at them. He accelerated all the way up the driveway and lurched backward into the road. Braked fiercely and spun the wheel and found drive and took off in a haze of blue tire smoke. He accelerated hard for 50 yards and then lifted off the gas, coasted to a gentle stop just beyond the neighbor's driveway, selected reverse again and idled backward into it and down into the plantings, straightened up and killed the motor. Behind him, Jody struggled up off the floor and stared. "Hell are we doing here?" she said, waiting. "For what? For them to get out of there." She gasped, halfway between outrage and astonishment. "We're not waiting, Reacher. We're going straight to the police with this." He turned the key again to give him power to operate the window, buzzed it all the way down so he could listen to the sounds outside. "I can't go to the police with this," he said, not looking at her. "Why the hell can't you?" "Because they'll start looking at me for Costello. You didn't kill Costello. You think they'll be ready and willing to believe that? They'll have to believe it because it wasn't you, simple as that. Could take them time to find somebody looks better for it." She paused. "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying it's all around. Advantageous I stay away from the police." She shook her head. He saw it in the mirror. "No, Reacher, we need the police for this." He kept his eyes on hers in the mirror. "Remember what Leon used to say? He used to say, 'Hell, I'm the police.' Well, he was, and you were. But that was a long time ago. Not so long ago for either of us." She went quiet, sat forward, leaned toward him. "You don't want to go to the police, right? That's it, isn't it? Not that you can't, you just damn well don't want to?" He half turned in the driver's seat so he could look straight at her. He saw her eyes drop to the burn on his shirt. There was a long teardrop shape there, a black sooty stain, gunpowder particles tattooed into the cotton. He undid the buttons and pulled his shirt open. Squinted down, the same teardrop shape was burned into his skin. The hairs frizzed and curled, a blister already puffing up, getting red and angry. He licked his thumb and pressed it on the blister and grimaced. "They mess with me, they answer to me." She stared at him. "You're totally unbelievable. You know that? You're just as bad as my father was. We should go to the police, Reacher." "Can't do it," he said. They'll throw me in jail. We should, she said again. But she said it weakly. He shook his head and said nothing back, watched her closely. She was a lawyer, but she was also Leon's daughter, and she knew how things worked outside in the real world. She was quiet for a long spell, and then she shrugged helplessly and put her hand on her breastbone, like it was tender. You okay? He asked her. You hit me kind of hard, she said. I could rub it better, he thought. Who were those guys? She asked. The two who killed Costello, he said. She nodded, then she sighed. Her blue eyes glanced left and right. So where are we going? He relaxed. Then he smiled. Where's the last place they'll look for us? She shrugged, took her hand off her chest and used it to smooth her hair. Manhattan, she said. The house, he said. They saw us run. They won't expect us to double back. You're crazy, you know that? We need the suitcase. Leon might have made notes. She shook her head, dazed. And we need to close the place up again. We can't leave the garage open. It'll end up full of raccoons, whole families of the bastards. Then he held up his hand, put his finger to his lips. There was the sound of a motor starting up, maybe a big V8, maybe 200 yards away. There was the rattle of big tires on a distant stony driveway, the burble of acceleration. Then a black shape flashed across their view, a big black Jeep, aluminum wheels. A Yukon or a Tahoe, depending on whether it said GMC on the back or Chevrolet. Two guys in it, dark suits, one of them driving, and the other slumped back in his seat. Reacher stuck his head all the way out of the window and listened to the sound as it died to silence in the direction of town. Chester Stone waited in his own office suite more than an hour, and then he called downstairs and had the finance director contact the bank and check on the operating account. It showed a $1.1 million credit wired in 50 minutes ago from the Cayman office of a Bahamas-owned trust company. It's there, the finance guy said. You did the trick, Chief. Stone gripped the phone and wondered exactly what trick he had done. I'm coming down, he said. I want to go over the figures. The figures are good, the finance guy said. Don't worry about it. I'm coming down anyway, Stone said. He rode the elevator 2 floors down and joined the finance guy in his plush inner office, entered the password and called up the secret spreadsheet. Then the finance guy took over and typed in the new balance available in the operating account. The software ran the calculation and came up exactly level, 6 weeks into the future. See, the guy said. Bingo. What about the interest payment? Stone asked. 11 grand a week? 6 weeks kind of steep, isn't it? Can we pay it? The guy nodded confidently. Sure we can. We owe 2 suppliers 73 grand. We got it ready to go. If we lose the invoices, get them to resubmit, we free that cash up for a spell. He tapped the screen and indicated a provision against received invoices. 73 grand minus 11 a week for 6 weeks gives us 7 grand to spare. We should go out to dinner a couple of times. Run it again, okay? Stone said. Double check. The guy gave him a look, but he ran it again. He took out the 1.1, ended up in the red, put it back in again, and ended up balanced. He canceled the provision against the invoices, subtracted 11,000 every 7 days, and ended the 6-week period with an operating surplus of $7,000. Close, he said. But the right side of close, how do we repay the principal? Stone asked. We need 1.1 million available at the end of the 6 weeks. No problem, the guy said. I've got it all figured. We'll have it in time. Show me okay? Okay. See here? He was tapping the screen on a different line, where payments due in from customers were listed. These 2 wholesalers owe us exactly 1.173, which exactly matches the principal plus the lost invoices, and it's due exactly 6 weeks from now. Will they pay on time? The guy shrugged. Well, they always have. Stone stared at the screen. His eyes moved up and down, left and right. Run it all again. Triple check. Don't sweat it, Chief. It adds up. Just do it, okay? The guy nodded. It was Stone's company, after all. He ran it again, the whole calculation beginning to end, and it came out just the same. Hobie's 1.1 disappeared as the blizzard of paychecks cleared. The 2 suppliers went hungry. The interest got paid. The payments came in from the wholesalers. Hobie got his 1.1 back. The suppliers got paid late. and the sheet ended up showing the same trivial $7,000 surplus in their favor. "Don't sweat it," the guy said again. "It works out." Stone was staring at the screen, wondering if that spare $7,000 would buy Marilyn a trip to Europe. Probably not. Not a 6-week trip, anyway. And it would alert her. It would worry her. She'd ask him why he was making her go, and he'd have to tell her. She was very smart, smart enough to get it out of him one way or another, and then she would refuse to go to Europe, and she would end up lying awake every night for 6 weeks, too. The suitcase was still there, lying on the front lawn. There was a bullet hole punched in one end. No exit hole. The bullet must have gone through the leather, through the sturdy plywood carcass, and burned to a stop against the packed paper inside. Reacher smiled and carried it back to join Jody over at the garage. They left the Jeep on the blacktop apron and went in the same way they had come out, closed up the roller door and walked through to the breezeway, locked the inside door behind them with the green key, and walked through to the kitchen. Locked that door behind them and stepped past Jody's abandoned garment bag in the hallway. Reacher carried the suitcase into the living room, more space and more light there than in the den. He opened the case and lifted the concertina files out onto the floor. The bullet fell out with them and bounced on the rug. It was a standard 9mm Parabellum, full copper jacket, slightly flattened on the nose from the impact with the old plywood but otherwise unmarked. The paper had slowed it to a complete stop in the space of about 18 inches. He could see the hole punched all the way through half the files. He weighed the bullet in his palm, and then he saw Jody at the door, watching him. He tossed the bullet to her. She caught it one-handed. "Souvenir," he said. She juggled it like it was hot and dropped it in the fireplace, joined him on the rug, kneeling hip to hip beside him in front of the mass of paper. He caught her perfume, something he did not recognize, but something subtle and intensely feminine. The sweatshirt was too big on her, large and shapeless, but somehow it emphasized her figure. The sleeves finished halfway down the backs of her hands, almost at her fingers. Her Levi's were cinched and tight around her tiny waist with a belt, and her legs left them slightly empty. She looked fragile, but he could remember the strength in her arms, thin but wiry. She bent to look at the files, and her hair fell forward, and he caught the same soft smell he recalled from 15 years previously. "What are we looking for?" she asked. He shrugged. "We'll know when we find it, I guess." They looked hard, but they found nothing. There was nothing there. Nothing current, nothing significant. Just a mass of household paper looking suddenly old and pathetic as it charted its way through a domestic life that was now over. The most recent item was the will, on its own in a separate slot, sealed into an envelope with neat writing on it. Neat, but slightly slow and shaky. The writing of a man just back from the hospital after his first heart attack. Jody took it out to the hallway and slipped it into the pocket of her garment bag. "Any unpaid bills?" she called. There was a slot marked pending. It was empty. "Can't see any," he called back. "There'll be a few coming in, I guess, right? Do they come in monthly?" She gave him a look from the doorway and smiled. "Yes, they do," she said. "Monthly, every month." There was a slot marked medical. It was overstuffed with receipted bills from the hospital and the clinic and sheaves of efficient correspondence from the insurance provider. Reacher leafed through it all. "Christ, is that what this stuff costs?" Jody came back and bent to look. "Sure it is," she said. "Have you got insurance?" He looked at her blankly. "I think maybe the VA gives it to me, at least for a period." "You should check it out," she said. "Make sure." He shrugged. "I feel okay. So did Dad," she said. "For 63.5 straight years." She knelt beside him again, and he saw her eyes cloud over. He laid his hand on her arm gently. "Hell of a day, right?" he said. She nodded and blinked. Then she came up with a small, wry smile. "Unbelievable," she said. "I bury the old man. I get shot at by a couple of murderers. I break the law by failing to report so many felonies I can't even count them. And then I get talked into hooking up with some wild man aiming to run some kind of a vigilante deal. You know what Dad would have said to me?" "What?" She pursed her lips and lowered her voice into a close imitation of Garber's good-natured growl. "All in a day's work, girl, all in a day's work." That's what he would have said to me. Reacher grinned back at her and squeezed her arm again. Then he leafed through the medical junk and picked out a letterhead. "Let's go find this clinic," he said. There was a lot of debate going on inside the Tahoe about whether they should go back at all. Failure was not a popular word in Hobie's vocabulary. It might be better just to take off and disappear. Just get the hell out. It was an attractive prospect, but they were pretty sure Hobie would find them. Maybe not soon, but he would find them, and that was not an attractive prospect. So they turned their attention to damage limitation. It was clear what they had to do. They made the necessary stops and wasted a plausible amount of time in a diner just off the southbound side of Route 9. By the time they had battled the traffic back down to the southern tip of Manhattan, they had their whole story straight. It was a no-brainer, the first guy said. "We waited for hours, which is why we're so late back. Problem was, there was a whole bunch of soldiers there, kind of ceremonial, but they had rifles all over the place." "How many?" Hobie asked. "Soldiers?" The second guy said. "At least a dozen, maybe 15. They were all milling around, so it was hard to count them exactly. Some kind of honor guard." "She left with them," the first guy said. "They must have escorted her down from the cemetery, and then she went back somewhere with them afterward." "You didn't think to follow?" "No way we could," the second guy said. "They were driving slow, a long line of cars, like a funeral procession. They'd have made us in a second. We couldn't just tag on the end of a funeral procession, right?" "What about the big guy from the Keys?" "He left real early. We just let him go. We were watching for Mrs. Jacob. It was pretty clear by then which one she was. She stayed around, then she left, all surrounded by this bunch of military." "So what did you do then?" "We checked the house," the first guy said, "locked up tight. So we went into the town and checked the property title. Everything's listed in the public library. The place was registered to a guy called Leon Garber. We asked the librarian what she knew, and she just handed us the local newspaper, page 3. There was a story about the guy. Just died, heart trouble. Widower, only surviving relative is his daughter, Jody, the former Mrs. Jacob, who is a young but very eminent financial attorney with Spencer Gutman Ricker and Talbot of Wall Street, and who lives on Lower Broadway right here in New York City." Hobie nodded slowly and tapped the sharp end of his hook on the desk with a jittery little rhythm. "And who was this Leon Garber exactly? Why, all the soldiers at his wake, military policemen," the first guy said. The second guy nodded. "Mustered out with 3 stars and more medals than you can count, served 40 years, Korea, Vietnam, everywhere." Hobie stopped tapping. He sat still, and the color drained out of his face, leaving his skin dead white, all except for the shiny pink burn scars that glowed vivid in the gloom. "Military policeman?" he repeated quietly. He sat for a long time with those words on his lips. He just sat and stared into space, and then he lifted his hook off the desk and rotated it in front of his eyes, slowly, examining it, allowing the thin beams of light from the blinds to catch its curves and contours. It was trembling, so he took it in his left hand and held it still. "Military policeman," he said again, staring at the hook. Then he transferred his gaze to the 2 men on the sofas. "Leave the room," he said to the second guy. The guy glanced once at his partner and went out and closed the door softly behind him. Hobie pushed back in his chair and stood up, came out from behind the desk, and stepped over and stopped still, directly behind the first guy, who just sat there on his sofa, not moving, not daring to turn around and look. He wore a size 16 collar, which made his neck a fraction over 5 inches in diameter, assuming a human neck is more or less a uniform cylinder, which was an approximation Hobie had always been happy to make. Hobie's hook was a simple steel curve like a capital letter J, generously sized. The inside diameter of the curve was 4 3/4 inches. He moved fast, darting the hook out and forcing it over the guy's throat from behind. He stepped back and pulled with all his strength. The guy threw himself upward and backward, his fingers scrabbling under the cold metal to relieve the gagging pressure. Hobie smiled and pulled harder. The hook was riveted to a heavy leather cup and a matching shaped corset, the cup over the remains of his forearm. The corset buckled tight over his bicep above his elbow. The forearm assembly was just a stabilizer. It was the upper corset, smaller than the bulge of his elbow joint, that took all the strain and made it impossible for the hook to be separated from the stump. He pulled until the gagging turned to fractured wheezing and the redness in the guy's face began to turn blue. Then he eased off an inch and bent close to the guy's ear. He had a big bruise on his face. What the hell was that about? The guy was wheezing and gesturing wildly. Hobie twisted the hook, which relieved the pressure on the guy's voice box but brought the tip up into the soft area under his ear. "What the hell was that about?" he asked again. The guy knew that with the hook at that angle, any extra rearward pressure was going to put the tip right through his skin into that vulnerable triangle behind the jaw. He didn't know much about anatomy, but he knew he was a half-inch away from dying. "I'll tell you," he wheezed. "I'll tell you." Hobie kept the hook in position, twisting it every time the guy hesitated. So the whole true story took no longer than 3 minutes, beginning to end. "You failed me," Hobie said. "Yes, we did." The guy gasped. But it was his fault. He got all tangled up behind the screen door. He was useless. Hobie jerked the hook. "As opposed to what? Like he's useless and you're useful?" "It was his fault." The guy gasped again. "I'm still useful. You're going to have to prove that to me." "How?" The guy wheezed. "Please, how? Just tell me. Easy, you can do something for me." "Yes," the guy gasped. "Yes, anything, please. Bring me Mrs. Jacob," Hobie screamed at him. "Yes," the guy screamed back. "And don't screw up again," Hobie screamed. "No," the guy gasped. "No, we won't, I promise." Hobie jerked the hook again, twice in time with his words. "Not we, just you, because you can do something else for me." "What?" The guy wheezed. "Yes, what? Anything." "Get rid of your useless partner," Hobie whispered. "Tonight on the boat?" The guy nodded as vigorously as the hook would allow his head to move. Hobie leaned forward and slipped the hook away. The guy collapsed sideways, gasping and retching into the fabric on the sofa. "And bring me his right hand," Hobie whispered, "to prove it." They found that the clinic Leon had been attending was not really a place in its own right, but just an administrative unit within a giant private hospital facility serving the whole of Lower Putnam County. There was a 10-story white building set in parkland with medical practices of every description clustered around its base. Small roads snaked through tasteful landscaping and led to little cul-de-sacs ringed with low offices for the doctors and the dentists. Anything the professions couldn't handle in the offices got transferred to rented beds inside the main building. Thus, the cardiology clinic was a notional entity made up of a changing population of doctors and patients depending on who was sick and how bad they were. Leon's own correspondence showed he had been seen in several different physical locations, ranging from the ICU at the outset to the recovery ward, then to one of the outpatient offices, then back to the ICU for his final visit. The name of the supervising cardiologist was the only constant feature throughout the paperwork, a Dr. McBannerman, who Reacher pictured in his mind as a kindly old guy, white hair, erudite, wise, and sympathetic, maybe of ancient Scottish extraction, until Jody told him she had met with her several times and she was a woman from Baltimore aged about 35. He was driving Jody's Jeep around the small, curving roads while she was scanning left and right for the correct office. She recognized it at the end of a cul-de-sac, a low brick structure, white trim, somehow glowing with an antiseptic halo like medical buildings do. There were a half-dozen cars parked outside with one spare slot, which Reacher backed into. The receptionist was a heavy old busybody who welcomed Jody with a measure of sympathy. She invited them to wait in McBannerman's inner office, which earned them glares from the other patients in the waiting room. The inner office was an inoffensive place, pale and sterile and silent, with a token examination table and a large colored cutaway diagram of the human heart on the wall behind the desk. Jody was staring up at it like she was asking so which part finally failed. Reacher could feel his own heart, huge and muscular and thumping gently in his chest. He could feel the blood pumping and the pulses ticking in his wrists and his neck. They waited like that for 10 minutes, and then the inner door opened, and Dr. McBannerman stepped in, a plain, dark-haired woman in a white coat, a stethoscope around her neck like a badge of office and concern in her face. Jody, she said, I'm terribly sorry about Leon. It was 99% genuine, but there was a stray edge of worry there, too. She's worried about a malpractice suit, Reacher thought. The patient's daughter was a lawyer, and she was right there in her office straight from the funeral ceremony. Jody caught it, too, and she nodded, a reassuring little gesture. I just came to say thank you. You were absolutely wonderful, every step of the way. He couldn't have had better care. McBannerman relaxed, the 1% of worry washed away. She smiled, and Jody glanced up at the big diagram again. So which part finally failed? She asked. McBannerman followed her gaze and shrugged gently. Well, all of it, really, I'm afraid. It's a big, complex muscle. It beats, and it beats 30 million times a year. If it lasts 2,700 million beats, which is 90 years, we call it old age. If it lasts only 1,800 million beats, 60 years, we call it premature heart disease. We call it America's biggest health problem. But really all we're saying is sooner or later it just stops going. She paused and looked directly at Reacher. For a second he thought she had spotted some symptom he was displaying. Then he realized she was waiting for an introduction. Jack Reacher, he said. I was an old friend of Leon's. She nodded slowly, like a puzzle had just been solved. The famous Major Reacher, he spoke about you often. She sat and looked at him, openly interested. She scanned his face, and then her eyes settled on his chest. He wasn't sure if that was because of her professional specialty, or if she was looking at the scorch mark from the muzzle blast. Did he speak about anything else? Jody asked. I got the impression he was concerned about something. McBannerman turned to her, puzzled, like she was thinking, well, all of my patients are concerned about something like life and death. What sort of thing? I don't really know, Jody said. Maybe something one of the other patients might have involved him with. McBannerman shrugged and looked blank, like she was about to dismiss it, but then they saw her remember. Well, he did mention something. He told me he had a new task. Did he say what it was? McBannerman shook her head. He mentioned no details. Initially, it seemed to bore him. He was reluctant about it at first, like somebody had landed him with something tedious, but then he got a lot more interested later. It got to where it was overstimulating him. His EKGs were way up, and I wasn't at all happy about it. Was it connected to another patient? Reacher asked her. She shook her head again. I really don't know. It's possible, I guess. They spend a lot of time together out there in reception. They talk to each other. They're old people, often bored and lonely, I'm afraid. It sounded like a rebuke. Jody blushed. When did he first mention it? Reacher asked quickly. March, McBannerman said. April? Soon after he became an outpatient anyway. Not long before he went to Hawaii. Jody stared at her, surprised. He went to Hawaii? I didn't know that. McBannerman nodded. He missed an appointment, and I asked him what had happened, and he said he'd been to Hawaii just a couple of days. Hawaii? Why would he go to Hawaii without telling me? I don't know why he went, McBannerman said. Was he well enough to travel? Reacher asked her. She shook her head. No, and I think he knew it was silly. Maybe that's why he didn't mention it. When did he become an outpatient? Reacher asked. Beginning of March, she said. And when did he go to Hawaii? Middle of April, I think. Okay, he said. Can you give us a list of your other patients during that period? March and April? People he might have talked to? McBannerman was already shaking her head. No, I'm sorry. I really can't do that. It's a confidentiality issue. She appealed to Jody with her eyes, doctor to lawyer, woman to woman. You know how it is, sort of a look. Jody nodded, sympathetically. Maybe you could just ask your receptionist, see if she saw Dad talking with one of the others out there. That would just be conversational, third party, no confidentiality issues involved, in my opinion, certainly. McBannerman recognized an impasse when she saw one. She buzzed the intercom and asked the receptionist to step inside. The woman was asked the question, and she started nodding busily and answering before it was even finished. Yes, of course. Mr. Garber was always talking to that nice elderly couple, the man with the dodgy valve upper right ventricle. Can't drive anymore, so his wife brings him in every time in that awful old car. Mr. Garber was doing something for them, I'm absolutely sure of it. They were always showing him old photographs and pieces of paper. The Hobies, McBannerman asked her. That's right. They all got to be thick as thieves together. The three of them, Mr. Garber and old Mr. and Mrs. Hobie. 6 Hook Hobie was alone in his inner office, 88 floors up, listening to the quiet background sounds of the giant building, thinking hard, changing his mind. He was not an inflexible guy. He prided himself on that. He admired the way he could change and adapt and listen and learn. He felt it gave him his edge, made him distinctive. He had gone to Vietnam more or less completely unaware of his capabilities, more or less completely unaware of everything, because he had been very young. And not just very young, but also straight out of a background that was repressed and conducted in a quiet suburban vacuum that held no scope for anything much in the way of experience. Vietnam changed him. It could have broken him. It broke plenty of other guys. All around him there were guys going to pieces. Not just the kids like him, but the older guys, too, the long-service professionals who had been in the Army for years. Vietnam fell on people like a weight, and some of them cracked and some of them didn't. He didn't. He just looked around and changed and adapted, listened and learned. Killing was easy. He was a guy who had never seen anything dead before apart from roadkill, the chipmunks and the rabbits and the occasional stinking skunk on the leafy lanes near his home. First day in country in Nam, he saw 8 American corpses. It was a foot patrol, neatly triangulated by mortar fire, 8 men, 29 pieces, some of them large, a defining moment. His buddies were going quiet and throwing up and groaning in sheer abject, miserable disbelief. He was unmoved. He started out as a trader. Everybody wanted something. Everybody was moaning about what they didn't have. It was absurdly easy. All it took was a little listening. Here was a guy who smoked but didn't drink. There was a guy who loved beer but didn't smoke. Take the cigarettes from the one guy and exchange them for the other guy's beer. Broker the deal. Keep a small percentage back for yourself. It was so easy and so obvious he couldn't believe they weren't doing it for themselves. He didn't take it seriously because he was sure it couldn't last. It wasn't going to take long for them all to catch on and cut him out as middleman. But they never caught on. It was his first lesson. He could do things other people couldn't. He could spot things they couldn't. So he listened harder. What else did they want? Lots of things. Girls, food, penicillin, records, duty at base camp, but not latrine duty, boots, bug repellent, sidearms plated with chromium, dried ears from VC corpses for souvenirs, marijuana, aspirin, heroin, clean needles, safe duty for the last 100 days of a tour. He listened and learned and searched and skimmed. Then he made his big breakthrough. It was a conceptual leap he always looked back on with tremendous pride. It served as a pattern for the other giant strides he made later. It came as a response to a couple of problems he was facing. First problem was the sheer hard work everything was causing him. Finding specific physical things was sometimes tricky. Finding undiseased girls became very difficult, and finding virgins became impossible. Getting hold of a steady supply of drugs was risky. Other things were tedious. Fancy weapons, VC souvenirs, even decent boots all took time to obtain. Fresh new officers on rotation were screwing up his sweetheart deals in the safe non-combat zones. The second problem was competition. It was coming to his attention that he wasn't unique, rare, but not unique. Other guys were getting in the game, a free market was developing, his deals were occasionally rejected, people walked away claiming a better trade was available elsewhere. It shocked him. Change and adapt, he thought it through. He spent an evening on his own, lying in his narrow cot in his hooch, thinking hard. He made the breakthrough. Why chase down specific physical things that were already hard to find and could only get harder? Why trek on out to some medic and ask what he wanted in exchange for a boiled and stripped Charlie skull? Why then go out and barter for whatever damn thing it was and bring it back in and pick up the skull? Why deal in all that stuff? Why not just deal in the commonest and most freely available commodity in the whole of Vietnam, American dollars? He became a moneylender. He smiled about it later, ruefully, when he was convalescing and had time to read. It was an absolutely classic progression. Primitive societies start out with barter, and then they progress to a cash economy. The American presence in Vietnam had started out as a primitive society. That was for damn sure. Primitive, improvised, disorganized, just crouching there on the muddy surface of that awful country. Then as time passed, it became bigger, more settled, more mature. It grew up, and he was the first of his kind to grow up with it. The first, and for a very long time the only. It was a source of huge pride to him. It proved he was better than the rest, smarter, more imaginative, better able to change and adapt and prosper. Cash money was the key to everything. Somebody wanted boots or heroin, or a girl some lying gook swore was 12 and a virgin. He could go buy it with money borrowed from Hobie. He could gratify his desire today and pay for it next week, plus a few percent in interest. Hobie could just sit there like a fat lazy spider in the center of a web. No legwork, no hassle. He put a lot of thought into it, realized early the psychological power of numbers. Little numbers like 9 sounded small and friendly. 9% was his favorite rate. It sounded like nothing at all. 9. Just a little squiggle on a piece of paper, a single figure, less than 10, really nothing at all. That's how the other grunts looked at it, but 9% a week was 468% a year. Somebody let the debt slip for a week, and compound interest kicked in. That 468 ramped up to 1,000% pretty damn quickly. But nobody looked at that. Nobody except Hobie. They all saw the number 9, single figure, small and friendly. The first defaulter was a big guy, savage, ferocious, pretty much subnormal in the head. Hobie smiled, forgave him his debt, and wrote it off. Suggested that he might repay this generosity by getting alongside him and taking on the role of enforcer. There were no more defaulters after that. The exact method of deterrence was tricky to establish. A broken arm or leg just sent the guy way back behind the lines to the field hospital, where he was safe and surrounded by white nurses who would probably put out if he came up with some kind of heroic description about how he got the injury. A bad break might even get him invalided out of the service altogether and returned stateside. No kind of deterrence in that. No kind of deterrence at all. So Hobie had his enforcer use pungy spikes. They were a VC invention, a small, sharp wooden spike, like a meat skewer, coated with buffalo dung, which was poisonous. The VC concealed them in shallow holes, so GIs would step on them and get septic crippling wounds in the feet. Hobie's enforcer aimed to use them through the defaulter's testicles. The feeling amongst Hobie's clientele was the long-term medical consequences were not worth risking, even in exchange for escaping the debt and getting out of uniform. By the time he got burned and lost his arm, Hobie was a seriously rich man. His next coup was to get the whole of his fortune home, undetected and complete. Not everybody could have done it, not in the particular set of circumstances he found himself in. It was further proof of his greatness, as was his subsequent history. He arrived in New York after a circuitous journey, crippled and disfigured, and immediately felt at home. Manhattan was a jungle, no different from the jungles of Indochina. So there was no reason for him to start acting any different, no reason to change his line of business, and this time he was starting out with a massive capital reserve. He wasn't starting out with nothing. He loan sharked for years. He built it up. He had the capital, and he had the image. The burn scars and the hook meant a lot visually. He attracted a raft of helpers. He fed off whole identifiable waves and generations of immigrants and poor people. He fought off the Italians to stay in business. He paid off whole squads of cops and prosecutors to stay invisible. Then he made his second great breakthrough, similar to the first. It was a process of deep radical thought, a response to a problem. The problem was the sheer insane scale. He had millions on the street, but it was all nickel and dime. Thousands of separate deals, $100 here, $150 there, 9 or 10% a week, 500 or 1,000% a year. Big paperwork, big hassles, running fast all the time just to keep up. Then he suddenly realized less could be more. It came to him in a flash. 5% of some corporation's $1 million was worth more in a week than 500% of street-level shit. He got in a fever about it. He froze all new lending and turned the screws to get back everything he was owed. He bought suits and rented office space. Overnight, he became a corporate lender. It was an act of pure genius. He had sniffed out that gray margin that lies just to the left of conventional commercial practice. He had found a huge constituency of borrowers who were just slipping off the edge of what the banks called acceptable. A huge constituency, a desperate constituency above all, a soft constituency, soft targets. Civilized men in suits coming to him for $1 million, posing much less of a risk than somebody in a dirty undershirt wanting 100 in a filthy tenement block with a rabid dog behind the door. Soft targets, easy to intimidate, unaccustomed to the harsh realities of life. He let his enforcers go and sat back and watched as his clientele shrank down to a handful, his average loan increased 1,000,000-fold, his interest rates dropped back into the stratosphere, and his profits grew bigger than he could ever imagine. Less is more. It was a wonderful new business to be in. There were occasional problems, of course, but they were manageable. He changed his deterrence tactic. These civilized new borrowers were vulnerable through their families, wives, daughters, sons. Usually the threat was enough. Occasionally action had to be taken. Often it was fun. Soft suburban wives and daughters could be amusing, an added bonus, a wonderful business, achieved through a constant willingness to change and adapt. Deep down, he knew his talent for flexibility was his greatest strength. He had promised himself never ever to forget that fact, which was why he was alone in his inner office up there on the 88th floor, listening to the quiet background sounds of the giant building, thinking hard and changing his mind. 50 miles away to the north in Pound Ridge, Marilyn Stone was changing her mind too. She was a smart woman. She knew Chester was in financial trouble. It couldn't be anything else. He wasn't having an affair. She knew that. There are signs husbands give out when they're having affairs, and Chester wasn't giving them out. There was nothing else he could be worried about, so it was financial trouble. Her original intention had been to wait, just to sit tight and wait until the day he finally needed to get it off his chest and told her all about it. She had planned to wait for that day and then step in. She could manage the situation from there on in, however far it went, exactly. Debt, insolvency, even bankruptcy. Women were good at managing situations better than men. She could take the practical steps, she could offer whatever consolation was needed. She could pick her way through the ruins without the ego-driven hopelessness Chester was going to be feeling. But now she was changing her mind. She couldn't wait any longer. Chester was killing himself with worry, so she was going to have to go ahead and do something about it. No use talking to him. His instinct was to conceal problems. He didn't want to upset her. He would deny everything and the situation would keep on getting worse, so she had to go ahead and act alone for his sake as well as hers. The obvious first step was to place the house with a realtor. Whatever the exact degree of trouble they were in, selling the house might be necessary. Whether it would be enough, she had no way of telling. It might solve the problem on its own, or it might not. But it was the obvious place to start. A rich woman living in Pound Ridge like Marilyn has many contacts in the real estate business. One step down the status ladder where the women are comfortable without being rich. A lot of them work for realtors. They keep it part-time and try to make it look like a hobby, like it was more connected with an enthusiasm for interior decoration than mere commerce. Marilyn could immediately list 4 good friends she could call. Her hand was resting on the phone as she tried to choose between them. In the end, she chose a woman called Cheryl, who she knew the least well of the 4, but who she suspected was the most capable. She was taking this seriously, and her realtor needed to as well. She dialed the number. "Marilyn," Cheryl answered. "How nice to talk to you. Can I help?" Marilyn took a deep breath. "We might be selling the house," she said. "And you've come to me?" "Marilyn, thank you. But why on earth are you guys thinking of selling? It's so lovely where you are. Are you moving out of state?" Marilyn took another deep breath. "I think Chester's going broke. I don't really want to talk about it, but I figure we need to start making contingency plans." There was no pause, no hesitation, no embarrassment. "I think you're very wise," Cheryl said. "Most people hang on way too long, then they have to sell in a hurry and they lose out." "Most people?" This happens a lot. Are you kidding? We see this all the time. Better to face it early and pick up the true value. You're doing the right thing, believe me. But then women usually do, Marilyn, because we can handle this stuff better than men, can't we? Marilyn breathed out and smiled into the phone. Felt like she was doing exactly the right thing and like this was exactly the right person to be doing it with. I'll list it right away, Cheryl said. I suggest an asking price $1 short of $2 million and a target of 1.9. That's achievable and it should spark something pretty quickly. How quickly? Today's market, Cheryl said. With your location, 6 weeks? Yes, I think we can pretty much guarantee an offer inside 6 weeks. DRMC Bannerman was still pretty uptight about confidentiality issues, so although she gave up old Mr. and Mrs. Hobie's address, she wouldn't accompany it with a phone number. Jody saw no legal logic in that, but it seemed to keep the doctor happy, so she didn't bother arguing about it. She just shook hands and hustled back through the waiting area and outside to the car with Reacher following behind her. "Bizarre," she said to him. "Did you see those people in reception?" "Exactly," Reacher replied. "Old people half dead." "That's what Dad looked like toward the end, just like that, I'm afraid. And I guess this old Mr. Hobie won't look any different. So what were they up to together that people are getting killed over it?" They got into the Bravada together, and she leaned over from the passenger seat and unhooked her car phone. Reacher started the motor to run the air. She dialed information. The Hobies lived north of Garrison, up past Brighton, the next town on the railroad. She wrote their number in pencil on a scrap of paper from her pocketbook and then dialed it immediately. It rang for a long time, and then a woman's voice answered. "Yes?" the voice said hesitantly. "Mrs. Hobie?" Jody asked. "Yes," the voice said again, wavering. Jody pictured her an old infirm woman, gray, thin, probably wearing a flowery housecoat, gripping an ancient receiver in an old dark house smelling of stale food and furniture wax. "Mrs. Hobie, I'm Jody Garber, Leon Garber's daughter." "Yes," the woman said again. "He died, I'm afraid, 5 days ago." "Yes, I know," the old woman said. She sounded sad about it. "Dr. McBannerman's receptionist told us at yesterday's appointment. I was very sorry to hear about it. He was a good man. He was very nice to us. He was helping us, and he told us about you. You're a lawyer? I'm very sorry for your loss." "Thank you," Jody said. "But can you tell me about whatever it was he was helping you with?" "Well, it doesn't matter now, does it?" "Doesn't it? Why not?" "Well, because your father died," the woman said. "You see, I'm afraid he was really our last hope." The way she said it, it sounded like she meant it. Her voice was low. There was a resigned fall at the end of the sentence, a sort of tragic cadence, like she'd given up on something long cherished and anticipated. Jody pictured her a bony hand holding the phone up to her face, a wet tear on a thin, pale cheek. "Maybe he wasn't," she said. "Maybe I could help you." There was a silence on the line, just a faint hiss. "Well, I don't think so," the woman said. "I'm not sure it's the kind of thing a lawyer would normally deal with, you see." "What kind of thing is it?" "I don't think it matters now," the woman said again. "Can't you give me some idea?" "No, I think it's all over now," the woman said like her old heart was breaking. Then there was silence again. Jody glanced out through the windshield at McBannerman's office. "But how was my father able to help you? Was it something he especially knew about? Was it because he was in the Army?" "Is that what it was? Something connected with the Army?" "Well, yes, it was. That's why I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to help us as a lawyer. We've tried lawyers, you see. We need somebody connected with the Army, I think. But thank you very much for offering. It was very generous of you." "There's somebody else here," Jody said. "He's with me right now. He used to work with my father in the Army. He'd be willing to help you out if he can." There was silence on the line again, just the same faint hiss and breathing like the old woman was thinking, like she needed time to adjust to some new considerations. "His name is Major Reacher," Jody said into the silence. "Maybe my father mentioned him. They served together for a long time. My father sent for him when he realized he wouldn't be able to carry on any longer." "He sent for him?" the woman repeated. "Yes. I think he thought he would be able to come and take over for him, keep on with helping you out. Was this new person in the military police too? Yes, he was. Is that important? I'm really not sure, the woman said. She went quiet again. She was breathing close to the phone. Can he come here to our house? She asked suddenly. We'll both come, Jody said. Would you like us to come right away? There was silence again. Breathing, thinking. My husband's just had his medication, the woman said. He's sleeping now. He's very sick. Jody nodded in the car, opened and closed her spare hand in frustration. Mrs. Hobie, can't you tell us what this is about? Silence, breathing, thinking. I should let my husband tell you. I think he can explain it better than me. It's a long story and I sometimes get confused. Okay, when will he wake up? Jody asked. Should we come by a little later? There was another pause. He usually sleeps right through after his medication, the old woman said. It's a blessing, really, I think. Can your father's friend come first thing in the morning? Hobie used the tip of his hook to press the intercom buzzer on his desk, leaned forward and called through to his receptionist. He used the guy's name, which was an unusual intimacy for Hobie, generally caused by stress. Tony, he said, we need to talk. Tony came in from his brass and oak reception counter in the lobby and threaded his way around the coffee table to the sofa. It was Garber who went to Hawaii, he said. You sure? Hobie asked him. Tony nodded. On American White Plains to Chicago, Chicago to Honolulu, April 15th, returned the next day, April 16th, same route, paid by Amex. It's all in their computer. But what did he do there? Hobie said, more or less to himself. We don't know, Tony muttered, but we can guess, can't we? There was an ominous silence in the office. Tony watched the unburned side of Hobie's face, waiting for a response. I heard from Hanoi, Hobie said into the silence. Christ, when? 10 minutes ago. Jesus, Hanoi? Tony said. Shit. 30 years, Hobie said. And now it's happened. Tony stood up and walked around behind the desk, used his fingers to push two slats of the window blind apart. A bar of afternoon sunlight fell across the room. So you should get out now. Now it's way, way too dangerous. Hobie said nothing. He clasped his hook in the fingers of his left hand. You promised, Tony said urgently. Step 1, step 2, and they've happened. Both steps have happened now, for God's sake. It'll still take them some time, Hobie said. Won't it? Right now, they still don't know anything. Tony shook his head. Garber was no fool. He knew something. If he went to Hawaii, there was a good reason for it. Hobie used the muscle in his left arm to guide the hook up to his face. He ran the smooth, cold steel over the scar tissue there. Time to time, pressure from the hard curve could relieve the itching. What about this Reacher guy? He asked. Any progress on that? Tony squinted out through the gap in the blind. 88 floors up. I called St. Louis, he said. He was a military policeman, too. Served with Garber the best part of 13 years. They'd had another inquiry on the same subject 10 days ago. I'm guessing that was Costello. So why? Hobie asked. The Garber family pays Costello to chase down some old army buddy. Why, what the hell for? No idea, Tony said. The guy's a drifter. He was digging swimming pools down where Costello was. Hobie nodded vaguely. He was thinking hard. A military cop, he said to himself. Who's now a drifter? You should get out, Tony said again. I don't like the military police, Hobie said. I know you don't. So what's the interfering bastard doing here? You should get out, Tony said for the third time. Hobie nodded. I'm a flexible guy, he said. You know that? Tony let the blind fall back into place. The room went dark. I'm not asking you to be flexible. I'm asking you to stick to what you planned all along. I changed the plan. I want the stone score. Tony came back around the desk and took his place on the sofa. Too risky to stick around for it. Both calls are in now, Vietnam and Hawaii, for Christ's sake. I know that, Hobie said, so I changed the plan again. Back to what it was? Hobie shrugged and shook his head. A combination. We get out, for sure, but only after I nail Stone. Tony sighed and laid his hands palm up on the upholstery. 6 weeks is way, way too long. Garber already went to Hawaii, for Christ's sake. He was some kind of a hotshot general. And obviously he knew stuff, or why would he go out there? Hobie was nodding. His head was moving in and out of a thin shaft of light that picked up the crude gray tufts of his hair. He knew stuff, I accept that, but he took sick and died. The stuff he knew died with him. Otherwise, why would his daughter resort to some half-assed private dick and some unemployed drifter? So, what are you saying? Hobie slipped his hook below the level of the desktop and cupped his chin with his good hand. He let the fingers spread upward over the scars. It was a pose he used subconsciously when he was aiming to look accommodating and unthreatening. I can't give up on the stone score, he said. You can see that, right? It's just sitting there begging to be eaten up. I give up on that. I couldn't live with myself the whole rest of my life. It would be cowardice. Running is smart, I agree with you, but running too early, earlier than you really need to, that's cowardice. And I'm not a coward, Tony, you know that, right? So what are you saying? Tony asked again. We do both things together, but accelerated, because I agree with you 6 weeks is way too long. We need to get out before 6 weeks. But we aren't going without the stone score, so we speed things up. Okay? How? I put the stock in the market today, Hobie said. It'll hit the floor 90 minutes before the closing bell. That should be long enough to get the message through to the banks. Tomorrow morning, Stone will be coming here all steamed up. I won't be here tomorrow, so you'll tell him what we want and what we'll do if we don't get it. We'll have the whole 9 yards within a couple of days, tops. I'll pre-sell the Long Island assets so we don't hit any delay out there. Meanwhile, you'll close things down here. Okay, how? Tony asked again. Hobie looked around the dim office, all 4 corners. We'll just walk away from this place, waste 6 months of lease. But what the hell? Those 2 assholes playing at being my enforcers will be no problem. One of them is wasting the other tonight, and you'll work with him until he gets hold of this Mrs. Jacob for me, whereupon you'll waste her and him together. Sell the boat, sell the vehicles, and we're out of here. No loose ends. Call it a week. Just a week. I think we can give ourselves a week, right? Tony nodded, leaned forward, relieved at the prospect of action. What about this Reacher guy? He's still a loose end. Hobie shrugged in his chair. I've got a separate plan for him. We won't find him, Tony said. Not just the 2 of us, not within a week. We don't have the time to go out searching around for him. We don't need to. Tony stared at him. We do, boss. He's a loose end, right? Hobie shook his head. Then he dropped his hand away from his face and came out from under the desktop with his hook. I'll do this the efficient way. No reason to waste my energy finding him. I'll let him find me, and he will. I know what military cops are like. And then what? Hobie smiled. Then he leads a long and happy life, he said. 30 more years at least. So what now? Reacher asked. They were still in the lot outside McBannerman's long, low office, engine idling, air roaring to combat, the sun beating down on the Bravada's dark green paint. The vents were angled all over the place, and he was catching Jody's subtle perfume mixed in with the Freon blast. Right at that moment, he was a happy guy, living an old fantasy. Many times in the past, he'd speculated about how it would feel to be within touching distance of her when she was all grown up. It was something he had never expected to experience. He had assumed he would lose track of her and never see her again. He had assumed his feelings would just die away over time. But there he was, sitting right next to her, breathing in her fragrance, taking sideways glances at her long legs sprawling down into the footwell. He had always assumed she would grow up pretty spectacular. Now he was feeling a little guilty for underestimating how beautiful she would become. His fantasies had not done her justice. It's a problem, she said. I can't go up there tomorrow. I can't take more time out. We're very busy right now, and I've got to keep on billing the hours 15 years. Was that a long time or a short time? Does it change a person? It felt like a short time to him. He didn't feel radically different from the person he had been 15 years before. He was the same person, thinking the same way, capable of the same things. He had acquired a thick gloss of experience during those years. He was older, more burnished, but he was the same person. He felt she had to be different, had to be. Surely her 15 years had been a greater leap through bigger transitions. High school, college, law school, marriage, divorce, the partnership track, hours to bill. So now he felt he was in uncharted waters, unsure of how to relate to her, because he was dealing with three separate things, all competing in his head. The reality of her as kid 15 years ago, and then the way he had imagined she would turn out, and then the way she really had turned out. He knew all about two of those things, but not the third. He knew the kid. He knew the adult he'd invented inside his head. But he didn't know the reality, and it was making him unsure because suddenly he wanted to avoid making any stupid mistakes with her. "You'll have to go by yourself," she said. "Is that okay?" "Sure," he said, "but that's not the issue here. You need to take care." She nodded, pulled her hands up inside her sleeves, and hugged herself. He didn't know why. "I'll be okay, I guess," she said. "Where's your office?" "Wall Street and Lower Broadway." "That's where you live, right? Lower Broadway?" She nodded. 13 blocks. "I usually walk." "Not tomorrow," he said. "I'll drive you." She looked surprised. "You will?" "Damn right I will," he said. 13 blocks on foot? Forget about it, Jody. You'll be safe enough at home, but they could grab you on the street. What about your office? Is it secure?" She nodded again. "Nobody gets in. Not without an appointment and ID. "Okay," he said. "So I'll be in your apartment all night, and I'll drive you door to door in the morning. Then I'll come back up here and see these Hobie people, and you can stay right there in the office until I come get you out again, okay?" She was silent. He tracked back and reviewed what he'd said. "I mean, you got a spare room, right?" "Sure," she said. "There's a spare room, so is that okay?" She nodded, quietly. "So what now?" he asked her. She turned sideways on her seat. The blast of air from the center vents caught her hair and blew it over her face. She smoothed it back behind her ear and her eyes flicked him up and down. Then she smiled. "We should go shopping," she said. "Shopping? What for? What do you need?" "Not what I need," she said. "What you need." He looked at her, worried. "What do I need?" "Clothes," she said. "You can't go visiting with those old folks looking like a cross between a beach bum and the wild man of Borneo, can you?" Then she leaned sideways and touched the mark on his shirt with her fingertip. "And we should find a pharmacy. You need something to put on that burn." "What the hell are you doing?" The finance director screamed. He was in Chester Stone's office doorway, 2 floors above his own, gripping the frame with both hands, panting with exertion and fury. He hadn't waited for the elevator. He had raced up the fire stairs. Stone was staring at him blankly. "You idiot!" he screamed. "I told you not to do this." "Do what?" Stone said back. "Put stock in the market," the finance guy yelled. "I told you not to do that." "I didn't," Stone said. "There's no stock in the market." "There damn well is," the guy said. "A great big slice sitting there doing absolutely nothing at all. You got people shying away from it like it's radioactive or something." "What?" The finance guy breathed in, stared at his employer, saw a small, crumpled man in a ridiculous British suit sitting at a desk that alone was now worth 100 times the corporation's entire net assets. "You asshole, I told you not to do this. Why not just take a page in the Wall Street Journal and say, 'Hey people, my company's worth exactly less than jack shit'?" "What are you talking about?" Stone asked. "I've got the banks on the phone," the guy said. "They're watching the ticker. Stone stock popped up an hour ago and the price is unwinding faster than the damn computers can track it. It's unsaleable. You've sent them a message. For God's sake, you've told them you're insolvent. You've told them you owe them $16 million against security that isn't worth 16 damn cents. I didn't put stock in the market," Stone said again. The finance guy nodded sarcastically. "So who the hell did? The tooth fairy?" "Hobie," Stone said, "has to be." "Jesus, why Hobie?" the guy repeated. Stone nodded. "Hobie," the guy said again, incredulous. "Shit, you gave him stock?" "I had to," Stone said. "No other way." "Shit," the guy said again, panting. "You see what he's doing here?" Stone looked blank, and then he nodded, scared. "What can we do?" The finance director dropped his hands off the doorframe and turned his back. Forget we. There's no we here anymore. I'm resigning. I'm out of here. You can fix it yourself. But you recommended the guy, Stone yelled. I didn't recommend giving him stock, you asshole, the guy yelled back. What are you, a moron? If I recommended you visit the aquarium to see the piranha fish, would you stick your damn finger in the tank? You've got to help me, Stone said. The guy just shook his head. You're on your own. I'm resigning. Right now, my recommendation is you go down to what was my office and get started. There's a line of phones on what was my desk all ringing. My recommendation is you start with whichever one is ringing the loudest. Wait up, Stone yelled. I need your help here, against Hobie? The guy yelled back, Dream on, pal. Then he was gone. He just turned and strode out through the secretarial pen and disappeared. Stone came out from behind his desk and stood in the doorway and watched him go. The suite was silent. His secretary had left earlier than she should have. He walked out into the corridor. The sales department on the right was deserted. The marketing suite on the left was empty. The photocopiers were silent. He called the elevator, and the mechanism sounded very loud in the hush. He rode down 2 floors alone. The finance director's suite was empty. Drawers were standing open. Personal belongings had been taken away. He wandered through to the inner office. The Italian desk light was glowing. The computer was turned off. The phones were off their hooks, lying on the rosewood desktop. He picked one of them up. Hello? He said into it. This is Chester Stone. He repeated it twice into the electronic silence. Then a woman came on and asked him to hold. There were clicks and buzzes, a moment of soothing music. Mr. Stone? A new voice said. This is the insolvency unit. Stone closed his eyes and gripped the phone. Please hold for the director, the voice said. There was more music. Fierce Baroque violins scraping away relentlessly. Mr. Stone? A deep voice said. This is the director. Hello, Stone said. It was all he could think of to say. We're taking steps, the voice said. I'm sure you understand our position. Okay, Stone said. He was thinking, what steps? Lawsuits? Prison? We should be out of the woods. Start a business tomorrow, the voice said. Out of the woods, how? We're selling the debt, obviously. Selling it? Stone repeated. I don't understand. We don't want it anymore, the voice said. I'm sure you can understand that. It's moved itself way outside of the parameters that we feel happy with, so we're selling it. That's what people do, right? They got something they don't want anymore. They sell it, best price they can get. Who are you selling it to? Stone asked, dazed. A trust company in the Caymans. They made an offer. So where does that leave us, the voice repeated, puzzled. It leaves us nowhere. Your obligation to us is terminated. There is no us. Our relationship is over. My only advice is that you never try to resurrect it. We would tend to regard that as insult added to injury. So who do I owe now? The trust company in the Caymans, the voice said patiently. I'm sure whoever's behind it will be contacting you very soon with their repayment proposals. Jody drove, Reacher got out and walked around the hood and got back in on the passenger side. She slid over the center console and buzzed the seat forward, cruised south through the sunny Croton reservoirs down toward the city of White Plains. Reacher was twisting around, scanning behind them. No pursuers, nothing suspicious. Just a perfect lazy June afternoon in the suburbs. He had to touch the blister through his shirt to remind himself that anything had happened at all. She headed for a big mall. It was a serious building the size of a stadium, crowding proudly against office towers its own height. Standing inside a knot of busy roads, she drifted left and right across the traffic lanes and followed a curved ramp underground to the parking garage. It was dark down there, dusty oil-stained concrete, but there was a brass and glass doorway in the distance leading directly into a store and blazing with white light like a promise. Jody found a slot 50 yards from it. She eased in and went away to do something with a machine, came back and laid a small ticket on the dash where it could be read through the windshield. Okay, she said. Where to first? Reacher shrugged. This was not his area of expertise. He had bought plenty of clothes in the last 2 years because he had developed a habit of buying new stuff instead of washing the old stuff. It was a defensive habit. It defended him against carrying any kind of a big valise, and it defended him against having to learn the exact techniques of laundering. He knew about laundromats and dry cleaners, but he was vaguely worried about being alone in a laundromat and finding himself unsure of the correct procedures, and giving stuff to a dry cleaner implied a commitment to be back in the same physical location at some future time, which was a commitment he was reluctant to make. The most straightforward practice was to buy new and junk the old, so he had bought clothes, but exactly where he had bought them was hard for him to pin down. Generally, he just saw clothes in a store window, went in and bought them, and came out again without really being sure of the identity of the establishment he had visited. "There was a place I went in Chicago," he said. "I think it was a chain store. Short little name Whole Gap? Something like that. They had the right sizes." Jody laughed, linked her arm through his. "The Gap?" she said. "There's one right in here." The brass and glass doorway led straight into a department store. The air was cold and stank of soap and perfume. They passed through the cosmetics into an area with tables piled high with summer clothes and pastel cottons, then out into the main thoroughfare of the mall. It was oval like a racetrack, ringed with small stores, the whole arrangement repeated on 2 more levels above them. The walks were carpeted and music was playing and people were swarming everywhere. "I think the Gap's upstairs," Jody said. Reacher smelled coffee. One of the units opposite was done out as a coffee bar, like a street place in Italy. The inside walls were painted like outside walls, and the ceiling was flat black, so it would disappear like the sky. An inside place looking like an outside place, and an inside mall that was trying to look like an outside shopping street, except it had carpets. "You want to get coffee?" he asked. Jody smiled and shook her head. "First we shop, then we get coffee." She led him toward an escalator. He smiled. He knew how she was feeling. He had felt the same 15 years before. She had come with him, nervous and tentative, on a routine visit to the glass house in Manila. Familiar territory to him, just routine, really nothing at all, but new and strange to her. He had felt busy and happy, and somehow educational. It had been fun being with her, showing her around. Now she was feeling the same thing. All this mall stuff was nothing to her. She had come home to America a long time ago and learned its details. Now he was the stranger in her territory. "What about this place?" she called to him. It wasn't the Gap. It was some one-off store heavily designed with weathered shingles and timbers rescued from some old barn. The clothes were made from heavy cottons and dyed in subdued colors, and they were artfully displayed in the beds of old farm carts with iron-banded wheels. He shrugged. "Looks okay to me?" She took his hand, her palm felt cool and slim against his. She led him inside and put her hair behind her ears and bent and started looking through the displays. She did it the way he'd seen other women do it. She used little flicks of her wrist to put together assemblages of different items. A pair of pants, still folded, laid over the bottom half of a shirt, a jacket laid sideways over both of them, with the shirt peeping out at the top and the pants showing at the bottom, half-closed eyes, pursed lips, a shake of the head, a different shirt, a nod. "Real shopping. What do you think?" she asked. She had put together a pair of pants, khaki but a little darker than most chinos, a shirt in a quiet check, greens and browns, a thin jacket in dark brown which seemed to match the rest pretty well. He nodded. "Looks okay to me," he said again. The prices were handwritten on small tickets attached to the garments with string. He flicked one over with his fingernail. "Christ," he said, "forget about it." "It's worth it," she said. "Quality's good. I can't afford it, Jody." The shirt on its own was twice what he had ever paid for a whole outfit. To dress in that stuff was going to cost him what he had earned in a day digging pools. 10 hours, 4 tons of sand and rock and earth. "I'll buy them for you." He stood there with the shirt in his hands, uncertain. "Remember the necklace?" she asked. He nodded. He remembered. She had developed a passion for a particular necklace in a Manila jeweler's. It was a plain gold thing, like a rope, vaguely Egyptian, not really expensive, but out of her league. Leon was into some self-discipline thing with her and wouldn't spring for it, so Reacher had bought it for her, not for her birthday or anything, just because he liked her and she liked it. "I was so happy," she said. "I thought I was going to burst. I've still got it, I still wear it, so let me pay you back, okay?" He thought about it, nodded. Okay, he said, she could afford it. She was a lawyer, probably made a fortune. And it was a fair trade looking at it in proportion, cost versus income, 15 years of inflation. Okay, he said again. Thanks, Jody. You need socks and things, right? They picked out a pair of khaki socks and a pair of white boxers. She went to a till and used a gold card. He took the stuff into a changing cubicle and tore off the price tickets and put everything on. He transferred his cash from his pants pocket and left the old clothes in the trash can. The new stuff felt stiff, but it looked pretty good in the mirror against his tan. He came back out. Nice, Jody said. Pharmacy next? Then coffee, he said. He bought a razor and a can of foam and a toothbrush and toothpaste and a small tube of burn ointment, paid for it all himself and carried it in a brown paper bag. The walk to the pharmacy had taken them near a food court. He could see a rib place that smelled good. Let's have dinner, he said. Not just coffee, my treat. Okay, she said, and linked her arm through his again. The dinner for two cost him the price of the new shirt, which he thought was not outrageous. They had dessert and coffee, and then some of the smaller stores were closing up for the day. Okay, home, he said, and we play it real cautious from here. They walked through the department store, through the displays in reverse, first the pastel summer cottons, and then the fierce smell of the cosmetics. He stopped her inside the brass and glass doors and scanned ahead out in the garage where the air was warm and damp, a 1,000,000-to-1 possibility, but worth taking into account. Nobody there, just people hustling back to their cars with bulging bags. They walked together to the Bravada, and she slid into the driver's seat. He got in beside her. Which way would you normally go? From here? FDR Drive, I guess. Okay, he said. Head out for LaGuardia, and we'll come in down through Brooklyn, over the Brooklyn Bridge. She looked at him. You sure you want to do the tourist thing? There are better places to go than the Bronx and Brooklyn. First rule, he said, predictability is unsafe. If you've got a route you'd normally take, today we take a different one. You serious? You bet your ass. I used to do VIP protection for a living. I'm a VIP now. You bet your ass, he said again, an hour later. It was dark, which is the best condition for using the Brooklyn Bridge. Reacher felt like a tourist as they swooped around the ramp and up over the hump of the span, and lower Manhattan was suddenly there in front of them with a billion bright lights everywhere. One of the world's great sights, he thought, and he had inspected most of the competition. Go a few blocks north, he said. We'll come in from a distance. They'll be expecting us to come straight home. She swung wide to the right and headed north on Lafayette, hung a tight left and another and came back traveling south on Broadway. The light at Leonard was red. Reacher scanned ahead in the neon wash. 3 blocks, Jody said. Where do you park?
Garage under the building?
Okay, turn off a block short, he said. I'll check it out. Come around again and pick me up. If I'm not waiting on the sidewalk, go to the cops. She made the right on Thomas, stopped and let him out. He slapped lightly on the roof, and she took off again. He walked around the corner and found her building. It was a big square place. Renovated lobby with heavy glass doors, big lock, a vertical row of 15 buzzers with names printed behind little plastic windows. Apartment 12 had Jacob Garber. Like there were 2 people living there. There were people on the street, some of them loitering in knots, some of them walking, but none of them interesting. The parking garage entrance was farther on down the sidewalk. It was an abrupt slope into darkness. He walked down. It was quiet and badly lit. There were 2 rows of 8 spaces, 15 altogether because the ramp up to the street was where the 16th would be. 11 cars parked up. He checked the full length of the place, nobody hiding out. He came back up the ramp and ran back to Thomas, dodged the traffic, and crossed the street and waited. She was coming south through the light toward him. She saw him and pulled over, and he got back in alongside her. All clear, he said. She made it back out into the traffic and then pulled right and bumped down the ramp. Her headlights bounced and swung. She stopped in the center aisle and backed into her space, killed the motor and the lights. How do we get upstairs, he asked. She pointed door to the lobby. There was a flight of metal steps up to a big industrial door which had a steel sheet riveted over it. The door had a big lock. Same as on the glass doors to the street, they got out and locked the car. He carried her garment bag. They walked to the steps and up to the door. She worked the lock and he swung it open. The lobby was empty. A single elevator opposite them. "I'm on 4, she said. He pressed 5. "We'll come down the stairs from above," he said, just in case. They used the fire stairs and came back down to 4. He had her wait on the landing and peered out. A deserted hallway. Tall and narrow, apartment 10 to the left, 11 to the right, and 12 straight ahead. "Let's go," he said. Her door was black and thick, spy hole at eye level, 2 locks. She used the keys and they went inside. She locked up again and dropped an old hinged bar into place right across the whole doorway. Reacher pressed it down in its brackets. It was iron, and as long as it was there, nobody else was going to get in. He put her garment bag against a wall. She flicked switches and the lights came on. She waited by the door while Reacher walked ahead hallway, living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, closets, big rooms, very high, nobody in them. He came back to the living room and shrugged off his new jacket and threw it on a chair and turned back to her and relaxed. But she wasn't relaxed, he could see that. She was looking directly away from him, more tense than she'd been all day. She was just standing there with her sweatshirt cuffs way down over her hands in the doorway to her living room, fidgeting. He had no idea what was wrong with her. "You okay?" he asked. She ducked her head forward and back in a figure 8 to drop her hair behind her shoulders. "I guess I'll take a shower," she said. "You know, hit the sack. Hell of a day, right?" Unbelievable. She crabbed right around him on her way through the room, keeping her distance. She gave him a sort of shy wave, just her fingers peeping out from the sweatshirt sleeve. "What time tomorrow?" he asked. 7:30 will do it, she said. "Okay," he said. "Good night, Jody." She nodded and disappeared down the inner hallway. He heard her bedroom door open and close. He stared after her for a long moment, surprised. Then he sat on the sofa and took off his shoes, too restless to sleep right away. He padded around in his new socks, looking at the apartment. It wasn't really a loft as such. It was an old building with very high ceilings, was all. The shell was original. It had probably been industrial. The outside walls were sandblasted brick, and the inner walls were smooth, clean plaster. The windows were huge, probably put there to illuminate the sewing machine operation or whatever was there 100 years ago. The parts of the walls that were brick were a warm, natural brick color, but everything else was white except for the floor, which was pale maple strips. The decor was cool and neutral, like a gallery. There was no sign that more than one person had ever lived there, no sign of two tastes competing. The whole place was very unified. White sofas, white chairs, bookshelves built in simple cubic sections, painted with the same white paint that had been used on the walls. Big steam pipes and ugly radiators, all painted white. The only definite color in the living room was a life-size Mondrian copy on the wall above the largest sofa. It was a proper copy, done by hand in oil on canvas, with the proper colors, not garish reds and blues and yellows, but the correct dulled tones with authentic little cracks and crazings in the white, which was nearer a gray. He stood and looked at it for a long time, totally astonished. Piet Mondrian was his favorite painter of all time, and this exact picture was his favorite work of all time. The title was Composition with Red, Yellow, and Blue. Mondrian had painted the original in 1930, and Reacher had seen it in Zurich, Switzerland. There was a tall cabinet opposite the smallest sofa, painted the same white as everything else. There was a small TV in it, a video, a cable box, a CD player with a pair of large headphones plugged into the jack. A small stack of CDs, mostly 50s jazz, stuff he liked without really being crazy about. The windows gave out over Lower Broadway. There was a constant wash of traffic hum, neon blaze from up and down the street, an occasional siren wailing and booping and blasting loud as it came out through the gaps between blocks. He tilted the blind with a clear plastic wand and looked down at the sidewalk. There were still the same knots of people hanging around, nothing to make him nervous. He tilted the blind back and closed it up tight. The kitchen was huge and tall. All the cupboards were wood, painted white, and the appliances were industrial sizes in stainless steel like pizza ovens. He had lived in places smaller than the refrigerator. He pulled it open and saw a dozen bottles of his favorite water, the same stuff he had grown to love in the Keys. He took the seal off one of them and carried it into the guest bedroom. The bedroom was white, like everything else. The furniture was wood, which had started out with a different finish, but which was now white like the walls. He put the water on the night table and used the bathroom. White tiles, white sink, white tub, all old enamel and tiling. He closed the blinds and stripped and folded his new clothes onto the closet shelf, threw back the cover and slid into bed and fell to thinking. Illusion and reality. What was 9 years anyway? A lot, he guessed, when she was 15 and he was 24, but what was it now? He was 38 and she was either 29 or 30. He wasn't exactly sure which. Where was the problem with that? Why wasn't he doing something? Maybe it wasn't the age thing. Maybe it was Leon. She was his daughter, and always would be. It gave him the guilty illusion she was somewhere between his kid sister and his niece. That obviously gave him a very inhibiting feeling. But it was just an illusion, right? She was the relative of an old friend. Was all an old friend who was now dead. So why the hell did he feel so bad about looking at her and seeing himself peeling off her sweatshirt and undoing the belt from around her waist? Why wasn't he just doing it? Why the hell was he in the guest room instead of on the other side of the wall in bed with her? Like he'd ached to be through countless forgotten nights in the past, some of them shameful, some of them wistful, because presumably her realities were rooted in the same kind of illusions. For kid, sister, and niece, call it big brother and uncle, favorite uncle for sure, because he knew she liked him. There was a lot of affection there, but that just made it worse. Affection for favorite uncles was a specific type of affection. Favorite uncles were there for specific types of things. Family things like shopping and spoiling, one way or the other. Favorite uncles were not there to put the moves on you. That would come out of the blue like some kind of a shattering betrayal, horrifying, unwelcome, incestuous, psychologically damaging. She was on the other side of the wall, but there was nothing he could do about it. Nothing. It was never going to happen. He knew it was going to drive him crazy, so he forced his mind away from her and started thinking about other things. Things that were realities for sure, not just illusions. The two guys, whoever they would have her address by now. There were a dozen ways of discovering where a person lives. They could be outside the building right at that moment. He scanned through the apartment building in his head. The lobby door locked, the door from the parking garage locked, the door to the apartment locked and barred, the windows all closed up, the blinds all drawn, so tonight they were safe. But tomorrow morning was going to be dangerous, maybe very dangerous. He concentrated on fixing the two guys in his mind as he fell asleep. Their vehicle, their suits, their build, their faces. But at that exact moment, only one of the two guys had a face. They had sailed together 10 miles south of where Reacher lay, out into the black waters of lower New York Harbor. They had worked together to unzip the rubber body bag and lower the secretary's cold corpse down into the oily Atlantic swell. One guy had turned to the other with some cheap joke on his lips and was shot full in the face with a silenced Beretta. Then again and again, the slow fall of his body put the 3 bullets all in different places. His face was all one big fatal wound, black in the darkness. His arm was levered up across the mahogany rail, and his right hand was severed at the wrist with a stolen restaurant cleaver. 5 blows were required. It was messy and brutal work. The hand went into a plastic bag, and the body slipped into the water without a sound, less than 20 yards from the spot where the secretary was already sinking. 7. Jody woke early that morning, which was unusual for her. Normally, she slept soundly right up to the point when her alarm went off and she had to drag herself out of bed and into the bathroom, sleepy and slow. But that morning she was awake an hour before she had to be alert, breathing lightly, heart racing gently in her chest. Her bedroom was white, like all her rooms, and her bed was a king with a white wood frame, set with a head against the wall opposite her window. The guest room was back to back with her room laid out in exactly the same way, symmetrically, but in reverse because it faced in the opposite direction, which meant that his head was about 18 inches away from hers, just through the wall. She knew what the walls were made of. She had bought the apartment before it was finished. She had been in and out for months watching over the conversion. The wall between the two bedrooms was an original wall, 100 years old. There was a great balk of timber lying crossways on the floor, with bricks built up on top of it, all the way to the ceiling. The builders had simply patched the bricks where they were weak and then plastered over them the way the Europeans do it, giving a solid, hard stucco finish. The architect felt it was the right way to do it. It added solidity to the shell, and it gave better fireproofing and better soundproofing. But it also gave a foot-thick sandwich of stucco and brick and stucco between her and Reacher. She loved him. She was in no doubt about that. No doubt at all. She always had, right from the start. But was that okay? Was it okay to love him the way she did? She had agonized over that question before. She had lain awake nights about it many years ago. She had burned with shame about her feelings. The 9-year age gap was obscene, shameful. She knew that. A 15-year-old should not feel that way about her own father's fellow officer. Army protocol had made it practically incestuous. It was like feeling that way about an uncle, almost like feeling that way about her father himself. But she loved him. There was no doubt about it. She was with him whenever she could, talking with him whenever she could, touching him whenever she could. She had her own print of the self-timer photograph from Manila, her arm around his waist. She had kept it pressed in a book for 15 years, looked at it countless times. For years she had fed off the feeling of touching him, hugging him hard for the camera. She still remembered the exact feel of him, his broad, hard frame, his smell. The feelings had never really gone away. She had wanted them too. She had wanted it just to be an adolescent thing, a teenage crush, but it wasn't. She knew that from the way the feelings endured. He had disappeared. She had grown up and moved on, but the feelings were always there. They had never receded, but they had eventually moved parallel to the main flow of her life. Always there, always real, always strong, but not necessarily connected with her day-to-day reality anymore, like people she knew, lawyers or bankers who had really wanted to be dancers or ball players. A dream from the past, unconnected with reality, but absolutely defining the identity of the person involved. A lawyer who had wanted to be a dancer, a banker who had wanted to be a ball player, a divorced 30-year-old woman who had wanted to be with Jack Reacher all along. Yesterday should have been the worst day of her life. She had buried her father, her last relative on Earth. She had been attacked by men with guns, people she knew were in therapy for much less. She should be prostrate with misery and shock, but she wasn't. Yesterday had been the best day of her life. He had appeared like a vision on the steps behind the garage above the yard, the noon sun directly over his head illuminating him. Her heart had thumped and the old feelings had swarmed back into the center of her life, fiercer and stronger than ever, like a drug howling through her veins like claps of thunder. But it was all a waste of time. She knew it. She had to face it. He looked at her like a niece or a kid sister. Like the 9-year gap still counted for something which it no longer did. A couple aged 15 and 24 would certainly have been a problem, but 30 and 39 was perfectly okay. There were thousands of couples with gaps bigger than that, millions of couples. There were guys aged 70 with 20-year-old wives, but it still counted for something with him, or maybe he was just too used to seeing her as Leon's kid, like a niece, like the CO's daughter. The rules of society or the protocol of the Army had blinded him to the possibility of seeing her any other way. She had always burned with resentment about that. She still did. Leon's affection for him, his claiming of him as his own, had taken him away from her. It had made it impossible from the start. They had spent the day like brother and sister, like uncle and niece, then he had turned all serious, like a bodyguard, like she was his professional responsibility. They had had fun, and he cared about her physical safety, but nothing more. There never would be anything more, and there was nothing she could do about it. Nothing. She had asked guys out. All women her age had. It was permissible, accepted, even normal. But what could she say to him? What can a sister say to a brother or a niece to an uncle without causing outrage and shock and disgust? So it wasn't going to happen, and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. She stretched out in her bed and brought her hands up above her head, laid her palms gently against the dividing wall, and held them there. At least he was in her apartment, and at least she could dream. The guy got less than 3 hours in the sack by the time he sailed the boat single-handed back to the slip and closed it down and got back across town to bed. He was up again at 6 and back on the street by 6:20 with a quick shower and no breakfast. The hand was wrapped in the plastic parceled up in yesterday's post and carried in a Zabar's bag he had from the last time he bought ingredients and made his own dinner at home. He used the black Tahoe and made quick time past all the early morning delivery people. He parked underground and rode up to the 88th floor. Tony, the receptionist, was already at the brass and oak counter, but he could tell from the stillness nobody else was in. He held up the Zabar's bag like a trophy. "I've got this for the hook," he said. "The hook's not here today," Tony said. "Great," the guy said sourly. "Stick it in the refrigerator," Tony said. There was a small office kitchen off the reception lobby. It was cramped and messy, like office kitchens are, coffee rings on the counters, mugs with stains on the inside. The refrigerator was a miniature item under the counter. The guy shoved milk and a six-pack aside and folded the bag into what space was left. "Target for today is Mrs. Jacob," Tony said. He was now in the kitchen doorway. "We know where she lives. Lower Broadway, north of City Hall. 8 blocks from here. Neighbors say she always leaves at 7:20, walks to work." "Which is where exactly?" the guy asked. "Wall Street and Broadway," Tony said. "I'll drive you. Grab her." Chester Stone had driven home at the normal time and said nothing to Marilyn. There was nothing he could say. The speed of the collapse had left him bewildered. His whole world had turned inside out in a single 24-hour period. He just couldn't get a handle on it. He planned to ignore it until the morning and then go see Hobie and try and talk some sense. In his heart, he didn't believe he couldn't save himself. The corporation was 90 years old, for God's sake, 3 generations of Chester Stones. There was too much there for it all to disappear overnight, so he said nothing and got through the evening in a daze. Marilyn Stone said nothing to Chester either. Too early for him to know she had taken charge. The circumstances had to be right for that discussion. It was an ego thing. She just bustled about doing her normal evening things and then tried to sleep while he lay awake beside her, staring at the ceiling, when Jody placed her palms flat on the dividing wall. Reacher was in the shower. He had 3 distinct routines worked out for showering, and every morning he made a choice about which one to use. The first was a straight shower, nothing more. It took 11 minutes. The second was a shave and a shower, 22 minutes. The third was a special procedure rarely used. It involved showering once, then getting out and shaving, and then showering all over again. It took more than a half hour, but the advantage was moisturization. Some girl had explained the shave was better if the skin was already thoroughly moisturized, and she had said it can't hurt any to shampoo twice. He was using the special procedure: shower, shave, shower. It felt good. Jody's guest bathroom was big and tall, and the showerhead was set high enough for him to stand upright under it, which was unusual. There were bottles of shampoo neatly lined up. He suspected they were brands she had tried and hadn't liked, relegated to the guest room. But he didn't care. He found one that claimed to be aimed at dry, sun-damaged hair. He figured that was exactly what he needed. He ladled it on and lathered up, scrubbed his body all over with some kind of yellow soap and rinsed, dripped all over the floor as he shaved at the sink. He did it carefully, right up from his collarbones, around the bottom of his nose, sideways, backward, forward, then back into the shower all over again. He spent 5 minutes on his teeth with the new toothbrush. The bristles were hard, and it felt like they were doing some good in there. Then he dried off and shook the creases out of his new clothes, put the pants on without the shirt, and wandered through to the kitchen for something to eat. Jody was in there. She was fresh from the shower, too. Her hair was dark with water and hanging straight down. She was wearing an oversized white T-shirt that finished an inch above her knees. The material was thin. Her legs were long and smooth, her feet were bare. She was very slender, except where she shouldn't be. He caught his breath. "Morning, Reacher," she said. "Morning, Jody," he said back. She was looking at him. Her eyes were all over him, something in her face. "That blister," she said, "looks worse." He squinted down. It was still red and angry, spreading slightly and puffy. "You put the ointment on?" she asked. He shook his head. "Forgot," he said. "Get it," she said. He went back to his bathroom and found it in the brown bag. Brought it back to the kitchen. She took it from him and unscrewed the cap, pierced the metal seal with the plastic spike, and squeezed a dot of the salve onto the pad of her index finger. She was concentrating on it, tongue between her teeth. She stepped in front of him and raised her hand, touched the blister gently and rubbed with her fingertip. He stared rigidly over her head. She was a foot away from him, naked under her shirt, rubbing his bare chest with her fingertip. He wanted to take her in his arms. He wanted to lift her off her feet and crush her close. Kiss her gently, starting with her neck. He wanted to turn her face up to his and kiss her mouth. She was rubbing small, gentle circles on his chest. He could smell her hair, damp and glossy. He could smell her skin. She was tracing her finger the length of the burn, a foot away from him, naked under her shirt. He gasped and clenched his hands. She stepped away. "Hurting?" she asked. "What? Was I hurting you?" He saw her fingertip, shiny from the grease. "A little," he said. She nodded. "I'm sorry," she said, "but you needed it." He nodded back. "I guess," he said. Then the crisis was past. She screwed the cap back on the tube and he moved away just to be moving. He pulled the refrigerator door and took a bottle of water, found a banana in a bowl on the counter. She put the tube of ointment on the table. "I'll go get dressed," she said. "We should get moving." "Okay," he said. "I'll be ready." She disappeared back into her bedroom and he drank the water and ate the fruit. Wandered back to his bedroom and shrugged the shirt on and tucked it in. Found his socks and shoes and jacket, strolled through to the living room to wait. He pulled the blind all the way up and unlocked the window and pushed it up. Leaned right out and scanned the street 4 floors below. Very different in the early daylight. The shiny neon wash was gone, and the sun was coming over the buildings opposite and bouncing around in the street. The lazy nighttime knots of people were gone too, replaced by purposeful striding workers heading north and south with paper cups of coffee and muffins clutched in napkins. Cabs were grinding down through the traffic and honking at the lights to make them change. There was a gentle breeze and he could smell the river. The building was on the west side of Lower Broadway. Traffic was one way to the south, running left to right under the window. Jody's normal walk to work would give her a right turn out of her lobby, walking with the traffic. She would keep to the right-hand sidewalk to stay in the sun. She would cross Broadway at a light maybe 6 or 7 blocks down, walk the last couple of blocks on the left-hand sidewalk, and then make the left turn east down Wall Street to her office. So how would they aim to grab her up? Think like the enemy. Think like the 2 guys. Physical, unsubtle, favoring a direct approach, willing and dangerous, but not really schooled beyond the point of amateur enthusiasm. It was pretty clear what they would do. They would have a 4-door vehicle waiting in a side street maybe 3 blocks south, parked in the right lane, facing east, ready to swoop out and hang the right on Broadway. They would be waiting together in the front seats, silent. They would be scanning left to right through the windshield, watching the crosswalk in front of them. They would expect to see her hurrying across or pausing and waiting for the signal. They would wait a beat and ease out and make the right turn, driving slow. They would fall in behind her. Pull level, pull ahead, then the guy in the passenger seat would be out, grabbing her, opening the rear door, forcing her inside, cramming himself in after her, one smooth, brutal movement. A crude tactic, but not difficult. Not difficult at all, more or less guaranteed to succeed depending on the target and the level of awareness. Reacher had done the same thing many times with targets bigger and stronger and more aware than Jody. Once he had done it with Leon himself at the wheel. He bent forward from the waist and put his whole upper body out through the window, craned his head around to the right and gazed down the street. Looked hard at the corners, 2 and 3 and 4 blocks south. It would be one of those. "Ready," Jody called to him. They rode down 90 floors together to the underground garage, walked through to the right zone, and over to the bays leased along with Hobie's office suite. "We should take the Suburban," the enforcer said. "Bigger, okay," Tony said. He unlocked it and slid into the driver's seat. The enforcer hoisted himself into the passenger seat, glanced back at the empty load bed. Tony fired it up and eased out toward the ramp to the street. "So how do we do this?" Tony asked. The guy smiled confidently. "Easy enough. She'll be walking south on Broadway. We'll wait around a corner until we see her, couple of blocks south of her building. We see her pass by on the crosswalk. We pull around the comer, get alongside her, and that's that, right?" "Wrong," Tony said. "We'll do it different." The guy looked across at him. "Why?" Tony squealed the big car up and out into the sunlight. "Because you're not very smart," he said. "If that's how you do it, there's got to be a better way, right? You screwed up in Garrison, you'll screw up here. She's probably got this Reacher guy with her. He beat you there, he'll beat you here. So whatever you figure is the best way to do it, that's the last thing we're going to do. So how are we going to do it?" "I'll explain it to you real careful," Tony said. "I'll try to keep it real simple." Reacher slid the window back down, clicked the lock, and rattled the blind down into position. She was standing just inside the doorway, hair still darkened by the shower, dressed in a simple sleeveless linen dress, bare legs, plain shoes. The dress was the same color as her wet hair, but would end up darker as her hair dried. She was carrying a purse and a large leather briefcase, the size he had seen commercial pilots using. It was clearly heavy. She put it down and ducked away to her garment bag, which was on the floor against a wall where he had dumped it the previous night. She slid the envelope containing Leon's will out of the pocket and unclicked the lid of the briefcase and stowed it inside. "Want me to carry that?" he asked. She smiled and shook her head. "Uniontown," she said. "Bodyguarding doesn't include drayage around here. It looks pretty heavy," he said. "I'm a big girl now," she replied, looking at him. He nodded. Lifted the old iron bar out of its brackets and left it upright. She leaned past him and turned the locks. The same perfume, subtle and feminine. Her shoulders in the dress were slim, almost thin. Small muscles in her left arm were bunching to balance the heavy case. "What sort of law you got in there?" he asked. "Financial," she said. He eased the door open, glanced out. The hallway was empty. The elevator indicator was showing somebody heading down to the street from 3. "What sort of financial?" They stepped across and called the elevator. "Debt rescheduling, mostly," she said. "I'm more of a negotiator than a lawyer, really. More like a counselor or a mediator, you know." He didn't know. He had never been in debt, not out of any innate virtue, but simply because he had never had the opportunity. All the basics had been provided for him by the Army. A roof over his head, food on his plate. He had never gotten into the habit of wanting much more. But he'd known guys who had run into trouble. They bought houses with mortgages and cars on time payment plans. Sometimes they got behind. The company clerk would sort it out, talk to the bank, deduct the necessary provisions straight from the guy's paycheck. But he guessed that was small time compared to what she must deal with.
Millions of dollars?
He asked. The elevator arrived. The door slid open. At least, she said, usually tens of millions, sometimes hundreds. The elevator was empty. They stepped inside. "Enjoy it?" he asked. The elevator whined downward. "Sure," she said. "A person needs a job. It's as good as she's going to get." The elevator settled with a bump. "You good at it?" She nodded. "Yes," she said simply. "Best there is on Wall Street, no doubt about that." He smiled. She was Leon's daughter, that was for damn sure. The elevator doors slid open. An empty lobby, the street doors sucking shut, a broad woman heading slowly down the steps to the sidewalk. "Car keys," he said. She had them in her hand, a big bunch of keys on a brass ring. "Wait here," he said. "I'll back it up to the stairs. 1 minute." The door from the lobby to the garage opened from the inside with a push bar. He went through and down the metal steps and scanned ahead into the gloom as he walked. Nobody there, at least. Nobody visible. He walked confidently to the wrong car. A big dark Chrysler something, 2 spaces from Jody's Jeep. He dropped flat to the floor and looked across under the intervening vehicles. Nothing there, nobody hiding on the floor. He got up again and squeezed around the Chrysler's hood around the next car. He dropped to the floor again, jammed up in the space between the Oldsmobile's tailgate and the wall, craned his head down and looked for wires where there shouldn't be wires, all clear. No booby traps. He unlocked the door and slid in, fired it up and eased into the aisle, backed up level with the bottom of the stairs, leaned across inside and sprang the passenger door as she came through from the lobby behind him. She skipped down the steps and climbed straight in the car, all one smooth, fluid movement. She slammed the door and he took off forward and made the right up the ramp and the right on the street. The morning sun in the east flashed once in his eyes, and then he was through it, heading south. The first corner was 30 yards ahead. Traffic was slow, not stopped, just slow. The light caught him 3 cars back from the turn. He was in the right lane, and he had no angle to see into the mouth of the cross street. Traffic poured right to left out of it, ahead of him, 3 cars away. He could see the far stream was slowed, spilling around some kind of obstacle, maybe a parked vehicle, maybe a parked 4-door just waiting there for something. Then the sideways flow stopped and the light on Broadway went green. He drove across the intersection with his head turned half an eye ahead and the rest of his attention focused sideways. Nothing there, no parked 4-door. The obstruction was a striped sawhorse placed against an open manhole. There was a power company truck 10 yards farther down the street, a gaggle of workmen on the sidewalk drinking soda from cans. The traffic ground on, stopped again for the next light. He was 4 cars back. This was not the street. The traffic pattern was wrong. It was flowing west, left to right in front of him. He had a good view out to his left. He could see 50 yards down the street. Nothing there. Not this one. It was going to be the next one. Ideally, he would have liked to do more than just drive straight by the 2 guys. A better idea would be to track around the block and come up behind them, ditch the Jeep 100 yards away and stroll up on them from the rear. They would be craning forward, watching the crosswalk through the windshield. He could take a good look at them as long as he wanted. He could even get right in their car with them. The rear doors would be unlocked for sure. The guys would be staring straight ahead. He could slip in behind them and plant a hand on the side of each head and bang them together like a bandsman letting rip with the cymbals. Then he could do it again and again and again until they started answering some basic questions. But he wasn't going to do that. Concentrate on the job in hand was his rule. The job in hand was getting Jody to her office, safe and secure. Bodyguarding was about defense. Start mixing offense in with it, and neither thing gets done properly. Like he had told her, he used to do this for a living. He was trained in it, very well trained and very experienced. So he was going to stay defensive, and he was going to count it a major victory to see her walking in through her office door, all safe and secure. And he was going to stay quiet about how much trouble she was in. He didn't want her worrying about it. No reason why whatever Leon had started should end up giving her any kind of anguish. Leon would not have wanted that. Leon would have just wanted him to handle everything. So that was how he was going to do it. Deliver her to the office door. No long explanations, no gloomy warnings. The light went green. The first car took off, then the second, then the third. He eased forward, checked the gap ahead of him, and craned his head. Right? Were they there? The cross street was narrow. 2 lanes of stopped traffic waiting at the light. Nothing parked up in the right lane. Nothing waiting. They weren't there. He moved slowly through the whole width of the intersection, scanning right. Nobody there. He breathed out and relaxed and faced forward. There was a huge metallic bang, a tremendous loud metallic punch in his back. Tearing sheet metal, instant violent acceleration. The Jeep was hurled forward and smashed into the vehicle ahead and stopped dead. The airbags exploded. He saw Jody bouncing off her seat and crashing against the tension of her belt, her body stopping abruptly, her head still cannoning forward. Then it was bouncing backward off the airbag and whipping and smashing into the headrest behind her. He noticed her face was fixed in space exactly alongside his, with the inside of the car blurring and whirling and spinning past it, because his head was doing exactly the same things as hers. The twin impacts had torn his hands off the wheel. The airbag was collapsing in front of him. He dragged his eyes to the mirror and saw a giant black hood buried in the back of the Jeep. The top of a shiny chrome grille bent out of shape, some huge four-wheel drive truck, one guy in it visible behind the tinted screen. Not a guy he knew. Cars were honking behind them and traffic was pulling left and steering around the obstruction. Faces were turning to stare. There was a loud hissing somewhere, steam from his radiator, or maybe ringing from his ears after the enormous sudden sounds. The guy behind was getting out of the four-wheel drive. Hands held up an apology, worry and fright in his face. He was folding himself around his door out there in the slow traffic stream, walking up toward Reacher's window, glancing sideways at the tangle of sheet metal as he passed. A woman was getting out of the sedan in front, looking dazed and angry. The traffic was snarling around them. The air was shimmering from overheated motors and loud with horns blasting. Jody was upright in her seat, feeling the back of her neck with her fingers. "You okay?" he asked her. She thought about it for a long moment, and then she nodded. "I'm okay," she said. "You fine?" he said. She poked at the collapsed airbag with her finger, fascinated. "These things really work, you know that?" "First time I ever saw one deploy," he said. "Me too." Then there was rapping on the driver's side window. The guy from behind was standing there, knocking urgently with his knuckles. Reacher stared out at him. The guy was gesturing for him to open up, urgently, like he was anxious about something. "Shit," Reacher yelled. He stamped on the gas. The Jeep struggled forward, pushing against the woman's wrecked sedan. It made a yard, slewing to the left, sheet metal screeching. "Hell are you doing?" Jody screamed. The guy had his hand on the door handle, his other hand in his pocket. "Get down!" Reacher shouted. He found reverse and howled back the yard he'd made and smashed into the four-wheel drive behind. The new impact won him another foot. He shoved the selector into drive and spun the wheel and barged left, smashed into the rear quarter of the sedan in a new shower of glass. Traffic behind was swerving and slewing all over again. He glanced right, and one of the guys he'd seen in Key West, and Garrison was at the window with his hand on Jody's door. He stamped on the gas and hurled the Jeep backward, spinning the wheel. The guy kept tight hold, jerked backward by his arm, flung off his feet by the violent motion. Reacher smashed all the way backward into the black truck and bounced off again forward, screaming the motor, spinning the wheel. The guy was up again, still gripping the door handle, jerking and hauling, spare arm and legs flailing like he was a wrangler and the Jeep was a wild young steer in a desperate fight out of a trap. Reacher mashed the pedal and angled out forward close to the rear comer of the woman's wrecked sedan and scraped the guy off against the trunk. The fender took him at the knees and he somersaulted and his head came down on the rear glass. In the mirror, Reacher saw a blur of flailing arms and legs as his momentum carried him up over the roof. Then he was gone, sprawling back to the sidewalk. "Watch out!" Jody screamed. The guy from the truck was still there at the driver's window. Reacher was out in the traffic stream, but the traffic stream was slow and the guy was just running fast beside him, struggling to free something from his pocket. Reacher swerved left and came in parallel to a panel truck in the next lane. The guy was still running, skipping sideways, holding the door handle, coming out with something from his pocket. Reacher jammed left again and thumped him hard against the side of the truck. He heard a dull boom as the guy's head hit the metal, and then he was gone. The truck jammed to a panic stop, and Reacher hauled left and got in front of it. Broadway was a solid mass of traffic. Ahead of him was a shimmering patchwork of metallic colors, sedan roofs winking in the sun, dodging left, dodging right, crawling forward, fumes rising, horns blasting. He hauled left again and turned and went through a crosswalk against the light, a crowd of jostling people skittering out of his way. The Jeep was juddering and bouncing and pulling hard to the right. The temperature gauge was off the scale. Steam was boiling up through the gaps around the buckled hood. The collapsed airbag was hanging down to his knees. He jerked forward and hauled left again and jammed into an alley full of restaurant waste boxes, empty drums of cooking oil, rough wooden trays piled with spoiled vegetables. He buried the nose in a pile of cartons. They spilled down on the wrecked hood and bounced off the windshield. He killed the motor and pulled the keys. He had put it too close to the wall for Jody's door to open. He grabbed her briefcase, and her purse and threw them out through his door, squeezed out after them and turned back for her. She was scrambling across the seats behind him. Her dress was riding up. He grabbed her around the waist, and she ducked her head to his shoulder, and he lifted her through the gap. She clung on hard, bare legs around his waist. He turned and ran her 6 feet away. She weighed nothing at all. He set her on her feet and ducked back for her bags. She was smoothing her dress over her thighs, breathing hard. Damp hair all over the place. "How did you know?" she gasped. "That it wasn't an accident?" He gave her the purse and carried the heavy briefcase himself, led her by the hand back down the alley to the street, panting with adrenaline rush. "Talk while we walk," he said. They turned left and headed east for Lafayette. The morning sun was in their eyes, the river breeze in their faces. Behind them, they could hear the traffic snarl on Broadway. They walked together 50 yards, breathing hard, calming down. "How did you know?" "Statistics, I guess. What were the chances we'd be in an accident on the exact same morning? We figured there were guys out looking for us, 1,000,000 to 1 at best." She nodded, a slight smile on her face. Head up, shoulders back, recovering fast. No trace of shock. She was Leon's daughter. That was for damn sure. "You were great," she said. "You reacted so fast." He shook his head as he walked. "No, I was shit," he said. "Dumb as hell, one mistake after another. They changed personnel. Some new guy in charge, I never even thought about that. I was figuring what the original pair of assholes might do. Never even thought about them putting in somebody smarter. And whoever that guy was, he was pretty smart. It was a good plan, almost worked. I never saw it coming. Then when it happened, I still wasted a shitload of time talking to you about the damn airbags deploying." "Don't feel bad," she said. "I do feel bad. Leon had a basic rule. Do it right. Thank God he wasn't there to see that screw-up. He'd have been ashamed of me." He saw her face cloud over, realized what he'd said. "I'm sorry, I just can't make myself believe he's dead." They came out on Lafayette. Jody was at the curb, scanning for a cab. "Well, he is," she said gently. "We'll get used to it, I guess." He nodded. "And I'm sorry about your car. I should have seen it coming," she shrugged. "It's only leased. I'll get them to send another one just like it. Now I know it stands up in a collision, right? Maybe a red one. You should report it stolen," he said. "Call the cops and say it wasn't there in the garage when you went for it this morning." "That's fraud," she said. "No, that's smart. Remember, I can't afford for the cops to be asking me questions about this. I don't even carry a driver's license." She thought about it. Then she smiled, like a kid's sister smiles when she's forgiving her big brother for some kind of waywardness. He thought, "Okay," she said. "I'll call them from the office." "The office? You're not going to the damn office?" "Why not?" she said, surprised. He waved vaguely west, back toward Broadway. "After what happened there, I want you where I can see you, Jody." "I need to go to work, Reacher," she said, "and be logical. The office hasn't become unsafe just because of what happened over there. It's a completely separate proposition, right? The office is still as safe now as it always was, and you were happy for me to go there before, so what's changed?" He looked at her. He wanted to say everything's changed. Because whatever Leon started with some old couple from a cardiology clinic has now got halfway competent professionals mixed in with it. Halfway competent professionals who are about half a second away from winning this morning. And he wanted to say, "I love you, and you're in danger, and I don't want you any place I can't be looking out for you." But he couldn't say any of that because he had committed himself to keeping it all away from her. All of it, the love and the danger. So he just shrugged lamely. "You should come with me," he said. "Why, to help?" He nodded. "Yes, help me with these old folks. They'll talk to you because you're Leon's daughter." "You want me with you because I'm Leon's daughter?" He nodded again. She spotted a cab and waved it down. "Wrong answer, Reacher," she said. He argued with her, but he got nowhere. Her mind was made up and she wouldn't change it. The best he could do was to get her to solve his immediate problem and rent him a car, with her gold card and her license. They took the cab up to Midtown and found a Hertz office. He waited outside in the sun for a quarter hour, and then she came around the block in a brand new Taurus and picked him up. She drove all the way back downtown on Broadway. They passed by her building and passed by the scene of the ambush 3 blocks south. The damaged vehicles were gone. There were shards of glass in the gutter and oil stains on the blacktop, but that was all. She drove on south and parked next to a hydrant opposite her office door, left the motor running and racked the seat all the way back, ready for the change of driver. "Okay," she said. "You'll pick me up here about 7 o'clock? That late?" "I'm starting late," she said. "I'll have to finish late. Don't leave the building, okay?" He got out on the sidewalk and watched her all the way inside. There was a broad paved area in front of the building. She skipped across it, bare legs flashing and dancing under the dress. She turned and smiled and waved, pushed sideways through the revolving door, swinging her heavy case. It was a tall building, maybe 60 stories, probably dozens of suites rented to dozens of separate firms, maybe hundreds, but the situation looked like it might be safe enough. There was a wide reception counter immediately inside the revolving door. A line of security guys sitting behind it, and behind them was a solid glass screen, wall to wall, floor to ceiling, with one opening in it operated by a buzzer under their counter. Behind the screen were the elevators. No way in, unless the security guys saw fit to let you in. He nodded to himself. It might be safe enough, maybe. It would depend on the diligence of the doorman. He saw her talking to one of them, head bent, blonde hair falling forward. Then she was walking to the door in the screen, waiting, pushing it. She went through to the elevators, hit a button, a door slid open. She backed in, levering her case over the threshold with both hands. The door slid shut. He waited out on the paved area for a minute. Then he hurried across and shouldered in through the revolving door, strode over to the counter like he did it every day of his life. Picked on the oldest security guy. The oldest ones are usually the most sloppy. The younger ones still entertain hopes of advancement. "They want me up at Spencer Gutman," he said, looking at his watch. "Name?" the old guy asked. "Lincoln," Reacher said. The guy was grizzled and tired, but he did what he was supposed to do. He picked a clipboard out of a slot and studied it. "You got an appointment?" "They just paged me," Reacher said. "Some kind of a big hurry, I guess. Lincoln, like the car?" "Like the president," Reacher said. The old guy nodded and ran a thick finger down a long list of names. "You're not on the list," he said. "I can't let you in without your name on the list." "I work for Costello," Reacher said. "They need me upstairs, like right now." "I could call them," the guy said. "Who paged you?" Reacher shrugged. "Mr. Spencer, I guess he's who I usually see." The guy looked offended, placed the clipboard back in its slot. "Mr. Spencer died 10 years ago," he said. "You want to come in, you get yourself a proper appointment, okay?" Reacher nodded. The place was safe enough. He turned on his heel and headed back to the car. Marilyn Stone waited until Chester's Mercedes was out of sight, and then she ran back to the house and got to work. She was a serious woman, and she knew a possible 6-week gap between listing and closing was going to need some serious input. Her first call was to the cleaning service. The house was already perfectly clean, but she was going to move some furniture out. She took the view that presenting a house slightly empty of furniture created an impression of spaciousness. It made it seem even larger than it was, and it avoided trapping a potential buyer into preconceptions about what would look good and what wouldn't. For instance, the Italian credenza in the hallway was the perfect piece for that hallway, but she didn't want a potential buyer to think the hallway wouldn't work any other way. Better to just have nothing there and let the buyer's imagination fill the gap, maybe with a piece she already had. So if she was going to move furniture out, she needed the cleaning service to attend to the spaces left behind. A slight lack of furniture created a spacious look, but obvious gaps created a sad look. So she called them, and she called the moving and storage people too, because she was going to have to put the displaced stuff somewhere. Then she called the pool service, and the gardeners. She wanted them there every morning until further notice, for an hour's work every day. She needed the yard looking absolutely at its best. Even at this end of the market, she knew curb appeal was king. Then she tried to remember other stuff she'd read or things people had told her about. Flowers, of course, in vases all over the place. She called the florist. She remembered somebody saying saucers of window cleaner neutralized all the little stray smells any house generates, something to do with the ammonia. She remembered reading that putting a handful of coffee beans in a hot oven made a wonderful welcoming smell, so she put a new packet in her utensil drawer, ready. She figured if she put some in the oven each time Cheryl called to say she was on her way over with clients, that would be timing it about right in terms of aroma. 8. Chester Stone's day started out in the normal way. He drove to work at the usual time. The Benz was as soothing as ever. The sun was shining, as it should be in June. The drive into the city was normal. Normal traffic, no more, no less. The usual rose vendors and paper sellers in the toll plazas. The slackening congestion down the length of Manhattan, proving he'd timed it just right, as he usually did. He parked in his normal leased slot under his building and rode the elevator up to his offices. Then his day stopped being normal. The place was deserted. It was as if his company had vanished overnight. The staff had all disappeared instinctively, like rats from a sinking ship. A single phone was trilling on a distant desk. Nobody was sitting there to answer it. The computers were all turned off. The monitor screens were dull gray squares, reflecting the strip lights in the ceiling. His own inner office was always quiet, but now there was a strange hush lying over it. He walked in and heard a sound like a tomb. "I'm Chester Stone," he said into the silence. He said it just to be making some noise in the place, but it came out like a croak. There was no echo because the thick carpeting and the fiberboard walls soaked up the sound like a sponge. His voice just disappeared in the void. "Shit," he said. He was angry, mostly with his secretary. She had been with him a long time. She was the sort of employee he expected to stand up and be loyal, with a shy hand on his shoulder, a gleam in her eye, a promise to stay and beat the odds, whatever the hell they were, but she'd done the same thing as all the others. She'd heard the rumors coming out of the finance department. The company was bust, the paychecks would bounce, and she'd dumped some old files out of a carton and boxed up the photos of her damn nephews in their cheap brass frames and her ratty old spider plant from her desk and her junk from her drawers and carried it all home on the subway to her neat little apartment, wherever the hell that was. Her neat little apartment, decorated and furnished with his paychecks from when the times were good. She would be sitting there now in her bathrobe, drinking coffee slowly, an unexpected morning off, never to return to him, maybe leafing through the vacancies in the back of the newspaper, choosing her next port of call. "Shit," he said again. He turned on his heel and barged out through the secretarial pen and back out all the way to the elevator. Rode down to the street and strode out into the sun, turned west and set out walking fast in a fury with his heart thumping. The enormous, glittering bulk of the Twin Towers loomed over him. He hurried across the plaza and inside to the elevators. He was sweating. The chill of the lobby air struck through his jacket. He rode the express up to 88, stepped out and walked through the narrow corridor and into Hobie's brass and oak lobby for the second time in 24 hours. The male receptionist was sitting behind his counter. On the other side of the lobby, a thick-set man in an expensive suit was coming out of a small kitchen, carrying 2 mugs in one hand. Stone could smell coffee. He could see steam rising and brown froth swirling in the mugs. He glanced between the 2 men. "I want to see Hobie," he said. They ignored him. The thick-set man walked over to the counter and set one of the mugs in front of the receptionist. Then he walked back behind Stone and put himself nearer the lobby door than Stone was. The receptionist leaned forward and rotated the coffee mug, carefully adjusting the angle of the handle until it was presented comfortably to his grasp. "I want to see Hobie," Stone said again, looking straight ahead. "My name is Tony," the receptionist said to him. Stone just turned and stared at him blankly. The guy had a red mark on his forehead like a fresh bruise. The hair on his temple was newly combed but wet, like he'd pressed a cold cloth to his head. "I want to see Hobie," Stone said for the 3rd time. "Mr. Hobie's not in the office today," Tony said. "I'll be dealing with your affairs for the time being. We have matters to discuss, don't we?" "Yes, we do," Stone said. "So shall we go inside?" Tony said and stood up. He nodded to the other guy who slid around the counter and took up position in the chair. Tony came out and stepped across to the inner door, held it open, and Stone walked through into the same gloom as the day before. The blinds were still closed. Tony padded ahead through the dark to the desk. He walked around it and sat down in Hobie's chair. The sprung base creaked once in the silence. Stone followed after him. Then he stopped and glanced left and right, wondering where he should sit. "You'll remain standing," Tony said to him. "What?" Stone said back. "You'll remain standing for the duration of the interview." "What?" Stone said again, astonished, right in front of the desk. Stone just stood there, his mouth clamped shut. "Arms by your sides," Tony said. "Stand straight and don't slump." He said it calmly, quietly, in a matter-of-fact voice, not moving at all. Then there was silence, just faint background noises booming elsewhere in the building and thumping in Stone's chest. His eyes were adjusting to the gloom. He could see the score marks on the desktop from Hobie's hook. They made an angry tracery deep in the wood. The silence was unsettling him. He had absolutely no idea how to react to this. He glanced at the sofa to his left. It was humiliating to stand. Doubly so when told to by a damn receptionist. He glanced at the sofa to his right. He knew he should fight back. He should just go ahead and sit down on one of the sofas. Just step left or right and sit down. Ignore the guy. Just do it. Just sit down and show the guy who was boss, like hitting a winning return or trumping an ace. Sit down, for God's sake, he told himself, but his legs would not move. It was like he was paralyzed. He stood still a yard in front of the desk, rigid with outrage and humiliation and fear. "You're wearing Mr. Hobie's jacket?" Tony said. "Would you take it off, please?" Stone stared at him. Then he glanced down at his jacket. It was his Savile Row. He realized that for the first time in his life, he'd accidentally worn the same thing 2 days running. "This is my jacket," he said. "No, it's Mr. Hobie's." Stone shook his head. "I bought it in London. It's definitely my jacket." Tony smiled in the dark. "You don't understand, do you?" he said. "Understand what?" Stone said blankly. "That Mr. Hobie owns you now, you're his, and everything you have is his." Stone stared at him. There was silence in the room. Just the faint background noises from the building and the thumping in Stone's chest. "So take Mr. Hobie's jacket off," Tony said quietly. Stone was just staring at him, his mouth opening and closing, no sound coming out of it. "Take it off," Tony said. "It's not your property. You shouldn't be standing there wearing another man's jacket." His voice was quiet, but there was menace in it. Stone's face was rigid with shock, but then suddenly his arms were starting to move like they were outside of his conscious control. He struggled off with the jacket and held it out by the collar like he was in the menswear department, handing back a garment he'd tried and hadn't liked. "On the desk, please," Tony said. Stone laid the jacket flat on the desk. He straightened it and felt the fine wool snagging over the rough surface. Tony pulled it closer and went into the pockets one after the other. He assembled the contents in a small pile in front of him, balled up the jacket and tossed it casually over the desk onto the left-hand sofa. He picked up the Mont Blanc fountain pen, made an appreciative little shape with his mouth and slipped it into his own pocket. Then he picked up the bunch of keys, fanned them on the desktop and picked through them one at a time. Selected the car key and held it up between his finger and thumb. "Mercedes?" Stone nodded blankly. "Model? 500 SEL, Stone muttered. "New?" Stone shrugged. "A year old? Color? Dark blue? Where? At my office?" Stone muttered. "In the lot? We'll pick it up later," Tony said. He opened a drawer and dropped the keys into it, pushed the drawer shut and turned his attention to the wallet. He held it upside down and shook it and raked the contents out with his finger. When it was empty, he tossed it under the desk. Stone heard it clang into a trash can. Tony glanced once at the picture of Marilyn and pitched it after the wallet. Stone heard a fainter clang as the stiff photographic paper hit the metal. Tony stacked the credit cards with 3 fingers and slid them to one side like a croupier. "Guy we know will give us $100 for these," he said. Then he riffed the paper money together and sorted it by denomination. Counted it up and clipped it together with a paper clip, dropped it into the same drawer as the keys. "What do you guys want?" Stone asked. Tony looked up at him. "I want you to take Mr. Hobie's tie off," he said. Stone shrugged helplessly. "No, seriously, what do you guys want from me?" $17.1 million. That's what you owe us. Stone nodded. I know, I'll pay you. When? Tony asked. Well, I'll need a little time, Stone said. Tony nodded. Okay, you've got an hour. Stone stared at him. No, I need more than an hour. An hour is all you've got. I can't do it in an hour. I know you can't, Tony said. You can't do it in an hour or a day or a week or a month or a year because you're a useless piece of shit who couldn't manage his way out of a wet grocery sack, aren't you? What? You're a disgrace, Stone. You took a business your grandfather slaved over, and your father built bigger, and you flushed it all straight down the toilet 'cause you're totally stupid, aren't you? Stone shrugged blankly, then he swallowed. Okay, so I took some hits, he said, but what could I do? Take the tie off, Tony screamed at him. Stone jumped and flung his hands up, struggled with the knot. Get it off, you piece of shit, Tony screamed. He tore it off, dropped it on the desk. It lay there in a tangle. Thank you, Mr. Stone, Tony said quietly. What do you guys want? Stone whispered. Tony opened a different drawer and came out with a handwritten sheet of paper. It was yellow and filled with a dense, untidy scrawl. Some kind of a list with figures totaled at the bottom of the page. We own 39% of your corporation, he said, as of this morning. What we want is another 12%. Stone stared at him, did the math in his head. A controlling interest. Exactly, Tony said. We hold 39%, another 12 gives us 51, which would indeed represent a controlling interest. Stone swallowed again and shook his head. No, he said. No, I won't do that. Okay, then we want $17.1 million within the hour. Stone just stood there, glancing wildly left and right. The door opened behind him, and the thick-set man in the expensive suit came in and padded soundlessly across the carpet and stood with his arms folded behind Tony's left shoulder.
The watch, please,
Tony said. Stone glanced at his left wrist. It was a Rolex. It looked like steel, but it was platinum. He had bought it in Geneva. He unlatched it and handed it over. Tony nodded and dropped it in another drawer. Now take Mr. Hobie's shirt off. You can't make me give you more stock, Stone said. I think we can take the shirt off, okay? Look, I won't be intimidated, Stone said as confidently as he could. You're already intimidated, Tony said back. Aren't you? You're about to make a mess in Mr. Hobie's pants. Which would be a bad mistake, by the way, because we'd only make you clean them up. Stone said nothing, just stared at a spot in the air between the two men. 12% of the equity, Tony said gently. Why not? It's not worth anything. And you'd still have 49% left. I need to speak with my lawyers, Stone said. Okay, go ahead. Stone looked around the room desperately. Where's the phone? There's no phone in here, Tony said. Mr. Hobie doesn't like phones. So how? Shout, Tony said. Shout real loud, and maybe your lawyers will hear you. What? Shout, Tony said again. You're real slow, aren't you, Mr. Stone? Put two and two together and draw a conclusion. There's no phone in here. You can't leave the room. You want to talk with your lawyers, so you'll have to shout. Stone stared blankly into space. Shout, you useless piece of shit, Tony screamed at him. No, I can't, Stone said helplessly. I don't know what you mean. Take the shirt off, Tony screamed. Stone shook violently, hesitated with his arms halfway in the air. Get it off, you piece of shit, Tony screamed again. Stone's hands leapt up and unbuttoned it all the way down. He tore it off and stood there holding it, shaking in his undershirt. Fold it neatly, please, Tony said. Mr. Hobie likes his things neat. Stone did his best. He shook it out by the collar and folded it in half, and half again. He bent and laid it square on top of the jacket on the sofa. Give up the 12%, Tony said. No, Stone said back, clenching his hands. There was silence. Silence and darkness. Efficiency, Tony said quietly. That's what we like here. You should have paid more attention to efficiency, Mr. Stone. Then maybe your business wouldn't be in the toilet, so what's the most efficient way for us to do this? Stone shrugged helplessly. I don't know what you're talking about. Then I'll explain, Tony said. We want you to comply. We want your signature on a piece of paper. So how do we get that? You'll never get it, you bastard, Stone said. I'll go bankrupt first, damn it. Chapter 11. You won't get a damn thing from me. Not a thing. You'll be in court 5 years, minimum. Tony shook his head patiently, like a grade school teacher hearing the wrong answer for the 100th time in a long career. Do whatever you want, Stone said to him. I won't give you my company. We could hurt you, Tony said. Stone's eyes dropped through the gloom to the desktop. His tie was still lying there right on top of the rough gouges from the hook. Take Mr. Hobie's pants off? Tony screamed. No, I won't, damn it. Stone screamed back. The guy at Tony's shoulder reached under his arm. There was a squeak of leather. Stone stared at him, incredulous. The guy came out with a small black handgun. He used one arm and aimed it, eye level, straight out. He advanced around the desk toward Stone, nearer and nearer. Stone's eyes were wide and staring, fixed on the gun. It was aimed at his face. He was shaking and sweating. The guy was stepping quietly, and the gun was coming closer, and Stone's eyes were crossing, following it in. The gun came to rest with the muzzle on his forehead. The guy was pressing with it. The muzzle was hard and cold. Stone was shaking, leaning backward against the pressure. Stumbling, trying to focus on the black blur that was the gun, he never saw the guy's other hand balling into a fist, never saw the blow swinging in. It smashed hard into his gut, and he went down like a sack, legs folding, squirming and gasping and retching. Take the pants off, you piece of shit, Tony screamed down at him. The other guy landed a savage kick, and Stone yelped and rolled around and around on his back like a turtle, gasping, gagging, wrenching at his belt. He got it loose, scrabbled for the buttons and the zip. He tore the pants down over his legs. They snagged on his shoes, and he wrenched them free and pulled them off inside out. Get up, Mr. Stone, Tony said quietly. Stone staggered to his feet and stood unsteadily, leaning forward, head down, panting, his hands on his knees, his stomach heaving, thin, white, hairless legs coming down out of his boxers, ludicrous dark socks and shoes on his feet. We could hurt you, Tony said. You understand that now, right? Stone nodded and gasped. He was pressing both forearms into his gut, heaving and gagging. You understand that, right? Tony asked again. Stone forced another nod. Say the words, Mr. Stone, Tony said. Say we could hurt you. You could hurt me, Stone gasped, but we won't. That's not how Mr. Hobie likes things to be done. Stone raised a hand and swiped tears from his eyes and looked up. Hopefully Mr. Hobie prefers to hurt the wives, Tony said. Efficiency, you see? It gets faster results. So at this point, you really need to be thinking about Marilyn. The rented Taurus was much faster than the Bravada had been. On dry June roads, there was no contest. Maybe in the snows of January or the sleet of February he would have appreciated the full-time four-wheel drive. But for a fast trip up the Hudson in June, a regular sedan had it all over a Jeep, that was for damn sure. It was low and stable, it rode well, it tracked through the bends like an automobile should, and it was quiet. He had its radio locked onto a powerful city station behind him, and a woman called Winona Judd was asking him, why not me? He felt he shouldn't be liking Winona Judd as much as he was, because if somebody had asked him if he'd enjoy a country vocalist singing plaintively about love, he'd have probably said no he wouldn't, based on his preconceptions. But she had a hell of a voice, and the number had a hell of a guitar part. And the lyric was getting to him, because he was imagining it was Jody singing to him. Not Winona Judd. She was singing Why Not Me When You're Growing Old, Why Not Me. He started singing along with it, his rough bass rumble underneath the soaring contralto, and by the time the number faded and the commercial started, he was figuring if he ever had a house and a stereo like other people did, he'd buy the record. Why not me? He was heading north on Route 9, and he had a Hertz map open beside him which went up far enough to show him Brighton was halfway between Peekskill and Poughkeepsie, over to the west, right on the Hudson. He had the old couple's address beside it, written on a sheet from a medical pad from McBannerman's office. He had the Taurus moving at a steady 65, fast enough to get him there, slow enough to get him there unmolested by the traffic cops, who he assumed were hiding out around every wooded comber, waiting to boost their municipal revenues with their radar guns and their books of blank tickets. It took him an hour to get level with Garrison again, and he figured he would head on north to a big highway he remembered swinging away west over the river toward New Berg. He should be able to come off that road just short of the Hudson and fall on Brighton from above. Then it was just a question of hunting down the address, which might not be easy. But it was easy, because the road that dropped him south into Brighton from the east-west highway was labeled with the same name as was in the second line of the old folks' address. He cruised south, watching for mailboxes and house numbers. Then it started to get harder. The mailboxes were grouped in sixes, clustered hundreds of yards apart, standing on their own with no obvious connection to any particular houses. In fact, there were very few houses visible at all. It seemed like they were all up little rural tracks, gravel and patched blacktop, running off left and right into the woods like tunnels. He found the right mailbox. It was set on a wooden post that the weather was rotting and the frost heave was canting forward. Vigorous green vines and thorny creepers were twisting up around it. It was a large-sized box, dull green with the house number painted on the side in faded but immaculate freehand script. The door was hanging open because the box was completely stuffed with mail. He took it all out and squared it on the passenger seat beside him, squeaked the door closed, and saw a name painted on the front in the same faded, neat hand, Hobie. The mailboxes were all on the right side of the road, for the convenience of the mail carrier, but the tracks ran off in both directions. There were 4 of them visible from where he was stopped, 2 of them to the left and 2 to the right. He shrugged and headed down the first of them, leading to the right, over toward the river. It was the wrong track. There were 2 houses down there, one north and one south. One of them had a duplicate nameplate on the gates, Kozinski. The other had a bright red Pontiac Firebird parked under a new basketball hoop on the garage. Gable children's bicycles were sprawled on a lawn, not persuasive evidence of aged and infirm people living there. The first track on the left was wrong, too. He found the right place on the second right-hand track. There was an overgrown driveway running away south, parallel with the river. There was an old rusted mailbox at the gate back from when the Postal Service was prepared to come a little nearer to your house. Same dull green color, but even more faded. Same neat painted script, faded like a ghost, Hobie. There were power lines and a phone cable running in, swarming with vines which hung down like curtains. He swung the Taurus into the driveway, brushing vegetation on both sides, and came to a stop behind an old Chevy sedan, parked at an angle under a carport. The old car was a full-size, hood and trunk-like flight decks, turning the same pitted dull brown that all old cars turn. He killed the motor and got out in the silence, ducked back in and grabbed the stack of mail and stood there, holding it. The house was a low one-story, running away from him to the west toward the river. The house was the same brown as the car, ancient boards and shingles. The yard was a riot. It was what a tended garden becomes in 15 untouched years of wet springs and hot summers. There had been a wide path running around from the carport to the front door, but it was narrowed like a gangplank with encroaching brush. He looked around and figured an infantry platoon equipped with flamethrowers would be more use there than gardeners. He made it to the door, with the brush grabbing and snatching at his ankles. There was a bell push, but it was rusted solid. He leaned forward and rapped on the wood with his knuckles. Then he waited. No response. He rapped again. He could hear the jungle seething behind him, insect noise. He could hear the muffler ticking as it cooled underneath the Taurus over on the driveway. He knocked again, waited. There was the creak of floorboards inside the house. The sound was carrying ahead of somebody's footsteps and spilling out to him. The footsteps halted on the other side of the door, and he heard a woman's voice, thin and muffled by the wood. "Who's there?" it called out. "Reacher?" he called back. "General Garber's friend." His voice was loud. Behind him he heard panicked scurrying in the brush. Furtive animals were fleeing in front of him. He heard a stiff lock turning and bolts easing back. The door creaked open. Darkness inside, he stepped forward into the shadow of the eaves and saw an old woman waiting. She was maybe 80, stick-thin, white hair, stooped, wearing a faded floral print dress that flared right out from the waist over nylon petticoats. It was the sort of dress he'd seen in photographs of women at suburban garden parties in the 50s and the 60s. the sort of dress that was normally worn with long white gloves and a wide-brimmed hat and a contented bourgeois smile. "We were expecting you," she said. She turned and stood aside. He nodded and went in. The radius of the skirt meant he had to push past its flare with a loud rustle of nylon. "I brought your mail," he said to her. "Your box was full." He held up the thick stack of curled envelopes and waited. "Thank you," she said. "You're very kind. It's a long walk out there, and we don't like to stop the car to get it, in case we get rear-ended. It's a very busy road. People drive terribly fast, you know, faster than they should, I think." Reacher nodded. It was about the quietest road he had ever seen. A person could sleep the night out there right on the yellow line with a good chance of surviving until morning. He was still holding the mail. The old lady showed no curiosity over it. "Where would you like me to put it? Would you put it in the kitchen?" The hallway was a dark space, paneled in gloomy wood. The kitchen was worse. It had a tiny window glassed in with yellow reeded glass. There was a collection of freestanding units in muddy dark veneer and curious old enamel appliances speckled in mint greens and grays standing up on short legs. The whole room smelled of old food and a warm oven, but it was clean and tidy. A rag rug on worn linoleum, there was a chipped china mug with a pair of thick eyeglasses standing vertically in it. He put the stack of mail next to the mug. When her visitor was gone, she would use her eyeglasses to read her mail, right after she put her best frock back in the closet with the mothballs. "May I offer you cake?" she asked. He glanced at the stovetop. There was a china plate there, covered over with a worn linen cloth. She'd baked something for him. "And coffee?" Next to the stovetop was an ancient percolator, mint green enamel, green glass knob on the top, connected to the outlet by a cord insulated with frayed fabric. He nodded. "I love coffee and cake," he said. She nodded back, pleased, bustled forward, crushing her skirt against the oven door. She used a thin, trembling thumb and operated the switch on the percolator. It was already filled and ready to go. "It takes a moment," she said. Then she paused and listened. The old percolator started a loud gulping sound. "So come and meet Mr. Hobie. He's awake now and very anxious to see you while we're waiting for the machine." She led him through the hallway to a small parlor in back. It was about 12 by 12 and heavily furnished with armchairs and sofas and glass-fronted chest-high cabinets filled with china ornaments. There was an old guy in one of the chairs. He was wearing a stiff serge suit, blue, worn and shiny in places, and at least 3 sizes too big for his shrunken body. The collar of his shirt was a wide, stiff hoop around a pale, scrawny neck. Random silky tufts of white were all that was left of his hair. His wrists were like pencils protruding from the cuffs of his suit. His hands were thin and bony, laid loosely on the arms of the chair. He had clear plastic tubes looped over his ears, running down under his nose. There was a bottle of oxygen on a wheeled cart parked behind him. He looked up and took a long, loud sniff of the gas to fuel the effort of lifting his hand. "Major Reacher," he said, "I'm very pleased to meet you." Reacher stepped forward and grasped the hand and shook it. It was cold and dry, and it felt like a skeleton's hand wrapped in flannel. The old guy paused and sucked more oxygen and spoke again. "I'm Tom Hobie, Major, and this lovely lady is my wife, Mary." Reacher nodded. "Pleased to meet you both," he said, "but I'm not a major anymore." The old guy nodded back and sucked the gas through his nose. "You served," he said. "Therefore, I think you're entitled to your rank." There was a fieldstone fireplace built low in the center of one wall. The mantel was packed tight with photographs in ornate silver frames. Most of them were color snaps showing the same subject, a young man in olive fatigues in a variety of poses and situations. There was one older picture among them, airbrushed black and white, a different man in uniform, tall and straight and smiling, a private first class from a different generation of service, possibly Mr. Hobie himself before his failing heart started killing him from the inside. Although it was hard for Reacher to tell, there was no resemblance. "That's me," Hobie confirmed, following his gaze. "World War II?" Reacher asked. The old man nodded. Sadness in his eyes. "I never went overseas," he said. "I volunteered well ahead of the draft, but I had a weak heart even back then. They wouldn't let me go, so I did my time in a storeroom in New Jersey. Reacher nodded. Hobie had his arm behind him, fiddling with the cylinder valve, increasing the oxygen flow. "I'll bring the coffee now," the old lady said, "and the cake." "Can I help you with anything?" Reacher asked her. "No, I'll be fine," she said, and swished slowly out of the room. "Sit down, Major, please, Tom," Hobie said. Reacher nodded and sat down in the silence in a small armchair near enough to catch the old guy's fading voice. He could hear the rattle of his breathing. Nothing else, just a faint hiss from the top of the oxygen bottle and the clink of china from the kitchen. Patient domestic sounds. The window had a Venetian blind, lime green plastic tilted down against the light. The river was out there somewhere, presumably beyond an overgrown yard, maybe 30 miles upstream of Leon Garber's place. "Here we are," Mrs. Hobie called from the hallway. She was on her way back into the room with a wheeled cart. There was a matching china set stacked on it, cups and saucers and plates, with a small milk jug and a sugar bowl. The linen cover was off the platter, revealing a pound cake drizzled with some kind of yellow icing, maybe lemon. The old percolator was there, smelling of coffee. "How do you like it?" "No milk, no sugar," Reacher said. She poured coffee into a cup, her thin wrist quivering with the effort. The cup rattled in its saucer as she passed it across. She followed it with a quarter of the cake on a plate. The plate shook. The oxygen bottle hissed. The old man was rehearsing his story, dividing it up into bites, taking in enough oxygen to fuel each one of them. "I was a printer," he said suddenly. "I ran my own shop. Mary worked for a big customer of mine. We met and were married in the spring of '47. Our son was born in the June of '48. He turned away and ran his glance along the line of photographs. "Our son, Victor Truman Hobie." The parlor fell quiet like an observance. "I believed in duty," the old man said. "I was unfit for active service, and I regretted it. Regretted it bitterly, Major. But I was happy to serve my country any way I could, and I did. We brought our son up the same way, to love his country and to serve it. He volunteered for Vietnam. Old Mr. Hobie closed his mouth and sucked oxygen through his nose, once, twice, and then he leaned down to the floor beside him and came up with a leather-bound folder. He spread it across his bony legs and opened it up, took out a photograph and passed it across. Reacher juggled his cup and his plate and leaned forward to take it from the shaking hand. It was a faded color print of a boy in a backyard. The boy was maybe 9 or 10, stocky, toothy, freckled, grinning, wearing a metal bowl upside down on his head, with a toy rifle shouldered. His stiff denim trousers tucked into his socks to resemble the look of fatigues, buckled into gaiters. He wanted to be a soldier, Mr. Hobie said. Always it was his ambition. I approved of it at the time, of course. We were unable to have other children, so Victor was on his own, the light of our lives, and I thought that to be a soldier and to serve his country was a fine ambition for the only son of a patriotic father. There was silence again, a cough, a hiss of oxygen, silence. "Did you approve of Vietnam, Major?" Hobie asked suddenly. Reacher shrugged. "I was too young to have much of an opinion," he said. "But knowing what I know now, no, I wouldn't have approved of Vietnam. Why not?" "Wrong place," Reacher said. "Wrong time, wrong reasons, wrong methods, wrong approach, wrong leadership, no real backing, no real will to win, no coherent strategy. Would you have gone?" Reacher nodded. "Yes, I would have gone," he said. "No choice. I was the son of a soldier, too, but I would have been jealous of my father's generation. Much easier to go to World War II. Victor wanted to fly helicopters," Hobie said. "He was passionate about it. My fault again, I'm afraid. I took him to a county fair, paid $2 for him to have his first flight in one. It was an old Bell, a crop duster. After that, all he wanted to be was a helicopter pilot, and he decided the Army was the best place to learn how." He slid another photograph out of the folder, passed it across. It showed the same boy, now twice the age, grown tall, still grinning in a new fatigues, standing in front of an Army helicopter. It was an H-23 Hiller, an old training machine. "That's Fort Wolters," Hobie said, "all the way down in Texas. U.S. Army Primary Helicopter School. Reacher nodded. He flew choppers in Nam? He passed out second in his class, Hobie said. That was no surprise to us. He was always an excellent student all the way through high school. He was especially gifted in math. He understood accountancy. I imagined he'd go to college and then come into partnership with me to do the book work. I looked forward to it. I struggled in school, Major. No reason to be coy about it now. I'm not an educated man. It was a constant delight for me to see Victor doing so well. He was a very smart boy, and a very good boy. Very smart, very kind, a good heart, a perfect son. Our only son. The old lady was silent. Not eating the cake, not drinking the coffee. His passing out was at Fort Rucker, Hobie said. Down in Alabama, we made the trip to see it. He slid across the next photograph. It was a duplicate of one of the framed prints from the mantel, faded pastel grass and sky, a tall boy in dress uniform, cap down over his eyes, his arm around an older woman in a print dress. The woman was slim and pretty. The photograph was slightly out of focus, the horizon slightly tilted, taken by a fumbling husband and father, breathless with pride. That's Victor and Mary, the old man said. She hasn't changed a bit, has she, that day to this? Not a bit, Reacher lied. We loved that boy, the old woman said quietly. He was sent overseas 2 weeks after that photograph was taken. July of '68, Hobie said. He was 20 years old. What happened? Reacher asked. He served a full tour, Hobie said. He was commended twice. He came home with a medal. I could see right away the idea of keeping the books for a print shop was too small for him. I thought he would serve out his time and get a job flying helicopters for the oil rigs, down in the Gulf, perhaps. They were paying big money then for Army pilots or Navy or Air Force, of course. But he went over there again, Mrs. Hobie said. To Vietnam again. He signed on for a second tour, Mrs. Hobie said. He didn't have to. But he said it was his duty. He said the war was still going on and it was his duty to be a part of it. He said that's what patriotism meant. And what happened? Reacher asked. There was a long moment of silence. He didn't come back, Hobie said. The silence was like a weight in the room. Somewhere a clock was ticking. It grew louder and louder until it was filling the air like blows from a hammer. It destroyed me, Hobie said quietly. The oxygen wheezed in and out through a constricted throat. It just destroyed me. I used to say, I'll exchange the whole rest of my life just for one more day with him. The rest of my life? His wife echoed. For just one more day with him. And I meant it, Hobie said. And I still would, Major. Looking at me now, that's not much of a bargain, is it? I haven't got much life left in me. But I said it then, and I said it every day for 30 years, and as God is my witness, I meant it every single time I said it. The whole rest of my life for one more day with him. When was he killed? Reacher asked gently. He wasn't killed, Hobie said. He was captured, taken prisoner. The old man nodded. At first they told us he was missing. We assumed he was dead, but we clung on, hoping he was posted missing, and he stayed missing. We never got official word he was killed. So we waited, Mrs. Hobie said. We just kept on waiting, for years and years. Then we started asking. They told us Victor was missing, presumed killed. That was all they could say. His helicopter was shot down in the jungle, and they never found the wreckage. We accepted that then, Hobie said. We knew how it was. Plenty of boys died without a known grave. Plenty of boys always have in war. Then the memorial went up, Mrs. Hobie said. Have you seen it? The wall, Reacher said. In D.C.? Yes, I've been there. I've seen it. I found it very moving. They refused to put his name on it, Hobie said. Why? They never explained. We asked and we begged, but they never told us exactly why. They just said he's no longer considered a casualty. So we asked them what he is considered as, Mrs. Hobie said. They just told us missing in action. But the other MIAs are on the wall, Hobie said. There was silence again. The clock hammered away in another room. What did General Garber say about this? Reacher asked. He didn't understand it, Hobie said. Didn't understand it at all. He was still checking for us when he died. There was silence again. The oxygen hissed and the clock hammered. "But we know what happened," Mrs. Hobie said. "You do?" Reacher asked her. "What?" "The only thing that fits," she said. "He was taken prisoner. And never released," Hobie said. "That's why the Army is covering it up," Mrs. Hobie said. "The government is embarrassed about it. The truth is, some of our boys were never released. The Vietnamese held on to them like hostages to get foreign aid and trade recognition and credits from us after the war, like blackmail. The government held out for years despite our boys still being prisoners over there, so they can't admit it. They hide it instead and won't talk about it. But we can prove it now," Hobie said. He slid another photograph from the folder, passed it across. It was a newer print, vivid, glossy colors. It was a telephoto shot taken through tropical vegetation. There was barbed wire on bamboo fence posts. There was an Oriental figure in a brown uniform, with a bandana around his forehead, a rifle in his hands. It was clearly a Soviet AK-47, no doubt about it, and there was another figure in the picture. A tall Caucasian, looking about 50, emaciated, gaunt, bent, gray, wearing pale, rotted fatigues, looking half away from the Oriental soldier, flinching. "That's Victor," Mrs. Hobie said. "That's our son. That photograph was taken last year. We spent 30 years asking about him," Hobie said. "Nobody would help us. We asked everybody. Then we found a man who told us about these secret camps. There aren't many, just a few, with a handful of prisoners. Most of them have died by now. They've grown old and died, or been starved to death. This man went to Vietnam and checked for us. He got close enough to take this picture. He even spoke to one of the other prisoners through the wire, secretly at night. It was very dangerous for him. He asked for the name of the prisoner he just photographed. It was Vic Hobie, 1st Cavalry helicopter pilot. The man had no money for a rescue, Mrs. Hobie said, and we'd already paid him everything we had for the first trip. We had no more left. So when we met General Garber at the hospital, we told him our story and asked him to try and get the government to pay." Reacher stared at the photograph, stared at the gaunt man with the gray face. "Who else has seen this picture?" "Only General Garber," Mrs. Hobie answered. "The man who took it told us to keep it a secret because it's very sensitive, politically, very dangerous. It's a terrible thing buried in the nation's history. But we had to show it to General Garber because he was in a position to help us." "So what do you want me to do?" Reacher asked. The oxygen hissed in the silence. In and out through the clear plastic tubes. The old man's mouth was working. "I just want him back," he said. "I just want to see him again. One more day before I die." After that, the old couple were done talking. They turned together and fixed misty gazes on the row of photographs on the mantel. Reacher was left sitting in the silence. Then the old man turned back and used both hands and lifted the leather-bound folder off his bony knees and held it out. Reacher leaned forward and took it. At first, he assumed it was so he could put the 3 photographs back inside. Then he realized the baton had been passed to him, like a ceremony. Their quest had become Leon's, and now it was his. The folder was thin. Apart from the 3 photographs he had seen, it contained nothing more than infrequent letters home from their son and formal letters from the Department of the Army, and a sheaf of paperwork showing the liquidation of their life savings and the transfer by certified check of $18,000 to an address in the Bronx to fund a reconnaissance mission to Vietnam led by a man named Rudder. The letters from the boy started with brief notes from various locations in the South as he passed through Dix and Polk and Wolters and Rucker and Belvoir and Benning on his way through his training. Then there was a short note from Mobile in Alabama as he boarded ship for the month-long voyage through the Panama Canal and across the Pacific to Indochina. Then there were flimsy Army mailgrams from Vietnam itself, 8 from the first tour, 6 from the second. The paper was 30 years old, and it was stiff and dry, like ancient papyrus, like something discovered by archaeologists. He hadn't been much of a correspondent. The letters were full of the usual banal phrases a young soldier writes home. There must have been 100 million parents in the world with treasured old letters like these, different times, different wars, different languages, but the same messages: the food, the weather, the rumor of action, the reassurances. The responses from the Department of the Army marched through 30 years of office technology. They started out typed on old manual machines, some letters misaligned, some wrongly spaced, some with red halos above them where the ribbon had slipped, then electric typewriters, crisper and more uniform, then word processors immaculately printed on better paper, but the messages were all the same. No information missing in action, presumed killed. Condolences, no further information. The deal with the guy called Rudder had left them penniless. There had been some modest mutual funds and a little cash on deposit. There was a sheet written in a shaky hand. Reacher guessed was the old woman's totaling their monthly needs, working the figures again and again, paring them down until they matched the Social Security checks, freeing up their capital. The mutuals had been cashed in 18 months ago and amalgamated with the cash holdings, and the whole lot had been mailed to the Bronx. There was a receipt from Rudder, with the amount formally set off against the cost of the exploratory trip, due to leave imminently. There was a request for any and all information likely to prove helpful, including service number and history and any existing photographs. There was a letter dated 3 months subsequently detailing the discovery of the remote camp, the risky clandestine photography, the whispered talk through the wire. There was a prospectus for a rescue mission, planned in great detail, at a projected cost to the Hobies of $45,000. $45,000 they didn't have. "Will you help us?" the old woman asked through the silence. "Is it all clear? Is there anything you need to know?" He glanced across at her and saw she had been following his progress through the dossier. He closed the folder and stared down at its worn leather cover. Right then, the only thing he needed to know was why the hell hadn't Leon told these people the truth. 9 Marilyn Stone missed lunch because she was busy, but didn't mind because she was happy about the way the place was starting to look. She found herself regarding the whole business in a very dispassionate manner, which surprised her a little because, after all, it was her home she was getting ready to sell. Her own home, the place she'd chosen with care and thought and excitement not so many years ago. It had been the place of her dreams, way bigger and better than anything she'd ever expected to have. It had been a physical thrill back then, just thinking about it. Moving in felt like she'd died and gone to heaven. Now, she was just looking at the place like a showpiece, like a marketing proposition. She wasn't seeing rooms she'd decorated and lived in and thrilled to and enjoyed. There was no pain, no wistful glances at places where she and Chester had fooled around and laughed and ate and slept. Just a brisk and businesslike determination to bring it all up to a whole new peak of irresistibility. The furniture movers had arrived first, just as she'd planned. She had them take the credenza out of the hallway and then Chester's armchair out of the living room. Not because it was a bad piece, but because it was definitely an extra piece. It was his favorite chair, chosen in the way men choose things, for comfort and familiarity rather than for style and suitability. It was the only piece they'd brought from their last house. He'd put it next to the fireplace at an angle day to day. She rather liked it. It gave the room a comfortable lived-in quality. It was the touch that changed the room from a magazine showpiece to a family home, which was exactly why it had to go. She had the movers carry out the butcher's block table from the kitchen, too. She had thought long and hard about that table. It certainly gave the kitchen a no-nonsense look, like it was a proper workplace, speaking of serious meals planned and executed there. But without it, there was an uninterrupted 30-foot expanse of tiled floor running all the way to the bay window. She knew that, with fresh polish on the tile, the light from the window would flood the whole 30-foot span into a sea of space. She had put herself in a prospective buyer's shoes and asked herself, which would impress you more, a serious kitchen or a drop-dead spacious kitchen? So the butcher's block was in the mover's truck. The TV from the den was in there, too. Chester had a problem with television sets. Video had killed the home movie side of his business, and he had no enthusiasm for buying the latest and best of his competitors' products. So the TV was an obsolete RCA, not even a console model. It had shiny, fake chrome around the screen, and it bulged out like a gray fishbowl. She had seen better sets junked on the sidewalk, looking down from the train when it eased into the 125th Street station. So she'd had the movers clear it out of the den and bring the bookcase down from the guest suite to fill its space. She thought the room looked much better for it. With just the bookcase and the leather couches and the dark lampshades, it looked like a cultured room. An intelligent room, it made it an aspirational space, like a buyer would be buying a lifestyle, not just a house. She spent some time choosing books for the coffee tables. Then the florist arrived with flat cardboard boxes full of blooms. She had the girl wash all her vases and then left her alone with a European magazine and told her to copy the arrangements. The guy from Cheryl's office brought the for sale sign and she had him planted in the shoulder next to the mailbox. Then the garden crew arrived at the same time the movers were leaving, which required some awkward maneuvering out on the driveway. She led the crew chief around the garden, explaining what had to be done, and then she ducked back inside the house before the roar of the mowers started up. The pool boy came to the door at the same time as the cleaning service people arrived. She was caught glancing left and right between them, momentarily overcome and unsure of who to start first, but then she nodded firmly and told the cleaners to wait and led the boy around to the pool and showed him what needed doing. Then she ran back to the house, feeling hungry, realizing she'd missed her lunch, but glowing with satisfaction at the progress she was making. They both made it down the hallway to see him leave. The old man worked on the oxygen long enough to get himself up out of his chair, and then he wheeled the cylinder slowly ahead of him, partly leaning on it like a cane, partly pushing it like a golf trolley. His wife rustled along in front of him, her skirt brushing both door jambs and both sides of the narrow passageway. Reacher followed behind them, with the leather folder tucked up under his arm. The old lady worked the lock on the door, and the old man stood panting and gripping the handle of the cart. The door opened, and sweet fresh air blew in. "Any of Victor's old friends still around here?" Reacher asked. "Is that important, Major?" Reacher shrugged. He had learned a long time ago the best way to prepare people for bad news was by looking very thorough right from the start. People listened better if they thought you'd exhausted every possibility. "I just need to build up some background," he said. They looked mystified, but like they were ready to think about it because he was their last hope. He held their son's life in his hands, literally. "Ed Stephen, I guess, at the hardware store," Mr. Hobie said eventually. "Thick as thieves with Victor from kindergarten right through 12th grade, but that was 35 years ago, Major. Don't see how it can matter now." Reacher nodded because it didn't matter now. "I've got your number," he said. "I'll call you soon as I know anything." "We're relying on you," the old lady said. Reacher nodded again. "It was a pleasure to meet you both," he said. "Thank you for the coffee and the cake, and I'm very sorry about your situation." They made no reply. It was a hopeless thing to say. 30 years of agony, and he was sorry about their situation. He just turned and shook their frail hands and stepped back outside onto their overgrown path, picked his way back to the Taurus, carrying the folder, looking firmly ahead. He reversed down the driveway, catching the vegetation on both sides, and eased out of the track, made the right, and headed south on the quiet road he'd left to find the house. The town of Brighton firmed up ahead of him. The road widened and smoothed out. There was a gas station and a firehouse, a small municipal park with a Little League diamond, a supermarket with a large parking lot, a bank, a row of small stores sharing a common frontage set back from the street. The supermarket's parking lot seemed to be the geographic center of the town. He cruised slowly past it and saw a nursery with lines of shrubs in pots under a sprinkler which was making rainbows in the sun. Then a large shed, dull red paint, standing in its own lot. Stevens Hardware. He swung the Taurus in and parked next to a timber store in back. The entrance was an insignificant door set in the end wall of the shed. It gave onto a maze of aisles, packed tight with every kind of thing he'd never had to buy. Screws, nails, bolts, hand tools, power tools, garbage cans, mailboxes, panes of glass, window units, doors, cans of paint. The maze led to a central core where 4 shop counters were set in a square under bright fluorescent lighting. Inside the corral were a man and 2 boys dressed in jeans and shirts and red canvas aprons. The man was lean and small, maybe 50, and the boys were clearly his sons, younger versions of the same face and physique, maybe 18 and 20. "Ed, Stephen?" Reacher asked. The man nodded and set his head at an angle and raised his eyebrows, like a guy who has spent 30 years dealing with inquiries from salesmen and customers. "Can I talk to you about Victor Hobie?" The guy looked blank for a second, and then he glanced sideways at his boys, like he was spooling backward all the way through their lives and far beyond, back to when he last knew Victor Hobie. "He died in Nam, right?" he said. "I need some background, checking for his folks again." He said it without surprise, and there was an edge of weariness in there, too. Like the Hobies' problems were well known in the town and gladly tolerated, but no longer exciting any kind of urgent sympathy. Reacher nodded. "I need to get a feel for what sort of a guy he was. Story is you knew him pretty well." Stephen looked blank again. "Well, I did, I guess, but we were just kids. I only saw him once after high school. Want to tell me about him?" "I'm pretty busy. I've got unloading to see, too. I could give you a hand. We could talk while we're doing it." Stephen started to say a routine no, but then he glanced at Reacher, saw the size of him, and smiled like a laborer who's been offered the free use of a forklift. "Okay," he said, "out back." He came out from the corral of counters and led Reacher through a rear door. There was a dusty pickup parked in the sun next to an open shed with a tin roof. The pickup was loaded with bags of cement. The shelves in the open shed were empty. Reacher took his jacket off and laid it on the hood of the truck. The bags were made of thick paper. He knew from his time with the pool gang that if he used two hands on the middle of the bags, they would fold themselves over and split. The way to do it was to clamp a palm on the comber and lift them one-handed. That would keep the dust off his new shirt, too. The bags weighed 100 pounds, so he did them two at a time, one in each hand, holding them out, counterbalanced away from his body. Stephen watched him like he was a sideshow at the circus. "So tell me about Victor Hobie," Reacher grunted. Stephen shrugged. He was leaning on a post under the tin roof out of the sun. "Long time ago," he said. "What can I tell you? We were just kids, you know. Our dads were in the Chamber of Commerce together. His was a printer. Mine ran this place, although it was just a lumberyard back then. We were together all the way through school. We started kindergarten on the same day, graduated high school on the same day. I only saw him once after that when he was home from the Army. He'd been in Vietnam a year, and he was going back again." "So what sort of a guy was he?" Stephen shrugged again. "I'm kind of wary about giving you an opinion." "Why, some kind of bad news in there?" No, nothing like that," Stephen said. "There's nothing to hide. He was a good kid, but I'd be giving you one kid's opinion about another kid from 35 years ago, right? Might not be a reliable opinion." Reacher paused with a 100-pound bag in each hand, glanced back at Steve. He was leaning on his post in his red apron, lean and fit, the exact picture of what Reacher assumed was a typical cautious small-town Yankee businessman, the sort of guy whose judgment might be reasonably solid. He nodded. "Okay, I can see that. I'll take it into account." Stephen nodded back, like the ground rules were clear. "How old are you?" 38, Reacher said. "From around here?" Reacher shook his head. "Not really from around anywhere." "Okay, couple of things you need to understand," Stephen said. "This is a small suburban town, and Victor and I were born here in 48. We were already 15 years old when Kennedy got shot, and 16 before the Beatles arrived, and 20 when there was all that rioting in Chicago and L.A. You know what I'm saying here?" "Different world," Reacher said. "You bet your ass it was," Stephen said back. "We grew up in a different world, our whole childhood to us. A real daring guy was one who put baseball cards in the wheels of his Schwinn. You need to bear that in mind when you hear what I say." Reacher nodded, lifted the 9th and 10th bag out of the pickup bed. He was sweating lightly and worrying about the state of his shirt when Jody next saw it. "Victor was a very straight kid," Stephen said. "A very straight and normal kid. And like I say, for comparative purposes, that was back when the rest of us thought we were the bee's knees for staying out until 9:30 on a Saturday night, drinking milkshakes. What was he interested in? Reacher asked. Stephen blew out his cheeks and shrugged. What can I tell you? Same things as all the rest of us, I guess. Baseball, Mickey Mantle. We liked Elvis too. Ice cream and the Lone Ranger. Stuff like that. Normal stuff. His dad said he always wanted to be a soldier. We all did. First it was cowboys and Indians, then it was soldiers. So, did you go to Nam? Stephen shook his head. No, I kind of moved on from the soldier thing, not because I disapproved. You gotta understand, this was way, way before all that long hair stuff arrived up here. Nobody objected to the military. I wasn't afraid of it either. Back then, there was nothing to be afraid of. We were the U.S., right? We were going to whip the ass off those slanty-eyed gooks 6 months maximum. Nobody was worried about going. It just seemed old-fashioned. We all respected it. We all loved the stories. But it seemed like yesterday's thing. You know what I mean? I wanted to go into business. I wanted to build my dad's yard up into a big corporation. That seemed like the thing to do. To me, that seemed like more of an American thing than going into the military. Back then, it seemed just as patriotic. So, you beat the draft? Reacher asked. Stephen nodded. Draft board called me, but I had college applications pending and they skipped right over me. My dad was close to the board chairman, which didn't hurt any, I guess. How did Victor react to that? He was fine with it. There was no issue about it. I wasn't anti-war or anything. I supported Vietnam, same as anybody else. It was just a personal choice. Yesterday's thing or tomorrow's thing. I wanted tomorrow's thing. Victor wanted the army. He kind of knew it was kind of, well, stayed. Truth is, he was pretty much influenced by his old man. He was 4F in World War II. Mine was a foot soldier, went to the Pacific. Victor kind of felt his family hadn't done its bit, so he wanted to do it like a duty. Sounds stuffy now, right, duty? But we all thought like that back then. No comparison at all with the kids of today. We were all pretty serious and old-fashioned around here. Victor may be slightly more than the rest of us, very serious, very earnest, but not really a whole lot out of the ordinary. Reacher was 3/4 through with the bags. He stopped and rested against the pickup door. Was he smart? Smart enough, I guess, Stephen said. He did well in school without exactly setting the world on fire. We had a few kids here over the years, gone to be lawyers or doctors or whatever. One of them went to NASA, a bit younger than Victor and me. Victor was smart enough, but he had to work to get his grades, as I recall. Reacher started with the bags again. He had filled the farthest shelves first, which he was glad about because his forearms were starting to burn. Was he ever in any kind of trouble? Stephen looked impatient. Trouble? You haven't been listening to me. Mr. Victor was straight as an arrow, back when the worst kid would look like a complete angel today. 6 bags to go. Reacher wiped his palms on his pants. What was he like when you last saw him, between the 2 tours? Stephen paused to think about it. A little older, I guess. I'd grown up a year. It seemed like he'd grown up 5, but he was no different. Same guy, still serious, still earnest. They gave him a parade when he came home because he had a medal. He was real embarrassed about it, said the medal was nothing. Then he went away again, and he never came back. How did you feel about that? Stephen paused again. Pretty bad, I guess. This was a guy I'd known all my life. I'd have preferred him to come back, of course, but I was real glad he didn't come back in a wheelchair or something, like a lot of them did. Reacher finished the work. He butted the last bag into position on the shelf with the heel of his hand and leaned on the post opposite Stephen. What about the mystery, about what happened to him? Stephen shook his head and smiled sadly. There's no mystery. He was killed. This is about 2 old folks refusing to accept 3 unpleasant truths is all, which are simple, Stephen said. Truth 1 is their boy died. Truth 2 is he died out there in some God-forsaken impenetrable jungle where nobody will ever find him. Truth 3 is the government got dishonest around that time, and they stopped listing the MIAs as casualties, so they could keep the numbers reasonable. There were, maybe 10 boys on Vic's chopper when it went down? That's 10 names they kept off the nightly news. It was a policy, and it's too late for them to admit to anything now. That's your take? Sure is, Stephen said. The war went bad and the government went bad with it. Hard enough for my generation to accept. let me tell you. You younger guys are probably more at home with it, but you better believe the old folk like the Hobies are never going to square up to it. He lapsed into silence and glanced absently back and forth between the empty pickup and the full shelves. That's a ton of cement you shifted. You want to come in and wash up and let me buy you a soda? I need to eat, Reacher said. I missed lunch. Stephen nodded, and then he smiled ruefully. Head south. There's a diner right after the train station. That's where we used to drink milkshakes, 9:30 Saturday night, thinking we were practically Frank Sinatra. The diner had obviously changed many times since daring boys with baseball cards in the wheels of their bicycles had sipped milkshakes there on Saturday nights. Now it was a 70s-style eatery, low and square, a brick facade, green roof with a 90s-style gloss in the form of elaborate neon signs in every window, hot pinks and blues. Reacher took the leather-bound folder with him and pulled the door and stepped into chilly air smelling of Freon and burgers and the strong stuff they squirt on the tables before wiping them down. He sat at the counter and a cheerful heavy girl of 20-something boxed him in with flatware and a napkin and handed him a menu card the size of a billboard with photographs of the food positioned next to the written descriptions. He ordered a half-pounder, Swiss, rare slaw and onion rings, and made a substantial wager with himself that it wouldn't resemble the photograph in any way at all. Then he drank his ice water and got a refill before opening the folder. He concentrated on Victor's letters to his folks. There were 27 of them in total, 13 from his training postings and 14 from Vietnam. They bore out everything he'd heard from Ed Stephen. Accurate grammar, accurate spelling, plain, terse phrasing, the same handwriting used by everybody educated in America between the 20s and the 60s, but with a backward slant, a left-handed person. None of the 27 letters ran more than a few lines over the page, a dutiful person, a person who knew it was considered impolite to end a personal letter on the first page. A polite, dutiful, left-handed, dull, conventional, normal person, solidly educated, but no kind of a rocket scientist. The girl brought him the burger. It was adequate in itself, but very different from the gigantic feast depicted in the photograph on the menu. The slaw was floating in whitened vinegar in a crimped paper cup, and the onion rings were bloated and uniform like small brown automobile tires. The Swiss was sliced so thin it was transparent, but it tasted like cheese. The photograph taken after the passing out parade down at Rucker was harder to interpret. The focus was off, and the peak of his cap put Victor's eyes into deep shadow. His shoulders were back, and his body was tense, bursting with pride, or embarrassed by his mother. It was hard to tell. In the end, Reacher voted for pride because of the mouth. It was a tight line, slightly down at the edges, the sort of mouth that needs firm control from the facial muscles to stop a huge, joyful grin. This was a photograph of a guy at the absolute peak of his life so far. Every goal attained, every dream realized. 2 weeks later, he was overseas. Reacher shuffled through the letters for the note from Mobile. It was written from a bunk, before sailing, mailed by a company clerk in Alabama. Sober phrases, a page and a quarter, emotions tightly checked. It communicated nothing at all. He paid the check and left the girl a $2 tip for being so cheerful. Would she have written home a page and a quarter of tight-assed nothingness the day she was sailing off to war? No, but she would never sail off to war. Victor's helicopter went down maybe 7 years before she was born, and Vietnam was just something she had suffered through in 11th grade history class. It was way too early to head straight back to Wall Street. Jody had said 7 o'clock, at least 2 hours to kill, minimum. He slid into the Taurus and put the air on high to blow the heat away. Then he flattened the Hertz map on the stiff leather of the folder and traced a route away from Brighton. He could take Route 9 south to the Bear Mountain Parkway, the Bear east to the Taconic south to the Sprain, and the Sprain would dump him out on the Bronx River Parkway. That road would take him straight down to the Botanical Gardens, which was a place he had never been, and a place he was pretty keen to visit. Marilyn got to her lunch a little after 3 o'clock. She had checked the cleaning crew's work before she let them leave, and they had done a perfect job. They had used a steam cleaner on the hall rug. Not because it was dirty, but because it was the best way of raising up the dents in the pile left by the credence's feet. The steam swelled the wool fibers, and after a thorough vacuuming, nobody was ever going to know a heavy piece of furniture had once rested there. She took a long shower and wiped out the stall with a kitchen towel to leave the tiling dry and shiny. She combed her hair and left it to air dry. She knew the June humidity would put a slight curl in it. Then she got dressed, which involved one garment only. She put on Chester's favorite thing, a dark pink silk sheath which worked best with nothing on underneath. It came just above the knee, and although it wasn't exactly tight, it clung in all the right places as if it had been made for her, which in fact it had been, although Chester wasn't aware of that. He thought it was just a lucky off-the-peg accident. She was happy to let him think that, not because of the money, but because it felt a little, well, brazen to admit to having such a sexy thing custom-made, and the effect on him was, frankly, brazen. It was like a trigger. She used it when she thought he needed rewarding or deflecting. And he was going to need deflecting tonight. He was going to arrive home and find his house up for sale and his wife in charge. Any old way she looked at it, it was going to be a difficult evening, and she was prepared to use any advantage she could to get through it, brazen or not. She chose the Gucci heels, which matched the sheath's color and made her legs look long. Then she went down to the kitchen and ate her lunch, which was an apple and a square of reduced fat cheese, and then she went back upstairs and brushed her teeth again and thought about makeup. Being naked under the dress and with her hair down in a natural style, the way to go was really no makeup at all. But she was prepared to admit she was just a little way past being able to get away with that, so she set out on the long haul of making herself up so she would look like she hadn't troubled too. It took her 20 minutes, and then she did her nails, toes too, because she felt that counted when it was likely her shoes would be coming off early. Then she dabbed her favorite perfume on, enough to be noticed without being overwhelming. Then the phone rang. It was Cheryl. "Marilyn," she said, "6 hours on the market, and you've got a nibble?" "I have? But who and how?" "I know, the very first day before you're even listed anywhere. Isn't it wonderful? It's a gentleman who's relocating with his family, and he was cruising the area getting a feel for it, and he saw your sign. He came straight over here for the particulars. Are you ready? Can I bring him right over?" "Wow, right now? Already? This is quick, isn't it? But yes, I guess I'm ready. Who is it, Cheryl? You think he's a serious buyer?" "Definitely I do, and he's only here today. He has to go back west tonight." "Okay, well, bring him on over, I guess. I'll be ready." She realized she must have been rehearsing the whole routine unconsciously without really being aware of it. She moved fast, but she wasn't flustered. She hung up the phone and ran straight down to the kitchen and switched the oven on low, spooned a heap of coffee beans onto a saucer and placed them on the middle shelf, shut the oven door and turned to the sink, dropped the apple core into the waste disposal and stacked the plate in the dishwasher, wiped the sink down with a paper towel and stood back, hands on hips, scanning the room. She walked to the window and angled the blind until the light caught the shine on the floor. "Perfect," she said to herself. She ran back up the stairs and started at the top of the house. She ducked into every room, scanning, checking, adjusting flowers, angling blinds, plumping pillows. She turned lamps on everywhere. She had read that to turn them on after the buyer was already in the room was a clear message. The house was gloomy. Better to have them on from the outset, which was a clear message of cheerful welcome. She ran back down the stairs. In the family room, she opened the blind all the way to show off the pool in the den. She turned on the reading lamps and tilted the blind almost closed to give a dark, comfortable look. Then she ducked into the living room. Shit! Chester's side table was still there, right next to where his armchair had been. How could she have missed that? She grabbed it two-handed and ran with it to the basement stairs. She heard Cheryl's car on the gravel. She opened the basement door and ran down and dumped the table and ran back up, closed the door on it and ducked into the powder room, straightened the guest towel and dabbed at her hair and checked herself in the mirror. God! She was wearing her silk sheath with nothing underneath. The silk was clinging to her skin. What the hell was this poor guy going to think? The doorbell rang. She was frozen. Did she have time to change? Of course not. They were at the door right now, ringing the bell. A jacket or something? The doorbell rang again. She took a breath and shook her hips to loosen the fabric and walked down the hall. Took another breath and opened the door. Cheryl beamed in at her, but Marilyn was already looking at the buyer. He was a tallish man, maybe 50 or 55, gray, in a dark suit, standing side-on, looking out and back at the plantings along the driveway. She glanced down at his shoes because Chester always said wealth and breeding shows up on the feet. These looked pretty good, heavy Oxfords, polished to a shine. She started to smile. Was this going to be it? Sold within 6 hours? That would be a hell of a thing. She smiled a quick conspirator's smile with Cheryl and turned to the man. "Come in," she said brightly, and held out her hand. He turned back from the garden to face her. He stared straight at her, frankly and blatantly. She felt naked under his gaze. She practically was naked. But she found herself staring right back at him because he was terribly burned. One side of his head was just a mass of shiny pink scars. She kept her polite smile frozen in place and kept her hand extended toward him. He paused, brought his hand up to meet it. But it wasn't a hand. It was a shining metal hook. Not an artificial hand, not a clever prosthetic device, just a wicked metal curve made of gleaming steel. Reacher was at the curb outside the 60-story building on Wall Street 10 minutes before 7 o'clock. He kept the motor running and scanned a triangle that had its point on the building's exit door and spread sideways across the plaza, past the distance where somebody could get to her before he could. There was nobody inside the triangle who worried him. Nobody static, nobody watching. Just a thin stream of office workers jostling out to the street, jackets over their arms, bulky briefcases in their hands. Most of them were making a left on the sidewalk, heading for the subway. Some of them were threading through the cars at the curb looking for cabs out in the traffic stream. The other parked cars were harmless. There was a UPS truck 2 places ahead and a couple of livery vehicles with drivers standing next to them, scanning for their passengers. Innocent bustle at the weary end of a busy day. Reacher settled back in his seat to wait, his eyes flicking left and right, ahead and behind, always returning to the revolving door. She came out before 7, which was sooner than he expected. He saw her through the glass in the lobby. He saw her hair and her dress and the flash of her legs as she skipped sideways to the exit. He wondered for a second if she had just been waiting up on her high floor. The timing was plausible. She could have seen the car from her window, gone straight to the elevator. She pushed the door and spilled out onto the plaza. He got out of the car and moved around the hood to the sidewalk and stood waiting. She was carrying the pilot's case. She skipped through a shaft of sun and her hair lit up like a halo. 10 yards from him, she smiled. "Hello, Reacher," she called. "Hello, Jody," he said. She knew something. He could see it in her face. She had big news for him, but she was smiling like she was going to tease him with it. "What?" he asked. She smiled again and shook her head. "You first, okay?" They sat in the car and he ran through everything the old couple had told him. Her smile faded and she turned somber. Then he gave her the leather-bound folder and left her to scan through it while he fought the traffic in a narrow counterclockwise square that left them facing south on Broadway, 2 blocks from her place. He pulled in at the curb outside an espresso bar. She was reading the reconnaissance report from Rudder and studying the photograph of the emaciated gray man and the Asian soldier. "Incredible," she said quietly. "Give me your keys," he said back. "Get a coffee and I'll walk up for you when I know your building's okay." She made no objection. The photograph had shaken her up. She just went into her bag for her keys and got out of the car and skipped straight across the sidewalk and into the coffee shop. He watched her inside and then eased south down the street. He turned directly into her garage. It was a different car, and he figured if anybody was waiting down there, they would hesitate long enough to give him all the advantage he would need. But the garage was quiet, just the same group of parked vehicles looking like they hadn't moved all day. He put the Taurus in her slot and went up the metal stairs to the lobby. Nobody there, nobody in the elevator, nobody in the 4th-floor hallway. Her door was undamaged. He opened it up and stepped inside. quiet, still air, nobody there. He used the fire stairs to get back to the lobby and went out the glass doors to the street, walked the 2 blocks north and ducked into the coffee shop and found her alone at a chrome table, reading Victor Hobie's letters and espresso untouched at her elbow. "You going to drink that?" he asked. She stacked the jungle photograph on top of the letters. "This has big implications," she said. He took that for a no and pulled the cup over and swallowed the coffee in one mouthful. It had cooled slightly and was wonderfully strong. "Let's go," she said. She let him carry her case and took his arm for the 2-block walk. He gave back her keys at the street door and they went in through the lobby together and up in the elevator in silence. She unlocked the apartment door and went inside ahead of him. "So it's government people after us," she said. He made no reply, just shrugged off his new jacket and dropped it on the sofa under the Mondrian copy. "Has to be," she said. He walked to the windows and cracked the blinds. Shafts of daylight poured in, and the white room glowed. "We're close to the secret of these camps," she said. "So the government is trying to silence us, CIA or somebody?" He walked through to the kitchen, pulled the refrigerator door and took out a bottle of water. "We're in serious danger," she said. "You don't seem very worried about it?" He shrugged and took a swallow of water. It was too cold. He preferred it room temperature. "Life's too short for worrying," he said. Dad was worrying. It was making his heart worse. He nodded. "I know, I'm sorry. So why aren't you taking it seriously? Don't you believe it?" "I believe it," he said. "I believe everything they told me. And the photograph proves it, right? The place obviously exists." "I know it exists," he said. "I've been there." She stared at him. "You've been there? When? How?" "Not long ago," he said. "I got just about as close as this Rudder guy got." "Christ, Reacher," she said. "So what are you going to do about it?" "I'm going to buy a gun." "No, we should go to the cops, or the newspapers, maybe. The government can't do this. You wait for me here, okay? Where are you going?" "I'm going to buy a gun. Then I'll buy us some pizza. I'll bring it back. You can't buy a gun, not in New York City, for God's sake. There are laws, you need ID and permits and things, and you've got to wait 5 days anyway." "I can buy a gun anywhere," he said. "Especially New York City." "What do you want on the pizza?" "Have you got enough money? For the pizza?" "For the gun," she said. "The gun will cost me less than the pizza," he said. "Lock the door behind me, okay? And don't open it unless you see it's me in the spy hole." He left her standing in the center of the kitchen. He used the fire stairs to the lobby and stood in the bustle on the sidewalk long enough to get himself lined up with the geography. There was a pizza parlor on the block to the south. He ducked inside and ordered a large pie, half anchovies and capers, half hot pepperoni, to go in 30 minutes. Then he dodged traffic on Broadway and struck out east. He'd been in New York enough times to know what people say is true. Everything happens fast in New York. Things change fast, fast in terms of chronology and fast in terms of geography. One neighborhood shifts into another within a couple of blocks. Sometimes the front of a building is a middle-class paradise, and around the back bums are sleeping in the alley. He knew a fast 10-minute walk was going to take him worlds away from Jody's expensive apartment block. He found what he was looking for in the shadows under the approach to the Brooklyn Bridge. There was a messy tangle of streets crouching there, and a giant housing project sprawling to the north and east. Some ragged, cluttered stores and a basketball court with chains under the hoops instead of nets. The air was hot and damp and filled with fumes and noise. He turned to Comer and stood leaning on the chain link with the basketball noises behind him, watching two worlds collide. There was a rapid traffic flow of vehicles driving and people walking fast, and an equal quantity of cars stopped and idling and people standing around in bunches. The moving cars tacked around the stopped ones, honking and swerving, and the walking people pushed and complained and dodged into the gutter to pass the knots of loiterers. Sometimes a car would stop short, and a boy would dart forward to the driver's window. There would be a short conversation, and money would change hands like a conjuring trick, and the boy would dart back to a doorway and disappear. He would reappear a moment later and hustle back to the car. The driver would glance left and right and accept a small package and force back into the traffic in a burble of exhaust and a blast of horns. Then the boy would return to the sidewalk and wait. Sometimes the trade was on foot, but the system was always the same. The boys were the cutouts. They carried the money in and the packages out, and they were too young to go to trial. Reacher was watching them use 3 doorways in particular, spaced out along the block frontage. The center of the 3 was doing the busiest trade, about 2 to 1 in terms of commercial volume. It was the 11th building. Counting up from the south corner, he pushed off the fence and turned east. There was a vacant lot ahead, which gave him a glimpse of the river. The bridge soared over his head. He turned north and came up behind the buildings in a narrow alley, scanned ahead as he walked and counted 11 fire escapes. Dropped his glance to ground level and saw a black sedan jammed into the narrow space outside the 11th rear entrance. There was a boy of maybe 19 sitting on the trunk lid with a mobile phone in his hand, the back door guard 1 step up the promotion ladder from his baby brother, shuttling back and forward across the sidewalk. There was nobody else around. The boy was on his own. Reacher stepped into the alley. The way to do it is to walk fast and focus on something way beyond your target. Make the guy feel like he's got nothing to do with anything. Reacher made a show of checking his watch and glancing far ahead into the distance. He hustled along, almost running. At the last minute, he dropped his gaze to the car like he was suddenly dragged back into the present by the obstacle. The boy was watching him. Reacher dodged left where he knew the angle of the car wouldn't let him through. He pulled up in exasperation and dodged right, turning with the pent-up fury of a hurrying man balked by a nuisance. He swung his left arm with the turn and hit the kid square in the side of the head. The kid toppled, and he hit him again, right-handed, just a short-arm jab, relatively gentle. No reason to put him in the hospital. He let him fall off the trunk lid, unaided, to see how far away he'd put him. A conscious person will always break his fall. This kid didn't. He hit the alley floor with a dusty thump. Reacher rolled him over and checked his pockets. There was a gun in there, but it wasn't the sort of thing he was going to bear home in triumph. It was a Chinese .22, some imitation of a Soviet imitation of something that was probably useless to start with. He pitched it out of reach under the car. He knew the back door of the tenement would be unlocked, because that's the point of a back door when you're doing a roaring trade about 150 yards south of Police Plaza. They come in the front. You need to be able to get out the back without fumbling for the key. He inched it open with his toe and stood gazing into the gloom. There was an inner door off the back hallway leading to the right into a room with a light on inside. It was about 10 paces away. No point in waiting. They weren't about to take a dinner break. He walked ahead 10 paces and stopped at the door. The building stank of decay and sweat and urine. It was quiet, an abandoned building. He listened. There was a low voice inside the room, then an answer to it. 2 people minimum. Swinging the door open and standing and taking stock of the scene inside is not the way to do it. The guy who pauses even for a millisecond is the guy who dies earlier than his classmates. Reacher's guess was the tenement was maybe 15 feet wide, of which 3 were represented by the hallway he was standing in. So he aimed to be the other 12 feet into the room before they even knew he was there. They would still be looking at the door, wondering who else was coming in after him. He took a breath and burst through the door like it wasn't there at all. It crashed back against the hinge, and he was across the room in 2 huge strides. Dim light, a single electric bulb, 2 men, packages on the table, money on the table, a handgun on the table. He hit the first guy a wide, swinging roundhouse blow square on the temple. The guy fell sideways, and Reacher drove through him with a knee in the gut on his way back to the second man, who was coming up out of his chair with his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock. Reacher aimed high and smacked him with a forearm smash exactly horizontal between his eyebrows and his hairline. Do it hard enough, and the guy goes down for an hour, but his skull stays in one piece. This was supposed to be a shopping trip, not an execution. He stood still and listened through the door. Nothing. The guy in the alley was sleeping, and the noise on the street was occupying the kids on the sidewalk. He glanced at the table and glanced away again, because the handgun lying there was a Colt Detective Special, a 6-shot .38 caliber revolver in blued steel with black plastic grips. Stubby little 2-inch barrel, no good at all. Nowhere near the sort of thing he was looking for. The short barrel was a drawback, and the caliber was a disappointment. He remembered a Louisiana cop he'd met, a police captain from some small jurisdiction out in the bayou. The guy had come to the military police for firearms advice, and Reacher had been detailed to deal with him. The guy had all kinds of tales of woe about the .38 caliber revolvers his men were using. He said you just can't rely on them to put a guy down, not if he's coming at you all pumped up on angel dust. He told a story about a suicide. The guy needed 5 shots to the head with a .38 to put himself away. Reacher had been impressed by the guy's unhappy face, and he had decided then and there to stay away from .38s, which was a policy he was not about to change now, so he turned his back on the table and stood still and listened again. Nothing. He squatted next to the guy he'd hit in the head and started through his jacket. The busiest dealers make the most money, and the most money buys the best toys, which was why he was in this building and not in one of the slower rivals up or down the street. He found exactly what he wanted in the guy's left-hand inner pocket, something a whole lot better than a puny .38 detective special. It was a big black automatic, a Star GB, a handsome 9mm, which had been a big favorite of his Special Forces friends through most of his career. He pulled it out and checked it over. The magazine had all 18 shells in it, and the chamber smelled like it had never been fired. He pulled the trigger and watched the mechanism move. Then he reassembled the gun and jammed it under his belt in the small of his back and smiled. Stayed down next to the unconscious guy and whispered, "I'll buy your stare for $1. Just shake your head if you've got a problem with that, okay?" And he smiled again and stood up, peeled a dollar bill off his roll and left it weighted down on the tabletop under the detective special. Stepped back to the hallway, all quiet. He made the 10 paces to the back and came out into the light, checked left and right up and down the alley, and stepped over to the parked sedan. Opened the driver's door and found the lever and popped the trunk. There was a black nylon sports bag in there, empty. A small cardboard box of 9mm reloads under a tangle of red and black jump leads. He put the ammunition in the bag and walked away with it. The pizza was waiting for him when he arrived back on Broadway. It was sudden. It happened without warning. As soon as they were inside and the door was closed, the man hit Cheryl, a vicious backhand blow to the face with whatever was inside his empty sleeve. Marilyn was frozen with shock. She saw the man twisting violently and the hook swinging through its glittering arc, and she heard the wet crunch as his arm hit Cheryl's face, and she clamped both hands over her mouth as if it were somehow vitally important. She didn't scream. She saw the man spinning back toward her and reaching up under his right armpit and coming out with a gun in his left hand. She saw Cheryl going over backward and sprawling on the rug, right where it was still damp from the steam cleaning. She saw the gun arcing at her along the exact same radius he had used before, but in the reverse direction, coming straight at her. The gun was made of dark metal, gray, dewed with oil. It was dull, but it shone. It stopped level with her chest, and she stared down at its color, and all she could think was, "That's what they mean when they say gunmetal." "Step closer," the man said. She was paralyzed. Her hands were clamped to her face, and her eyes were open so wide she thought the skin on her face would tear. "Closer," the man said again. She stared down at Cheryl. She was struggling up on her elbows. Her eyes were crossed, and blood was running from her nose. Her top lip was swelling, and the blood was dripping off her chin. Her knees were up, and her skirt was rucked. She could see her pantyhose change from thin to thick at the top. Her breathing was ragged. Then her elbows gave way again and slid forward, and her knees splayed out. Her head hit the floor with a soft thump and rolled sideways. "Step closer," the man said. She stared at his face. It was rigid. The scars looked like hard plastic. One eye was hooded under an eyelid, as thick and coarse as a thumb. The other was cold and unblinking. She stared at the gun. It was a foot away from her chest, not moving. The hand that held it was smooth. The nails were manicured. She stepped forward a quarter step. Closer. She slid her feet forward until the gun was touching the fabric of her dress. She felt the hardness and the coldness of the gray metal through the thin silk. Closer. She stared at him. His face was a foot away from hers. On the left, the skin was gray and lined. The good eye was webbed with lines. The right eye blinked. The eyelid was slow and heavy. It went down, then up, deliberately, like a machine. She leaned forward an inch. The gun pressed into her breast. Closer. She moved her feet. He answered with matching pressure on the gun. The metal was pressing hard into the softness of her flesh. It was crushing her breast. The silk was yielding into a deep crater. It was pulling her nipple sideways. It was hurting her. The man raised his right arm, the hook. He held it up in front of her eyes. It was a plain steel curve, rubbed and polished until it shone. He rotated it slowly with an awkward movement of his forearm. She heard leather inside his sleeve. The tip of the hook was machined to a point. He rotated the tip away and laid the flat of the curve against her forehead. She flinched. It was cold. He scraped it down her forehead and traced the curve of her nose in under her nose. He pressed it against her top lip, brought it down and in and pressed until her mouth opened. He tapped it gently against her teeth. It caught on her bottom lip because her lip was dry. He dragged her lip down with the steel until the soft, rubbery flesh pulled free. He traced over the curve of her chin, down under her chin to her throat, up again an inch, and back under the shelf of her jaw until he was forcing her head up with the strength in his shoulder. He stared into her eyes. "My name is Hobie," he said. She was up on tiptoes trying to take the weight off her throat. She was starting to gag. She couldn't remember taking a breath since she had opened the door. Did Chester mention me? Her head was tilting upward. She was staring at the ceiling. The gun was digging into her breast. It was no longer cold. The heat of her body had warmed it. She shook her head, a small, urgent motion, balanced on the pressure of the hook. "He didn't mention me?" "No," she gasped. "Why? Should he have? Is he a secretive man?" She shook her head again, the same small, urgent motion side to side, the skin of her throat snagging left and right against the metal. "Did he tell you about his business problems?" She blinked, shook her head again. "So he is a secretive man." "I guess," she gasped, "but I knew anyway." "Does he have a girlfriend?" She blinked again, shook her head. "How can you be sure?" Hobie asked. "If he's a secretive man? What do you want?" she gasped. "But I guess he doesn't need a girlfriend. You're a very beautiful woman." She blinked again. She was up on her toes. The Gucci heels were off the ground. "I just paid you a compliment," Hobie said. "Oughtn't you say something in response politely?" He increased the pressure. The steel dug into the flesh of her throat. One foot came free of the ground. "Thank you," she gasped. The hook eased down. Her eye line came back to the horizontal, and her heels touched the rug. She realized she was breathing. She was panting in and out, a very beautiful woman. He dropped the hook away from her throat. It touched her waist, traced down over the curve of her hip, down over her thigh. He was staring at her face. The gun was jammed hard in her flesh. The hook turned, and the flat face of the curve lifted off her thigh, leaving just the point behind. It traced downward. She felt it slide off the silk onto her bare leg. It was sharp, not like a needle. Like a pencil point, it stopped moving. It started back up. He was pressing with it, gently. It wasn't cutting her. She knew that, but it was furrowing against the firmness of her skin. It moved up. It slid under the silk. She felt the metal on the skin of her thigh. It moved up. She could feel the silk of her dress bunching and gathering in the radius of the hook. The hook moved up. The back of the hem was sliding up the backs of her legs. Cheryl stirred on the floor. The hook stopped moving, and Hobie's awful right eye swiveled slowly across and down. "Put your hand in my pocket," he said. She stared at him. "Your left hand," he said. "My right pocket." She had to move closer and reach over and down between his arms. Her face was close to his. He smelled of soap. She felt around to his pocket, darted her fingers inside and closed them over a small cylinder, slid it out. It was a used roll of duct tape, an inch in diameter, silver, maybe 5 yards remaining. Hobie stepped away from her, taped Cheryl's wrists together, he said. She wriggled her hips to make the hem of her dress fall down into place. He watched her do it and smiled. She glanced between the roll of silver tape and Cheryl down on the floor. "Turn her over," he said. The light from the window was catching the gun. She knelt next to Cheryl, pulled on one shoulder and pushed on the other until she flopped over on her front. Put her elbows together, he said. She hesitated. He raised the gun a fraction, and then the hook, arms wide, a display of superior weaponry. She grimaced. Cheryl stirred again. Her blood had pooled on the rug. It was brown and sticky. Marilyn used both hands and forced her elbows together behind her back. Hobie looked down. Get them real close, he said. She picked at the tape with her nail and got a length free, wrapped it around and around Cheryl's forearms just below her elbows. Tight, he said, all the way up. She wound the tape around and around, up above her elbows and down to her wrists. Cheryl was stirring and struggling. Okay, sit her up, Hobie said. She dragged her into a sitting position with her taped arms behind her. Her face was masked in blood. Her nose was swollen, going blue. Her lips were puffy. Put tape on her mouth, Hobie said. She used her teeth and bit off a 6-inch length. Cheryl was blinking and focusing. Marilyn shrugged unhappily at her, like a helpless apology, and stuck the tape over her mouth. It was thick tape with tough reinforcing threads baked into the silver plastic coating. It was shiny, but not slippery because of the raised crisscross threads. She rubbed her fingers side to side across them to make it stick. Cheryl's nose started bubbling and her eyes opened wide in panic. God, she can't breathe, Marilyn gasped. She went to rip the tape off again, but Hobie kicked her hand away. You broke her nose, Marilyn said. She can't breathe. The gun was pointing down at her head, held steady 18 inches away. She's going to die, Marilyn said. That's for damn sure, Hobie said back. She stared up at him in horror. Blood was rasping and bubbling in Cheryl's fractured airways. Her eyes were staring in panic. Her chest was heaving. Hobie's eyes were on Marilyn's face. You want me to be nice? He asked. She nodded wildly. Are you going to be nice back? She stared at her friend. Her chest was convulsing, heaving for air that wasn't there. Her head was shaking from side to side. Hobie leaned down and turned the hook so the point was rasping across the tape on Cheryl's mouth as her head jerked back and forth. Then he jabbed hard and forced the point through the silver. Cheryl froze. Hobie moved his arm left and right, up and down, pulled the hook back out. There was a ragged hole left in the tape with air whistling in and out. The tape sucked and blew against her lips as Cheryl gasped and panted. I was nice, Hobie said. So now you owe me, okay? Cheryl's breathing was sucking hard through the hole in the tape. She was concentrating on it. Her eyes were squinting down, like she was confirming there was air in front of her to use. Marilyn was watching her, sitting back on her heels, cold with terror. Help her to the car, Hobie said. 10 Chester Stone was alone in the bathroom on the 88th floor. Tony had forced him to go in there, not physically. He had just stood there and pointed silently, and Stone had scuttled across the carpet in his undershirt and shorts, with his dark socks and polished shoes on his feet. Then Tony had lowered his arm and stopped pointing and told him to stay in there and close the door on him. There had been muffled sounds out in the office, and after a few minutes the two men must have left, because Stone heard doors shutting and the nearby whine of the elevator. Then it had gone dark and silent. He sat on the bathroom floor with his back against the gray granite tiling, staring into the silence. The bathroom door was not locked. He knew that. There had been no fiddling or clicking when the door closed. He was cold. The floor was hard tile, and the chill was striking up through the thin cotton of his boxers. He started shivering. He was hungry and thirsty. He listened carefully. Nothing. He eased himself up off the floor and stepped to the sink, turned the faucet and listened again over the trickle of water. Nothing. He bent his head and drank. His teeth touched the metal of the faucet, and he tasted the chlorine taste of city water. He held a mouthful unswallowed and let it soak into his dry tongue. Then he gulped it down and turned the faucet off. He waited an hour, a whole hour, sitting on the floor, staring at the unlocked door, listening to the silence. It was hurting where the guy had hit him, a hard ache where the fist had glanced off his ribs, bone against bone, solid, jarring. Then a soft, nauseated feeling in his gut where the blow had landed. He kept his eyes on the door, trying to tune out the pain. The building boomed and rumbled gently, like there were other people in the world, but they were far away. The elevators and the air conditioning and the rush of water in the pipes and the play of the breeze on the windows added and canceled to a low, comfortable whisper, just below the point of easy audibility. He thought he could hear elevator doors opening and closing, maybe 88 floors down, faint bass thumps shivering upward through the shafts. He was cold and cramped and hungry and hurting and scared. He stood up, bent with cramps and pain, and listened. Nothing. He slid his leather soles across the tile, stood with his hand on the doorknob, listened hard, still nothing. He opened the door. The huge office was dim and silent, empty. He padded straight across the carpet and stopped near the door out to the reception area. Now he was nearer the elevator banks. He could hear the cars whining up and down inside the shafts. He listened at the door. Nothing. He opened the door. The reception area was dim and deserted. The oak gleamed pale, and there were random gleams coming off the brass accents. He could hear the motor running inside a refrigerator in the kitchen to his right. He could smell cold, stale coffee. The door out to the lobby was locked. It was a big, thick door, probably fire-resistant, in line with severe city codes. It was faced in pale oak, and he could see the dull gleam of steel in the gap where it met the frame. He shook the handle, and it didn't move at all. He stood there for a long time, facing the door, peering out through the tiny wired glass window, 30 feet away from the elevator buttons and freedom. Then he turned back to the counter. It was chest-high, viewed from the front. In back, there was a desktop level, and the chest-high barrier was made up of cubbyholes with office stationery and folders stacked neatly inside. There was a telephone on the desktop part in front of Tony's chair. The telephone was a complicated console with a handset on the left and buttons on the right under a small oblong window. The window was a gray LCD readout that read off. He picked up the handset and heard nothing except the blood hissing in his ear. He pressed random buttons. Nothing. He quartered the console, tracing his finger left to right across every button, searching. He found a button marked Operate. He pressed it, and the little screen changed to Enter Code. He pressed random numbers, and the screen changed back to Off. There were cupboards under the desktop. Little oak doors, they were all locked. He shook each of them in turn and heard little metal tongues striking metal plates. He walked back into Hobie's office, walked through the furniture to the desk. There was nothing on the sofas. His clothes were gone, nothing on the desktop. The desk drawers were locked. It was a solid desk, expensive, ruined by the gouges from the hook, and the drawer locks felt tight. He squatted down, ridiculous in his underwear, and pulled at the handles. They moved a fraction, then stopped. He saw the trash can under the desk. It was a brass cylinder, not tall. He tilted it over. His wallet was in there, empty and forlorn. The picture of Marilyn was next to it, face down. The paper was printed over and over on the back, Kodak. He reached into the can and picked it up, turned it over. She smiled out at him. It was a casual head and shoulders shot. She was wearing the silk dress. The sexy one, the one she'd had custom made. She didn't know he knew she'd had it made. He had been home alone when the store called. He'd told them to call back and let her believe he thought it was off the rack. In the photo, she was wearing it for the first time. She was smiling shyly, her eyes animated with daring, telling him not to go too low with the lens, not down to where the thin silk clung to her breasts. He cradled the picture in his palm and stared at it, and then he placed it back in the can because he had no pockets. He stood up urgently and stepped around the leather chair to the wall of windows, pushed the slats of the blinds apart with both hands and looked out. He had to do something. But he was 88 floors up. Nothing to see except the river in New Jersey. No neighbors opposite to gesture urgently at. Nothing at all opposite. Until the Appalachians reached Pennsylvania. He let the blinds fall back and paced every inch of the office, every inch of the reception area, and back into the office to do it all over again. Hopeless. He was in a prison. He stood in the center of the floor, shivering, focusing on nothing. He was hungry. He had no idea what time it was. The office had no clock, and he had no watch. The sun was getting low in the west, late afternoon or early evening, and he hadn't eaten lunch. He crept to the office door, listened again. Nothing except the comfortable hum of the building and the rattle of the refrigerator motor. He stepped out and crossed to the kitchen. He paused with his finger on the light switch, and then he dared to turn it on. A fluorescent tube kicked in. It flickered for a second and threw a flat glare across the room and added an angry buzz from its circuitry. The kitchen was small, with a token stainless steel sink and an equal length of counter-rinsed mugs upside down, and a filter machine tarred with old coffee, a tiny refrigerator under the counter. There was milk in there, and a six-pack of beer and a Zabar's bag neatly folded shut. He pulled it out. There was something wrapped in newspaper. It was heavy and solid. He stood up and unrolled the paper on the counter. There was a plastic bag inside. He gripped the bottom, and the severed hand thumped out on the counter. The fingers were white and curled, and there was spongy purple flesh and splintered white bone and empty blue tubes trailing at the wrist. Then the glare of the fluorescent light spun around and tilted past his gaze as he fainted to the floor. Reacher put the pizza box on the elevator floor and took the gun out of his belt and zipped it into the sports bag with the spare shells. Then he crouched and picked up the pizza again in time for the elevator door to slide back on the fourth floor. The apartment opened up as soon as he stepped within range of the fisheye in the door. Jody was standing just inside the hallway, waiting for him. She was still in the linen dress. It was slightly creased across the hips from sitting all day. Her long brown legs were scissored, one foot in front of the other. "I brought dinner," he said. She looked at the sports bag instead. "Last chance, Reacher. We should talk with somebody about all of this." "No," he said. He put the bag on the floor and she stepped behind him to lock the door. "Okay," she said. "If this is the government doing something, maybe you're right. Maybe we should stay away from the cops." "Right," he said. "So I'm with you on this. Let's eat," he said. He walked through to the kitchen with the pizza. She had set the table. There were two place settings opposite each other. Plates, knives and forks, paper napkins, glasses of ice water, like two people were resident in the apartment. He put the box on the counter and opened it up. "You choose," he said. She was standing close behind him. He could feel her there. He could smell her perfume. He felt the flat of her hand touch his back. It burned. She left it there for a second, then she used it to move him out of the way. "Let's split it," she said. She balanced the box on her arm and carried it back to the table, pulled the slices off each other while the box canted and wobbled, shared them between the plates. He sat and sipped the water and watched her. She was slender and energetic and could make any mundane activity look like a graceful ballet. She turned away and dumped the greasy box and turned back. The dress twisted and flowed with her. She sat down. He heard the whisper of linen on skin, and her foot hit his knee under the table. "Sorry," she said. She wiped her fingers on the napkin and tossed her hair behind her shoulders and held her head at an angle for the first bite. She ate left-handed, rolling the wedge into a point, attacking it hungrily. "No lunch," she said. "You told me not to leave the building." She darted her tongue out and caught a thread of cheese, smiled self-consciously as she hooked it back between her lips. They shone with the oil. She took a long drink of water. "Anchovies, my favorite. How did you know? But they make you thirsty later, don't they? So salty." Her dress was sleeveless, and he could see her arms all the way down from the little knob of bone at the top of the shoulder. They were slim and brown and narrow, almost no muscle there at all, just tiny biceps like tendons. She was gorgeous, and she took his breath away, but she was a puzzle, physically. She was tall, but she was so tiny, he didn't see how there was room for all the essential organs inside her. She was as thin as a stick, but looked vibrant and firm and strong, a puzzle. He remembered the feel of her arm around his waist, 15 years before, like somebody was tightening a thick rope around his middle. "I can't stay here tonight," he said. She looked across at him. "Why not? You got something to do. I'll come do it too. Like I said, I'm with you on this." "No, I just can't stay," he said. "Why not?" she asked again. He took a deep breath and held it. Her hair was shimmering in the light. "It's not appropriate that one should stay here," he said, "but why not?" He shrugged, embarrassed. "Just because, Jody, because you're thinking of me like a brother or an uncle or something, because of Leon, but I'm not that, am I?" She was staring at him. "I'm sorry," he said. Her eyes were wide. "What? This is not right," he said gently. "You're not my sister or my niece. That's just an illusion because I was close to your dad. To me, you're a beautiful woman, and I can't be here alone with you." "Why not?" she asked again, breathless. Christ, Jody, why not? Because it's not appropriate, that's why not. You don't need to hear all the details. You're not my sister or my niece, and I can't keep on pretending you are. It's driving me crazy, pretending. She was very still, staring at him, still breathless. How long have you felt this way? She asked. He shrugged, embarrassed again. Always, I guess, since I first met you? Give me a break, Jody. You weren't a kid. I was nearer your age than Leon's. She was silent. He held his breath, waiting for the tears, the outrage, the trauma. She was just staring at him. He was already regretting having spoken. He should have just kept his damn mouth shut, bitten his damn lip, and gotten through it. He had been through worse, although he couldn't exactly remember where or when. I'm sorry, he said again. Her face was blank, wide blue eyes staring at him. Her elbows were on the table. The dress fabric was bunching at the front and cupping forward. He could see the strap of her bra, thin and white against the skin of her shoulder. He stared at her anguished face and closed his eyes and sighed in despair. Honesty was the best policy? Forget about it. Then she did a curious thing. She stood up slowly and turned and hauled her chair out of the way, stepped forward and gripped the table edge, both hands, slim muscles standing out like cords. She dragged the table off to one side. Then she changed position and turned and butted it with her thighs until it was hard back against the counter. Reacher was left sitting on his chair, suddenly isolated in the middle of the room. She stepped back and stood in front of him. His breath froze in his chest. You're thinking about me like just a woman? She asked, slowly. He nodded. Not like a kid, sister? Not like your niece? He shook his head. She paused. Sexually? She asked quietly. He nodded, still embarrassed, resigned. Of course, sexually. What do you think? Look at yourself. I could hardly sleep last night. She just stood there. I had to tell you, he said. I'm really sorry, Jody. She closed her eyes, screwed them tight shut. Then he saw a smile. It spread across her whole face. Her hands clenched at her side. She exploded forward and hurled herself at him. She landed on his lap, and her arms clamped tight behind his head, and she kissed him like she would die if she stopped. It was Cheryl's car, but he made Marilyn drive it. He sat in back, behind Marilyn, with Cheryl next to him with her arms crushed behind her. The tape was still on her mouth, and she was breathing hard. He kept the hook resting on her lap, with the point dug in against the skin of her thigh. His left hand held the gun. He touched it to the back of Marilyn's neck often enough that she never forgot it was there. Tony met them in the underground garage. Office hours were over, and the place was quiet. Tony handled Cheryl, and Hobie took Marilyn, and the four of them rode up in the freight elevator. Hobie unlocked the door from the corridor and stepped into the reception area. The kitchen light was on. Stone was sprawled on the floor in his underwear. Marilyn gasped and ran to him. Hobie watched the sway of her body under the thin dress and smiled, turned back and locked the door, pocketed the keys and the gun. Marilyn had stopped short and was staring into the kitchen, hands up at her mouth again, eyes wide, horror in her face. Hobie followed her gaze. The hand was lying on the counter, palm up, fingers curled like a beggar's. Then Marilyn was looking downward in terror.
Don't worry, Hobie said. It's not one of his. But it's a thought, isn't it?
I could cut his hand off if he doesn't do what I want. Marilyn stared at him. Or I could cut yours off, he said to her. I could make him watch. Maybe I could make him do it for me. You're insane, Marilyn said. He would, you know, Hobie said. He'd do anything. He's pathetic. Look at him, in his underwear. You think he looks good in his underwear? She said nothing. What about you, Hobie asked. Do you look good in your underwear? You want to take that dress off and show me? She stared at him in panic. No, he said. Okay, maybe later. But what about your real estate agent? You think she'd look good in her underwear? He turned to Cheryl. She was backing away against the door, leaning hard on her taped arms. She stiffened. What about it? He said to her. You look good in your underwear? She stared and shook her head wildly. Her breathing whistled through the hole in the tape. Hobie stepped nearer and pinned her against the door and forced the tip of his hook under the waistband of her skirt. Let's check it out. He wrenched with the hook. and Cheryl staggered off balance, and the fabric tore open, buttons scattered, and she fell to her knees. He raised his foot and used the flat of his sole to push her all the way over. He nodded to Tony. Tony ducked down and pulled the torn skirt down off her thrashing legs. "Pantyhose," Hobie said. "God, I hate pantyhose." So unromantic. He stooped and used the tip of the hook to tear the nylon to shreds. Her shoes came off. Tony balled the skirt and the shoes and the torn nylon and carried it to the kitchen, dropped it into the trash. Cheryl scrabbled her bare legs under her and sat there gasping through the tape. She was wearing tiny white panties and was trying to make the tails of her blouse fall down over them. Marilyn was watching her open-mouthed in horror. "Okay, now we're having fun," Hobie said. "Aren't we? You bet," Tony said. "But not as much fun as we're going to have." Hobie laughed and Stone stirred. Marilyn ducked down and helped him to a sitting position on the kitchen floor. Hobie stepped over and picked up the severed hand from the countertop. "This came off the last guy who annoyed me," he said. Stone was opening and closing his eyes like he could make the scene change by wiping it away. Then he stared out at Cheryl. Marilyn realized he had never met her before. He didn't know who she was. "Into the bathroom," Hobie said. Tony pulled Cheryl to her feet and Marilyn helped Chester. Hobie walked behind them. They filed into the big office and crossed to the bathroom door. "Inside," Hobie said. Stone led the way. The women followed him. Hobie watched them go and stood at the door, nodded in at Stone. "Tony's going to sleep the night out here on the sofa, so don't come out again and spend your time fruitfully. Talk things over with your wife. We're going to do the stock transfer tomorrow. Much better for her if we do it in an atmosphere of mutual agreement. Much better any other way. There could be bad consequences. You get my meaning?" Stone just stared at him. Hobie let his glance linger on the women, and then he waved the severed hand in farewell and pulled the door closed. Jody's white bedroom was flooded with light. For 5 minutes every evening in June, the sun dropped away to the west and found a slim, straight path through Manhattan's tall buildings and hit her window with its full force. The blind burned like it was incandescent, and the walls picked it up and bounced it around until the whole place was glowing like a soft white explosion. Reacher thought it was entirely appropriate. He was lying on his back, happier than he could ever remember getting. If he'd thought about it, he might have worried. He could remember mean little proverbs that said things like, "Pity the man who gets what he wants," and "It's better to travel hopefully than to arrive." To get something you want after 15 years of wanting it could have felt strange. But it didn't. It had felt like a blissful rocket trip to somewhere he had no idea existed. It had been everything he had dreamed it would be, multiplied by 1,000,000. She wasn't a myth. She was a living, breathing creature, hard and strong and sinewy and perfumed, warm and shy and giving. She lay nestled in the crook of his arm, with her hair over his face. It was in his mouth as he breathed. His hand was resting on her back. He was rocking it back and forth over her ribs. Her backbone was in a cleft formed by long, shallow muscle. He traced his finger down the groove. Her eyes were closed, and she was smiling. He knew that. He had felt the scrape of her lashes on his neck, and his shoulder could feel the shape of her mouth. It could decode the feel of the muscles in her face. She was smiling. He moved his hand. Her skin was cool and soft. "I should be crying now," she said quietly. "I always thought I would be. I used to think if this ever happens, I'll cry afterward." He squeezed her tighter. "Why should we cry? Because of all those wasted years," she said. "Better late than never," he said. She came up on her elbows, climbed half on top of him, her breast crushed into his chest. "That stuff you said to me, I could have said to you exactly word for word. I wish I had a long time ago, but I couldn't." "I couldn't either," he said. It felt like a guilty secret. "Yes," she said, "my guilty secret." She climbed up all the way and sat astride him, back straight, smiling. "But now it's not a secret," she said. "No," he said. She stretched her arms up high and started a yawn that ended in a contented smile. He put his hands on her tiny waist, traced them upward to her breasts. Her smile broadened to a grin. Again, he nudged her sideways with his hips and rolled her over and laid her down gently on the bed. "We're playing catch-up, right? All those wasted years." She nodded. just a tiny motion, smiling, rubbing her hair against the pillow. Marilyn took charge. She felt she was the strong one. Chester and Cheryl were dazed, which she felt was understandable, because they were the two who had suffered the abuse. She could guess how vulnerable they must be feeling. Half-dressed, she felt half-dressed herself, but she wasn't going to worry about that now. She pulled the tape off Cheryl's mouth and held her while she cried. Then she ducked behind her and worked the binding free from her wrists and unwound it up to her elbows. She balled up the sticky mass and dropped it in the trash and went back to help massage some feeling back into her shoulders. Then she found a washcloth and ran hot water into the sink and sponged the crusted blood off Cheryl's face. Her nose was swollen and going black. She started worrying about getting her to a doctor. She started rehearsing things in her head. She had seen movies where hostages get taken. Somebody always elects herself spokesman and says no police and gets the sick released to the hospital. But how exactly do they do it? She took the towels from the bar and gave Cheryl a bath sheet to use as a skirt. Then she divided up the remainder into 3 piles and laid them on the floor. She could see the tiles were going to be cold. Thermal insulation was going to be important. She slid the 3 piles into a row against the wall. She sat with her back against the door and put Chester on her left and Cheryl on her right. She took their hands and squeezed them hard. Chester squeezed back. "I'm so sorry," he said. "How much do you owe?" she asked. "More than 17 million. She didn't bother to ask if he could pay it back. He wouldn't be half naked on a bathroom floor if he could pay it back. "What does he want?" she asked. He shrugged at her side miserably. "Everything," he said. "He wants the whole company." She nodded and focused on the plumbing under the sink. "What would that leave us with?" He paused and then shrugged again. "Whatever crumb he would feel like throwing us, probably nothing at all." "What about the house?" she asked. "We'd still have that, right? I put it on the market. This lady is the broker. She says it'll sell for nearly 2 million. Stone glanced across at Cheryl, then he shook his head. "The house belongs to the company. It was a technical thing, easier to finance that way, so Hobie will get it along with everything else." She nodded and stared into space. On her right, Cheryl was sleeping, sitting up. The terror had exhausted her. "You go to sleep, too," she said. "I'll figure something out." He squeezed her hand again and leaned his head back, closed his eyes. "I'm so sorry," he said again. She made no reply, just smoothed the thin silk down over her thighs and stared straight ahead, thinking hard. The sun was gone before they finished for the second time. It became a bright bar sliding sideways off the window. Then it became a narrow